Today we are gonna see. What if Naruto intensely loved Sister Hinata? Please like, share, and drop so many comments. Also join Patreon for something very steamy and op. Link in the description. Also please go and support author for his wonderful creation. Why? Why do they never look at me? That voice sounded like it was drained any emotion and it seemed to falling apart, but unfortunately, it belonged to a boy who seemed to be 8 years old. A boy who was born in a life that anyone would give their right arm and left leg for less to enjoy a week under such luxurious circumstances. But for this boy, it was the worst. His name was Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, first son of the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze and his wife Kushina Uzumaki. To be honest, the trouble didn't start the second he was born. He actually had a happy life, back when he was the only child. That's right. Naruto now has younger siblings and a pair of twins at that. Back to the point. Naruto was actually very calm and polite, and yet he still loved to have fun and play. His smile and innocent personality could brighten up anyone's day, and that was what made his parents proud. The Y saw that this boy was destined for greatness among countless friends and later allies for the trials that lie ahead in life. But they never saw what will happen a week after Naruto's 5th birthday. It actually started 9 months before. The whole village learned that the Hokage's wife was pregnant once again, and this time with the good chance of twins. Naruto, of course, was the happiest boy around. He was going to be a big brother to a pair of cute twins. He helped around the house, especially around his mother, hoping to make the 9 months to come to be having the least stress as possible. He would always bring her meals whenever she was hungry, or a glass of water when she needed it, or even carry her laundry. His parents approved of this as they saw their son becoming a responsible young boy. A good example of an older brother. Kushina even allowed Naruto to playfully talk to his yet-to-be-born younger siblings while they were still inside her belly. When the 9 months have passed, it was near the time for childbirth, and normally, it was painful experience for any woman, but for Kushina, it was a disaster just waiting to happen. That was because she was a Jinchuriki, a living container of a biju. The biju are beings made of raw energy that were bounded together by a conscious into shapes like those of animals or any other creature that exist purely in nature. They were named by how many tails they had, since no two biju had the same number of tails. They were even listed as their strength varied on the tail number, in which the reference is that the Ikibi was the weakest and still can level a village and an army of warriors. The point was that Jinchuriki were kept in a special seal that can be found on a Jinchuriki, and for female Jinchuriki that seal was at its weakest during childbirth. That was why the birthing progress was being performed once again in a remote area only known to the 3rd and 4th Hokage, as well as seal masters who were present to make sure that the Kyubi-hu was the biju that was sealed in Kushina, because among Jinchuriki, Uzumaki clan members are born with bigger chakra reserves, longer lifespans, and enhanced durability that allow them to survive the sealing of the Kyubi, since its chakra nature is acidic and poisonous to any other who attempts to become its Jinchuriki. It wasn't as painful as when Naruto was born, since she gotten used to it by the smallest amount, but it doesn't change the fact that those who were a foot in range had to expose their ears to profanity and fits of a woman giving birth because their pheromones on top high. What was never to expect was that a masked man had somehow entered the remote location and killed the guards while he was at it. He then killed the 3rd Hokage's wife and the seal master that was present, as well as stolen the twins who were just born. The man blackmailed Minato into running away from Kushina in order to save them, since their wrappings were lined with exploding seals. Minato managed to discard the rigged blankets and took them back to the compound, where he left them with Naruto, who promised to watch them while he waited for his parents to return. Meanwhile, the masked man had bounded and exhausted Kushina from her childbirth experience. He then forced the Kyubi to exit her from the very seal itself, causing her even more pain and almost killed her. Fortunately, Minato was able to rescue her before the unsealing could harm her even further. Still, they needed to attend the problem at hand, the resealing of the Kyubi. While the married couple was preparing to do the sealing, something else happened in Konoha itself. The Kyubi, controlled by a powerful and cursed eye known as the Sharingan, was attacking the village and killing hundreds endlessly. Still, it wasn't the big event, because it was when the masked man somehow found the Hokage mansion and tried to kidnap the twins again. Naturally, they were found in Naruto's arms, but the little boy refused to hand them over and taunted the masked man into running after him within the mansion. After seeing that the masked man can turn intangible but only for 5 minutes, Naruto managed to rig the housewares to create a trap that would use this weakness to its advantage. When it succeeded, Naruto managed to remove the mask to see a face he recognized from the pictures that he saw throughout the house. It was him for sure. Before Naruto could get a better look, the figure used a last resort and left, saying that if he stayed longer, he would never win against such a trap master and a quick inker not normally seen in only the age 5. Because of that age, Naruto took it as a compliment and thanked the man for it, but then the man behind the mask left, leaving a single tear and an echo that Naruto can still hear in his ear. Come one day and help me see it again. Whatever he meant, Naruto understood and nodded as the blonde watched as the masked man disappear in a vortex. The next thing that came was the arrival of Minato in front of his first son. That meant to Naruto that everything was going to be okay, yet he was answered with the command to hand over his new siblings. Somethi told him that there was desperation in that tone, and it didn't seem to sit well with Naruto as he reluctantly handed his new brother and sister. And before Minato left to perform what could be his biggest regret, Naruto held him back and made his father promise him that they were going to be okay and that he will see his entire family again after tonight. Minato smiled and answered with pure honesty that he will do his best and that all Naruto has to do and wait and believe in his father, the Hokage. Naruto, being the eager one to follow instructions to the letter, he agreed, but after a while, the blonde began to have an upset feelings that his father was near death's door. Being a child of only 5, he saw that his father and the rest of his parents were hurt and scared. He couldn't stay at the house anymore. Naruto left towards where he could feel his parents. When he came across them, he was met with the feeling of shock and relief. Shock at how the Kyuubi was so much bigger in person than the storybooks say, and relief because he was clever for his age and he knew the terrain that the Biju was placing his support on. It was rigged ages ago when Naruto secretly practiced his trap-making skills. They were still there. All Naruto has to do for real this time was to wait patiently for the right time and take his prey by surprise, to make it drop its guard until the final moment is wasted. From below, not knowing about Naruto, Minato and Kushina were preparing to seal the Kyuubi, but this time divided in 2 with each half in one of the twins. They didn't like it, but there was no other choice, and they had Hiruzen and Tsunade around to both hold up the seal and help heal Kushina. Jiraiya was also there with 2 of Toad summons to keep the Kyuubi at bay, but the 3 were slowing Losif the Biju. Sure enough, Kyuubi got free and almost used one of its powerful tails to kill the humans below, including Naruto's young twins. Now was the time to strike for the dime. Naruto led the strings, and a pitfall revealed itself to be where the Kyuubi was placing all his support on a single back leg, causing it to sink. This also caused the tail homing on the twin girl and boy to fall off course only minutes before it was able to carry out its purpose. This gave everyone else with enough time to resume the sealing while the Kyuubi was taken off guard. Yet, that was the first thing everyone forgot. After the Kyuubi was separated and sealed into each of the twins, thus ending the nightmare, the group returned to Konoha in order to help with the damage that the Biju had caused prior to its resealing. Naruto raced to his parents to tell them about how he helped, but they wouldn't hear it until Naruto let it slip that he left the house when he was told to remain there. This got him grounded for a month without his favorite food to eat for dinner the entire time. Naruto was left with a heart that had a crack in it. Enough of the past. Now it was time to talk about the present. It wasn't a good life for poor Naruto. The boy tried his best to set a good example to his new siblings and even play with them, but every time he gets even close, his parents will come out of nowhere. Ian said that the twins should be taught instead of playing with him. Even though they never said the words, but that meant to Naruto that playing with him was a waste of time. This was the second time he was forgotten. Naruto spent nearly half of his life trying to get his parents to train him, but they always blow him off as they needed to train the twins. They even promised to train him once he enters the academy. Naruto believed them and tried to endure the loneliness and pain of being a big brother that was never known. Still, it was hard, and Naruto was left in his room all alone thinking about how he was given a terrible life in which he doesn't know why. Now, Naruto was trying to sleep, but his worry and confusion kept him from dozing off, so he decided to go and get a glass of water in hopes it will help smooth his nerves. But that night proved to be one that will change his life forever. It was when he happened to pass by his father's study where he heard voices. Being the curious little rascal, he wanted to hear more. You know Kushina-chan, tomorrow is the twins' birthday and I think I can have sensei give them the toad contract for a present while I teach them the Rasengan. That voice belonged to Minato all right and it seemed to be directed at his wife who seemed to not be sure about the idea. Are you sure Minato-kun? Aren't the twins too young for that and instead we should give them to Naruto-kun? He can learn how to use them since he is a genius like you and he may even be able to help his siblings when they are old enough to learn it. Kushina said and Naruto felt a little warm in his heart. He thought both of his parents forgot about him. But any good feelings were tarnished after what Minato had to say to that. No, that won't be a good idea. Naruto-ko. ULD even to the simplest jutsu like the twins so they would be granted those rights. Naruto felt like his heart sank. His own father kept him weak and used it as an excuse. Yet the hurricane was just about to come when Minato said something he is going to regret. While I am at it, maybe I should make the twins heirs to our family. They have the skills to back it up. But dear, isn't that Naruto's birthright? Kushina protested but couldn't get any further when she sighed. Alright dear, you always know what is best for the clan. That was it. Naruto felt all broken inside as his legs lost air strength and the blonde fell to the ground with his back facing the wall as he flooded his eyes of tears. He no longer wanted to stay in the compound where it hurts or even the entire clan where it hurts even more. Naruto hid while his parents turned in for the night while he went to his new plan. He snuck into the storeroom and took all the spare sealing scrolls. He snuck into the library ere he sealed them all into one scrolls and left the hand-copied ones in their places. Next thing was the forbidden scroll in the Hokage Tower. He copied every word into a blank scroll he found on the way and left the original where he found it. Naruto then made his expulsion from the clan while he left the compound behind only looking back at the room where the twins slept in. Then, he made a night purchase of his own house where he unpacked and slept in his own room and his own bed. Instead of nightmares, he dreamed of his own life ruled by his own rules instead of others who would just write down what comes to mind rather than discussing them with the rest of those who would follow them. The sun, the ball of light and fire that ensures all life on the elemental countries, was not Obi appreciated for waking everyone up when they were just enjoying their sleep. Especially a blonde who looked terrible with the messy blonde hair and blue eyes that were ruined by the near-dead look on his face. First rule. Never stay up later than 10 o'clock at night. Just go to bed before. Naruto thought as he took a notebook he brought along with the title, New Home Rules and wrote down the one that came to mind. Now the next thing to do is get breakfast. Luckily, he played a thief well enough to swipe off a portion of the Namikaze fortune that will only scratch the entire surface but still enough to afford a house and everything else you need on the side. Along with this handsome sum, Naruto also went to the kitchen and made off with enough food for the morning meal as well as some cookbooks. Naruto hopes that if he spends his money the right way, he can afford to keep his house until he becomes an official shinobi after completing the academy. And speaking of which, when he looked it up, Naruto noticed that the D ranks missions are chores set up by lazy people, he calls them should be given to academy students so they can be flexible enough to work with any team they should be paired with. After having breakfast, Naruto got dressed and went to go grocery shopping. The people there were always welcoming Naruto since he helped them with their lives including playing with their children and moved boxes of produce around. Thankfully, after the QB incident, they still remember Naruto so he always felt at home in the market where they work rather than in the Hokage mansion. Basically, shopping for food and other needs went smoothly and Naruto was able to avoid any trouble. This should hold a few weeks, but I really do need to have a source of income and it will be too awkward to get allowance from the Hokage. Naruto muttered as he tried to think of way to make money on his own in order to keep paying mortgage as well as other needs. He was so absorbed in his thoughts that he didn't notice someone about to run into him as he returned home. Oof. Ow. Naruto found himself face down on the pavement but other than that, nothing was broken and that included the food. He quickly got to his feet and gathered up his goods just to bow and say, I am sorry. I will be on my way. When Naruto looked up, he saw something that he never thought he would do ever in his life. The someone turned out to be more than one person, and it was a woman with a boy Naruto's age and another boy who seemed to be 5 years older than both, the blonde and the one with the hair of a duck bottom color. Naruto just met them for the first time personally, but he remembered those descriptions from his mom before he had to leave the family. They are Makoto Uchiha with her 2 sons, Itachi and Sasuke Uchiha. Hey, aren't you Kushi-chan's son? Naruto knew that Makoto was best friends with his mother, so that would explain the nickname. My name is Naruto and you are the wife of the Uchiha clan head with the 2 heirs. I am sorry for my rudeness. I will be on my way. Naruto ignored the question and was about to get to his home when he was halted. Bo with your family. The blonde should have known that it was coming, so he just took in a few breaths and faced them again and answered. I have no family. The last one was planning to throw me away as they took everything I could ever have for them from me. Naruto said in a rather serious tone for an 8-year-old, and it caused his new audience and everyone else around him to gasp in disbelief. The blonde resume. His journey back home when he was halted once again, but not by words but by a hand on his shoulder. Let me talk to Kushina about this and it will all be okay. Makoto tried to assure Naruto, but he shook his head. It won't be okay because I am nothing but extra baggage to them. That was it. Anyone on that street saw that there was no emotion in that voice, like it was of the dead. Naruto was completely serious about why he left the Namikaze Uzumaki clan. This time, Naruto did get back on his way, but also Makoto told her sons to take the groceries to the Uchiha compound while she accompanied the blonde to his new house. After a good walk, Naruto returned to his house with a companion by his side, but for the moment, it looked that he had a stalker in plain view. Naruto sighed when he opened the door. Makoto-sama. If you want to talk to me about how miserable I was in that clan and how miserable I will be on my own, you better have something good for me to listen to. The woman nodded. Eden followed Naruto into his living room, which surprised her that it was all neat and tidy, not a single trace of dust or dirt. It was indeed curious that a house owned by a child will be all clean like that. This boy could be a good housekeeper in the making, but that wasn't the point or why Makoto is here. Would you like some tea and red-hot curry? I have plenty of ingredients in case I have guests. Naruto asked, and Makoto drooled at the mention of her favorite food. So she nodded with a dumbstruck look on her face. Makoto then took a seat on the couch while looking around and getting a good glimpse of the living room. It sure has a lot of decorations for someone who just bought it last night. Naruto must have been busy. After a short while of exploring with only using eyes, a smell invaded her nose, causing her to turn into its direction. Naruto was carrying a tray with tea and curry. Here you are. I hope it satisfies. Naruto spoke in a polite tone, the type that is expect of butlers or anyone trained to make guests feel welcome. Makoto was just feeling that way, so she accepted the food. It was delicious despite being made by an 8-year-old. When she even took a small taste, Makoto couldn't stop herself from eating the rest like a starving man that was given free food. Naruto didn't mind. It was actually a compliment that his cooking skills are off to a good start. He always keep himself fed by making the food himself. Yes it does, but now let's get down to what is important. Makoto said in a happy tone, turned serious, and Naruto knew why, so he took his own seat and got comfortable. First tell me why you don't want to live with your family. Makoto just had to get that over with since it was the most painful for the blonde. The boy sighed and told Miko about what happened ever since the Kyuubi attack 3 years ago. Once he was done, the blonde couldn't tell if the curry or his guest's temper is hotter, as Makoto was boiling over on how one of her best friend was following her baka of a husband like an obsessive fangirl. The Uchiha knew how much Kushina had for Minato, but the red-haired woman said she grew out of it for years. And that is it. Damn Kushina. I really thought you were cool, but to follow the tem like a lost puppy, this really takes the cake. Makoto muttered really loudly. That was beginning to freak Naruto out. He may be so responsible and mature. He was still an 8-year-old in the face of female fury. Tell you what, I am going to help you, Naruto-kun. Makoto took a much friendly turn but was deflated when she saw that the blonde wasn't convinced. Thanks, but the pity will only make my life harder, and you knew that. Besides, I am planning on taking D ranks to earn my bread for food and rent. The wife for th. Uchiha clan head doesn't deserve to waste her time with a common folk like me. Naruto spoke with barely any emotion at all. Damn you too. Look what you have done to such a young and promising boy with your ignorance and stupidity. Makoto thought after seeing the real picture for once. Okay then, but you are not going to spend your childhood on your own young man. Makoto said with authority, in her tone that got Naruto straight to attention, the way the Uchiha woman wanted. If you wouldn't let us support you, then at least consider letting us train you if your family is not willing to. Earning on the spot is impressive, but nothing beats training with company. That is going to be our top rule, understand? Naruto nodded and Makoto smiled at how her efforts to get to him were successful at last. Later that day, after dragging Naruto to the Uchiha compound, Itachi and Sasuke were introduced to Naruto and the latter got along so well. It seemed the two boys were like twin brothers, they didn't want to stop playing together. As for the former, he understood that it was tough to be in the shadow of siblings from finally connecting to Sasuke against the will of the clan head, both it. Aki and Naruto didn't stand Fugaku's presence at all, that man was nothing to be trusted despite the man's status. Itachi just wanted his only brother to have a playmate of his age without the fear of their family impression preventing this from happening. He just didn't expect for both boys to beg him to teach them with their combined jutsu that will make any man break down. Itachi was not strong enough to overcome it, and that was how he became a teacher at such a young age. After gaining a couple of teachers and a boy of his age to play with, things seemed to be sailing smoothly for the blonde. Of course, he had to gain money in some way to pay for needs and bills, but Makoto offered to handle them herself with her clan's wealth until the blonde can enter the academy, the female head of. The Uchiha managed to convince the Hokage to have academy students take D-rank ninja missions during the academy since they never required anyone to leave the village, and it will better prepare them for any teams that they can be assigned to. But after all that, the biggest gift for Naruto had just arrived only a year after meeting the friendly Uchihas. I will never forget that day. Naruto sighed from the balcony of his home and looking at the stars of the arriving night sky. It was one of the few but effective ways to brighten his spirits and help him relax. Right now, he was reviewing about when he met the girl that he could never live without. Flashback begin. Wow. This day is so swell. Naruto yelled at the top of his voice as he went down the street towards his home with a wide smile on his face. Everyone who saw him just smiled back and resumed their activities while some yelled, "Have a nice day," before they do such. It was like nothing could ruin this good day, but once the sun sets. Naruto wished he hadn't spoken so soon. The reason? Well, Naruto was still on his way home when something caught the corner of his eye. It looked like trouble, so the blonde went to investigate. Once he arrived, the mere sight made his blood boil. A group of boys who seemed to be in the age group that can be admitted to the ninja academy, but that wasn't it. What got Naruto angry was that those boys were even acting like future ninjas. They were bullies and they were having their latest victim, a girl his age, and she was severely wounded. Not the type to waste time, Naruto went into action. Still think that you are above us because you are a Hyuga? Well, we will teach you to respect your betters. The leader of the bullies slapped her on the face again and still looked down on her. Say it. Say that we are more value _BLARRGH. That villain's sickening voice was silenced when he was sent into a stone wall by a rather poik. The girl looked up to see a boy as old as she is, standing tall against the bullies who were trying to beat her for the clan she was from. Her name was Hinata Hyuga, heiress and destined to rule the whole Hyuga clan one day. That is, everyone called her a failure because she took after her mother, so she was kind and caring pacifist that stutters all the time. She was just on a walk with her bodyguard, Ko, until he disappeared and the para ambushed her and started to insult and beat her up, saying that they were going to prove that her clan has gotten weak and senile to have a pathetic and weak girl for heiress. Hey, what is wrong with you? One of the bullies yelled. Don't you see that we are busy teaching this bitch a lesson? He couldn't say another word when he was slugged in the jaw, disconnecting it from the rest of his mouth. What I see are a bunch of poor excuses for ninjas ganging up and beating a girl who can't fight back thanks to you jerks. Naruto retorted calmly, which got he bullies angry. Ninjas are not supposed to prove their strength by ganging up on those who are younger and weaker than any of you. Besides, what will happen when this girl's bodyguard finds a bunch of no good brats beating on the Hyuga heiress? As the blonde was proving his point, the bullies were getting angry with his taunting of them. I know. He will break some bones, give your parents the hospital bill and report to the Hokage. That his future ninjas are showing their power by bullying younger girls for less. What do we care when they will never find out? Another of the bullies tried to savage their pride, but they only got a frown and then a creepy smile from the blonde. Oh, is it because you do this when no one is looking? Then I will have fun seeing how you run when you are found out. As soon as those words left his mouth, smoke appeared in front of Naruto and the bullies to reveal the Hyuga named Ko in question. He was confused as to why he sent to another part of the village. The bullies were backing in fee. While Naruto still had his grin on and turned to Hinata. Go on. Tell him what is going on. Naruto then stepped aside so that Hinata can speak. Ko will only listen to his superiors and also Hinata, no one else. Keiko-san. Those mean boys over there. They hurt me and said bad things about Outsi clan. That is. What happened? Hinata managed to speak and lucky, Ko also managed to make out given the angry expression on his face as he turned to face the shaking bullies. She then silently eeped when Naruto took her into his arms and chest because what happened next was a real beating. Ko didn't hold back just because they were young boys, they got what came to them after insulting real ninjas they claimed to be already. While Ko wondered where did Hinata went, he instead decided to make his trip to the hospital with these bone bags his first priority instead. I will definitely be chewed out by their parents, but once they see the bill, they will shut up for sure. Ko sighed and then had an evil smirk on his face while he was thinking of such impressions on those civilians. Meanwhile, Hinata opened her eyes to see herself in a living room with a blanket on her. Oh good, you are awake. A voice crept up on her and she hid under the covers in fright. Sorry if I frightened you, I just wanted to see if you doing well. The voice appeared again with as much friendliness as before, so Hinata decided to trust it and lifted her head from the darkness on the covers. She saw that the person next to her was the same boy who defended her from the bullies. Why? You are the B-boy who are rescued me, thank why you. Hinata said while silently cursing herself for being such a mess in front of her savior. To her surprise, Naruto just smiled at her despite the broken, thank you. It is no problem, and besides, you don't have to hate yourself. The blonde replied that got Hinata surprised that he managed to read her mind. Before you ask, no, I can't read minds like the Yamanaka clan, but instead, I can read your feeling through your eyes. After all, on a person's body, the eyes are the only gateways to the soul. Naruto explained in order to calm down the shaken heiress. Oh okay. What is YUN name? I'm Hinata H. Hyuga. Hinata asked politely now she felt more relaxed. Hinata cute name, and explains why you being ganged up. Naruto said that with a smile that later turned into a scowl that only got stronger with this next question. If that man named Ko was supposed to protect you, then where was he when you needed him the most? Don't know. He just disappeared and then those stupid bullies attacked me out of the blue saying that they were avenging their families. Hinata started as her usual stuttering self but later got bold as she got more upset and angry. She later noticed that Naruto was having a smirk on his face now that confused her. Nice that you didn't stutter on that last one. You really do have a separate personality. It is just as nice as the one you show to others. Naruto said that got Hinata even more embarrassed and surprised. It is nothing to be ashamed of if you want others not to see it. Hinata was now confused by that statement. It just shows that you have secrets you save for those you trust. Sharing such things with such people is always a good way to show how much you trust them. If they spill them out of spite, then it is never your fault. Hinata didn't say a word but actually was thinking hard on those words. Do you trust me? That got Hinata as a spiral on what to say next. Finally, she uttered, I want to trust you, and Naruto-kun. But I barely know why you. That is my answer. Feel free to hit me. No such thing came, and Naruto instead hugged Hinata, who couldn't believe that her savior is doing something that hadn't happened to her since her mother died years ago and that her blush was redder than before. It is okay to say that, Hinata-chan. The hey. Rest couldn't believe her ears when she heard her name being addressed like that. It is the truth and we both know that. That is why I want to be your friend so you will no longer be lonely again. Anata had to convince herself not to faint, which was hard, but she prevailed. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Hinata spoke before falling asleep again, but without pain or sadness or nightmares, because she was in the warmth of her first real friend. Speaking of which, Naruto smiled on Hinata's sleeping face and thought it was cute since it was so peaceful and free, without anything held back forcefully. It was beginning of something big and beautiful. Naruto could just feel it. Flashback end. As soon as Naruto finished his trip down memory lane, he reached his new home. Inside were two girls and one of them looked familiar. Naruto-kun. Welcome back. That voice sound familiar, and if we take a good look at the girl, it was Hinata. Thanks for the warm welcome, Hinata-chan, and I see you brought Hanabi-chan with you too. Naruto said as he recognized the second girl with the similar features that matched Hinata when she was that age. That was because Hanabi is Hinata's younger sister that was born with her mother's looks, but this time with her father's confidence. Hey Naru-kun. Still, Hanabi was very young and couldn't say big names, without her infamous nicknames that drove others up the wall to correct every time. Naruto himself learned that the hard way and gave up a long time ago. Sigh, Hanabi-chan, it is good to see you haven't changed. The blonde uttered that got his house guests to giggle. Still, it is almost time to enter the ninja academy. We may have little to no time to play with some as cute as you, Hanabi-chan. Now Naruto's tone took a cheerful turn mixed with a spice of seriousness. I not sad. Naru-chan and Hinata-chan always have time to play with me. Now that was a voice of a child that can bright up anyone's day. Will Naru-chan be with Hinata-chan in the, Ninja Academy? Hanabi-chan and I am sure we both will. After all, we are all friends, said, and no one could deny that after Hinata became friends with Naruto, the blonde met Hanabi later and the two paired off ever since. They will play every time they visited each other like today. I agree, Naruto-kun, I never want to be anywhere but with you and Hanabi-chan. Hinata added her own $0 while dozing off on the blonde's right arm while Hanabi copied her by taking a nap on Naruto's lap, using his left arm as a pillow. This is my real family and it will be a cold day in hell that I let anything ruin it like they did. Naruto thought as he also went out like a light, thinking that his life was going to be good from now on. It was a big day when the year at the academy begun, children too excited to stay still. Parents wishing them good luck in their first day and staff looking forward to their next selection of kids to drill lectures into their heads. For two students, IT was even more special because they can finally learn how to be ninjas, and that meant for them, they can go on ninja missions together, save enough money to live on their own entirely. Naruto was glad that he managed to convince the Hokage to issue D-rank missions for academy students while still in the academy. That will really teach them teamwork and those chores that civilians are too lazy to do. Themselves weren't what most kids think of ninja work. They always dream of jumping through trees, learning to use ninjutsu and become heroes. At least that disappointment is sure never to strike again. Is it great, Hinata-chan? Naruto yelled with clear excitement in his voice that shined off his eyes. We are finally allowed to become ninjas. Think of what we can do once we graduate. Hinata giggled at the sight of her close friend bouncing on and off walls as they walked from Naruto's house. I am sure it is, Naruto-kun. I am just glad that you finally managed to get those D-rank chores where they actually help. Hinata also was excited, but she was also trying her best to keep her emotions in check. It is what ninjas do. Don't I know it? Now we academy students can increase our allo once and our teamwork with other students whatever, or we are on the same team once we graduate. Sounds like you want to finish the academy before we actually start our first day, Naruto-kun. Hinata giggled and the blonde froze before making a sheepish look on his face. You're right about that, Hinata-chan. Let's just keep going, Naruto admitted, and he continued walking with Hinata until they reached the Shinobi Academy building. He could just burst thinking on how cool and exciting the academy will be. Maybe Naruto shouldn't have spoken so soon. Sure, they learned a lot in the academy, but all what civilians will love to learn instead of ninjas. Seriously, How can learning about what tea the first Hokage loved or what hair color the second Hokage had will help them in battle? Naruto sure doesn't know, and neither did Hinata. You should know, because right now, the duo were sitting in their seats, yawning away at their teacher right on the board. Don't get wrong, they had good grades. But all that history and math was just too boring. The days just drag on, and until half of the year had passed, and that is when trouble started, when the royal twins of Konoha will join the academy. Everyone could remember it like it was yesterday, because it was. Flashback begins. It was just another day at the academy. A boring lecture, taijutsu tryouts, and more D-rank missions on teamwork which only helped the students' allowance. They were just wasting sunshine, stuck in that stuffy room while the teacher was writing chalk on the blackboard. Then the door opened to reveal two Snoopy-looking kids. A girl who had her hair in a ponytail and wore very fancy clothes, complete with a skirt and tank top that did little to hide what is underneath, which was all skin and bones. The boy wore very similar, and like the girl, he was like a scarecrow, lean but stuffed with straw. The teacher looked from his lectures and addressed the two. "I am sorry, but today is not for newcomers," he said politely, which could have been said for his answer. "Shut up, commoner. Don't you know who we are? We can go everywhere we want. I just don't know why Tu-san and Ka-chan wanted us to be in a stinking room filled with losers. They look so weak," the boy said so rudely that even the more stoic students started growling. The teacher was about to backslap them for their impoliteness until Naruto spoke up. "Sensei. That is Keiji and Mito Namikaze. I am sure you heard of them." Gasps were heard around the room. The Hokage's children. The teacher was shocked and connected the dots. Naruto wasn't kidding, since they looked like their parents with some of the traits on either of them. "Sorry for my rudeness. You may take whatever seat is left." The teacher made a complete 180 and went back to his lecturing. Keiji and Mito just went to find the best seats, whatever or not they were already taken. The former found one empty seat all right next to Hinata. Keiji then did something he will later regret. "Hello, beautiful. I see that there is a diamond in the rough, or should I say, a princess among losers. Will you like to go for a date after class? You will love my company." Keiji was, for the better word, a playboy in the making. Luckily, Hinata was better than any of those naive and shallow fangirls. "I am sorry, but I already promised to do some training with Naruto-kun after class. Try one of the other girls." Hinata tried to politely refuse, but Keiji just won't take no for an answer. "No way. I am Keiji Namikaze, the next Hokage, and no woman can ever refuse to be one of my wives." There was no shame, not even an ounce of it, in that voice. Keiji then grabbed Hinata right hard on the wrist. "It is either you go on a date with me or that your little loser of a friend ts what is coming for him once I tell Tu-san on him." The other students, boys not girls, were starting to get irritated, but their thoughts were interrupted when Keiji howled in pain. The spoiled boy's own wrist was grabbed so hard that Keiji released his hold on Hinata. There was even the faint sound of bones cracking. When a girl says no, that is all there is to it. Naruto revealed to be the one that grabbed Keiji. Besides, grabbing an unwilling girl by the wrist is a form of sexual harassment, and the punishment for it can get a little messy and ugly. Naruto spoke in complete confidence. Enough. Their starting contest was halted when the teacher brought their attention. Keiji took this as his chance to get out of trouble. "Sensei, this boy tried to hurt me for no good reason. He should be expelled. I demand it." Keiji ranted and lied, which might have worked, but two things weren't in that spoiled boy's favor. 1. His last sentence was that of a liar and blamer, and 2. The teacher was watching the whole thing from the very beginning. "I will see to the punishment for my students, Namikaze-sama. In the meantime, you and your sister should be setting a better example for our fellow classmates if you want them to look up to you." The teacher awed everyone as he successfully shouted down the royal twins, or at least the boys who already hate Keiji, but the girls tried to get on the boys' side by trying to protest and continue to blame Naruto. They got a week's detention and bathroom duty of the restrooms used by the Akamichi clan, and trust me, after what they eat every day, they have a lot to relive. Flashback ends. Ever since they first showed up and alienated everyone else, the royal twins had made the academy days torture for both boys and girls. Keiji will always discussed the boys including Naruto on how he acted like a self-centered playboy who will always flirt with one girl and then find another to flirt with all over again. The girls hated on how Mito will always stink up the room with her heavy and strong perfume as well as being vain to a fault. As much as they wished, the academy staff also couldn't stand the presence of the twins as their job got harder and less tolerable due the vanity and rudeness of the roid. What the students did, endure it like Naruto somehow spread into the hearts of those who listened to words. And they did, all the way to the end of the year. When the genin exams are going to weed out the ones who deserve to become ninjas and those who need another year. That is, for the civilian students, that is, the clan heirs. Or members who are attending the academy actually stay for 3 years so they can continue their education. More like clan heads trying to keep them from dying. Naruto was given the chance of graduating, but since he refused to leave Hinata's side, not with the twins who may find a good enough excuse to make her future look bleak and present terrible. So, the Hokage finally got Naruto to take the genin exams with the promise once Naruto becomes a genin, he can visit Hinata in the academy daily. Also, once Naruto became a jonin, the blonde can take Hinata as his genin student. It was like Kami, or God herself, had placed her favor into Naruto's odds because Naruto passed the genin exams with flying colors. Still, he had a lot to explain and a long time to gain his hearing back after Hinata learned of this. Flashback begins. What? It was like the village shook when that cry of disbelief screeched throughout the streets, but crazier things have happened than this, so no one ever bothered checking it out. That was fortunate for Naruto, because it came from his new house and more specifically his living room. I keep telling Hinata-chan, Naruto spoke rather annoyed by his answer, They graduated from the academy and about to become an actual ninja. But what about the others? Your classmates? Your friends? What about me? Hinata yelled without her usual shuddering to show just how upset and confused she was. I will be training so I can become a jonin, but I will never be stopped from visiting you and vice versa. Naruto said, and Hinata calmed. It is the only way to afford to keep this all to myself, and if you want, you can move in too. Move in. Hinata began stuttering once she was embarrassed all over again. Oh okay. After some attempts to hold back on her wild imagination, Hinata finally was able to speak better. Naruto didn't speak a word, he just hugged Hinata, who openly cried and hugged Naruto back. Still, that was to be the moment that one was going to forget. Hinata decided it was now or never. She went up to Naruto's eye level and kissed him on the lips. She didn't care anymore about what might happen afterwards, she had summarized all her owing feels into one action, and that was all there is to it. Naruto, on the other hand, was shocked that Hinata was kissing him. Still, he didn't want to reject it, so he soon accepted the kiss and made it even deeper. They all enjoyed the kiss, but soon, they needed to breathe, so they broke up the kiss with a trail of saliva between their mouths. I am sorry if you are upset, but I promise I will visit you whenever I get the chance. As long as still get to see you, then I don't care how long it takes to be together again. Hinata answered truthfully. They then stayed in their embrace for the rest of the day. Flashback ends. And Naruto did visit them. The Hyuga sisters always enjoyed his company even more when they came for some tea and ramen, as well as listening to his stories about his days as a genin. Some of them were hilarious when something went wrong and his team would have tried to get out of dangerous or better yet embarrassing situations. He would even help Hinata with her home work since he learned them on the fly during his genin team. Most times it was taijutsu tryouts and ninjutsu theory, since that is all the academy ever taught them. And pretty soon, it had been 2 years and Naruto actually managed to surprise everyone by becoming a jonin, ready to become a team leader, in record time for the graduation of the clan heirs. It was when the jonin teachers to their teams, and Naruto was excited to hear about his genin students that included Hinata, but all that vanished when 2 things happened. Number 1 were the genin students he was assigned to. The team arrangements went like this. Jonin Naruto Uzumaki will lead cell number 8 with Hinata Hyuga. Here comes the Hurricane, Mito and Keiji Namikaze. Number 2 was when Naruto was coming home the night before he was assigned his genin team. He noticed someone was hiding in a bush, lying in the shadows. Once he got a better look, It was a young girl of 3 years old that resembled the wife of the fourth Namikaze. Yet she was scared of Naruto, so he asked who she was. The girl answered, Yurina Uzumaki, the daughter my former family had forgotten. Naruto couldn't be any angrier at the Namikaze clan than ever. End of chapter 3. Hello everyone. Here is the next chapter in Cracking Gaps, Sins of a Family. I have heard that you were confused on how it took 5 months to make the last one. I apologize for that. I do have a lot more stories to think about and I just forgot about this story for a while. I will try to make chapters as good as the first one and I will also work on my other stories too. I am their author after all. Have a nice day. Asterisk. How to get involved. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto. Naruto. Talking. Naruto. Thoughts Naruto. Flashback Naruto. Jutsu. Cracky. Ing Gaps. Sins of a Family. How to get involved. Previously on Cracking Gaps. Sins of a Family. And Naruto did visit them. The Hyuga sisters always enjoyed his company even more when they came for some tea. Aya and ramen, as well as listening to his stories about his days as a genin. Some of them were hilarious when something went wrong and his team would have tried to get out of dangerous or better yet embarrassing situations. He would even help Hinata with her homework since he learned them on the fly during his genin team. Most times it was taijutsu tryouts and ninjutsu theory since that is all the academy ever taught them. And pretty soon, it had been 2 more years and Naruto actually managed to surprise everyone by becoming a jonin, ready to become a team leader, in record time for the graduation of the clan heirs. It was when the jonin teachers to receive their teams and Naruto was excited to hear about his genin students that included Hinata, but all that vanished when 2 things happened. Number 1 were the genin students he was assigned to. The team arrangements went like this. Jonin Naruto Uzumaki will lead cell number 8 with Hinata Hyuga. Here comes the Hurricane, Mito and Keiji Namikaze. Number 2 was when Naruto was coming home late the night before he was assigned his genin team. He noticed someone was hiding in a bush, lying in the shadows. Once he got a better look. It was a young girl of 3 years old that resembled the wife of the fourth Namikaze. Yet she was scared of Naruto, so he asked who she was. The girl answered, Yurina Uzumaki, the daughter my former family had forgotten. Naruto couldn't be any angrier at the Namikaze clan than ever. Naruto-kun, who is this? Hinata asked as she noticed the girl that Naruto had met the previous night. The girl seemed to be 3 years old the most and 2 looked like she fell into a thorn bush or 10 and down a hill with her tarred up clothes, dirty skin and bruises. This is a girl who had to be neglected by her parents like I did. Naruto said. He had shared his real past with Hinata and Hanabi since he trusted that much. They gasped as they lead the shy girl away to be washed and given new clothes. Naruto just stayed behind to make something for her to eat. He had learned the basics on his own, but Naruto had to get lessons from Makoto and Hinata on how to do better. Once he had made some meat raw men with spring rolls to help with the guests' malnourishment along with some tea to steel her nerves about being in a strange new house with strangers. Soon, the 2 Hyuga sister came out with Yurina. Dressed in their style of garb, yet it was still better than her own tattered clothes that she was wearing. Yurina could only mutter out words as Hinata gently sat her down at the dining tab. While Naruto placed the plate, Onabi gave her tea to drink. After a while, Yurina finally decided to try out the food only to dig in like a pig. That showed just how much she was starving. Then Ina noticed that everyone was staring at her and she nearly shrank down in embarrassment when Hanabi just shared more food with her, so the poor girl took it and ate a little more quietly. Dessert was a chocolate cake with frosting on top, which the girls enjoyed, even Yurina. Tea, thank you for food. Yurina stuttered, that made Hinata as she saw her younger self inside this guest. It was no problem. But we will like to know better on why your family had kicked you out. Naruto said, and Yurina gulped as she recalled such bad memories. I was born after T twin older B brother and S sister S, so they T though that I will be as G good as them. Yurina tried to keep her focus and Hinata rubbed her on the back, helped her a little. But they only tired T to train Ni-san and Ne-san by letting. Yurina was about to break, and before anyone could stop her, she made an outburst. Letting them beat me up while they watched. Yurina was trying to catch her breath while Ebrio Ne was looking at her with looks of shock and disbelief. Then I decided to try and run away, but they wanted their punching bag back, so I had to lose them, but I got lost in the dark. All I remember is being hurt all over. Urina then felt a hand on top of her head which had caused her to pause. That is enough. I never meant for you to relive it. I am sorry for asking such a selfish request. Naruto said in a remorseful tone that Urina tried to tear it, but then Hanabi hugged her. Yeah, forget about them. You have us now and forever. It was probably the innocent voice of a child that had got Urina smiling and hugged the younger girl back while trying to dry her tears. Hanabi then took Urina into one of the rooms since they had long finished their meal while Naruto and Hinata looked at them with smiles until the two young girls were out of sight, when they took on grimmer expressions. Looks like it cannot be ignored any longer, Naruto-kun. Hinata said while the blonde stayed silent. It is getting out of hand for the Namikaze clan when it came to any children other than the twins. Hinata-chan. Naruto spoke brief and to the point that had caused the Hyuga heiress to pause. You are right. It is time to get involved, and since they had ordered me to train the twins along with you, Hinata-chan, I will have to force them to reveal just how prefect their family truly is. Hinata saw much conviction in that voice, yet as well as malice, so she hoped that her blonde will realize that making other people suffer no matter what they did is wrong. Everyone will have to see what happens and how the rest of the world will react to it. Then it was time for the teams to get introduced to their teachers, so they all grouped up in the classroom and was forced to listen to a boring speech by Iruka, telling them that they had finally graduated and that their whole lives were just ahead. Yet, why are we short of 2 graduates? The royal twins hadn't arrived yet, and that was what bothered the rest of the students the most, that they had been treated and looked down on by 2 kids of their age, all because that Mito and Keiji were born as the only children of the Hokage. Everyone were not happy with how they thought the world revolved around them, and even though they worked and studied hard to make good marks, they were still considered by the twins to be lazy liars who just cheated their way to catch up. The only good thing was that one of their own that graduated early always came to lighten things up and even shared some of his crazy stories as a genin to chunin and finally to jonin. The students loved the stories as they were exciting, and they even loved it when Naruto actually took the time out of his career to help them with their work and to silence the twins when they were acting their usual behavior. Naruto was like an idol to them, cool and strong and never losing his composure even under the most frustrating and tempting situations to strike. Hello everyone. The students then saw the very man in question. Naruto-san. They ran to greet him as they wanted to know if they are going to be on his team since they heard he was going to be an instructor. The suspense was to who was going to be his students before he could pick them out. Hey, out of our way. Naruto saw that 2 of his students had finally arrived, and late for the looks of it. Don't you know who we are? Keiji had yelled for his sister, but before Naruto could answer, no one cares. Kiba had finally snapped, how come that we work hard to graduate? You could just lie about us and get us expelled from becoming shinobi, all because you don't like us. The twins were not happy about being said back and were about to whine on Kiba when they heard someone clapping, which was Naruto. Bravo Kiba-kun, I will definitely tell your mother about how you saved our sanity today. Naruto praised the Inuzuka heir, and pretty soon, everyone clapped along, which made the twins even more embarrassed. Whose side are you on? Mito yelled and everyone stopped clapping, yet it was a good feeling for the twins as Naruto began to glare at them. Sides. I never choose sides when it comes to my team. That is nothing but favoritism, which I will rather die than show it when I train my team. Naruto said calmly, and yet. But we are the Hokage. Children, we deserve the best. Keiji said in an attempt to save face, but everyone just shook their heads. What you deserve is what is really coming to you once you meet your father's enemies, who will never stop to kill even kids that are spoiled brats like you. Naruto said as he grabbed them by the collar and turned to Hinata. Now I have got my 2 students, please join us, Hinata-chan. The rest of the NTS were whining on how they ran out of luck, especially the girls, while the boys were given their sympathy to Naruto, who had to train such brats for students. The girls even gave sympathy to Hinata, who had to be one of the main targets to the twins during the academy. Much later, at a training ground, Naruto had arrived with Hinata in tow while throwing the twins into one of the log posts that were already present at the site. When they tried to get up and complain, they somehow were restrained by something that cannot be seen. Now that we are here and settled, we can get to know each other since we can never know we are going to be killed on our missions. Naruto said while Hinata a seat on a log lying on its side in the grass. I will start. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, a Jonin of Konohagakure. My dreams are to be the best I can ever be until I took the bucket and hopefully have a family of my own before that happens. Hinata was wondering about how such a person like Naruto could be so over-prepared that he will plan his own death wish this early in life. The twins were not even considering that wish and still tried to get free. My likes are a certain girl and her younger sister. Another certain girl growing on me like a sister. Ramen, tea, peace, training and sunsets to share with my precious people. My dislikes are many and that includes self-centered spoiled brats like you. Hinata giggled at the jab at the twins. Now you try it. Naruto turned to the giggling girl next to him. My name is Hinata Hyuga, Genin of Konohagakure. My dreams are to finally bring my clan together and abolish the stupid tradition that is tearing my family apart as well starting a family with a certain boy. Hinata started to say until a scuff was to be heard from Keiji. Like, that could ever happen when you marry me. He said but Mito jabbed him with her elbow. This was the one thing that she could never tolerate from her twin brother. Anyways, my likes are the certain boy, my younger sister, Urina, my clan. Tea, cinnamon buns, romance and spring nights. Keiji was still holding his head up as he believes that Hinata was talking about him as the certain boy, until twins, politics. Spicy food and those who treat women and kunoichi as slaves and trophies. Naruto nodded and then turned to the twins who were getting tired of being tied to a log tightly, what with all the cramps and splitters. We don't need to say such private things with a tem like you who wastes time with an unattractive bitch like you. Mito said but since she was holding head the other way, she did not notice the smirk on Naruto and Hinata as well as the pale panicked expression on her twin brother. Is that what you think of us Mito, eh? A voice belonging to an adult woman that piqued Mito's curiosity but she will soon regret looking to see her parents staring right in front of them. I hope you two don't mind inviting the Hokage and his wife to see you pass my test. Naruto said in a taunting tone that caused the twins to try and take back their words, yet they were only given off with future punishment in taking away their favorite food and a salary cut once they start their missions. Now that mess was done and the Hokage with his wife was now on the sidelines with glares still on their face. Now then, why test is very simple. Naruto said as he took out a timer. I will give you an hour to try and steal these bells from me. He started and took 2 bells attached to strings on his fingers. The ones who manage to gain a bell will pass to become an official Nin while the loser returns back to the academy. But that is not fair. Mito said, we are 3 people and there are only 2 bells. Naruto still smirked. Nice of you to point out the obvious and you should be thinking of a plan to get these bells from me. Naruto said in his new stern voice. Then he blew a whistle that had caused Hinata and Mito to scatter into the threes, leaving Keiji in the dust. Nice to see which twin actually has brains. Shut up. So what one of us gets sent back to the academy, I am never going back. Keiji yelled in defiance and charged at Naruto who smirked and caught the golden boy of Konoha. Then Naruto sent him packing into the ground. That is no good K-chan. Naruto said in a taunt that got the said boy all riled all over again. Naruto just enjoyed his team reading his book while sending one of his students back and forth endlessly. Meanwhile, Hinata was enjoying the sight from within the trees. She giggled on how her boyfriend was always able to make the job look easy. All you do is teach and push your students around no matter how much they complain. Mito was in another tree a good distance away. I can't believe that my twin is such a baka. Mito, surprisingly, had a quiet tone despite having the reputation of a loud mouth in the academy that she used to get here point across. Does he really think that even though we are the royal twins? Sensei was a prodigy among the ninja arts. Mito was always the spoiled brat that had brains and a common sense corrupted by her vanity. Her thoughts were interrupted when Mito failed to see that Naruto had launched her idiotic brother into her direction. They crashed on the ground hard and started to argue on what to do. Alas, Hinata still retained some of her shy nature and she could bear get involved with this argument, not after the many times Keiji harassed her and even tried to kiss her until Naruto stopped him every time. Mito was the only one to actually tolerate out of the twins since she was also the only one of the Namikaze clan to actually hit Keiji on the head for such behavior against women since Mito had to listen to her brother say that he was the most important of the twins since a female clan head was unheard of and not right in this shinobi world. Then the timer went off, signaling that they were out of time. Hinata and Mito were later sitting on their side of Keiji who was tied to a middle slot log and he wasn't happy about it. Hey, how come I'm all tied up? Let me go. Keiji yelled but he silenced by his sister, the only one aside from his parents that Keiji fears in Konoha. I am afraid that I can't do that because not one of you managed to gain one of these bells. To taunt them, Naruto had shown the 2 bells from the beginning, still in his hands. And because of that, I should fail you and send you all back to the academy, but since that will mean the Hokage will breathe down my neck, so I am going to give you one last test if you want to be trained by me. Let's get his over with, I am hungry. Mito dragged me from breakfast this morning. Keiji yelled and Mito blushed in embarrassment since she was hungry too. Mito had GHT that there was no time for breakfast, kind of ironic since she and Keiji were still late. Fine. I have brought 3 bentos for lunch and since Hinata and Mito had shown much better tactic than you Keiji. You are forbidden from eating and if I see you eat anyways you will be the one sent back to the academy. Naruto said and on cue, he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Hinata and Mito then started to eat while enjoying the delicious food while Keiji's stomach was growling. After a while, the 2 girls decided to take the risk and started to feed Keiji until Naruto appeared again along with the Hokage and his wife. Staring down on them. I thought I told you never to feed Keiji, so why did you disobey me? Naruto said in a tone that wanted answers and not excuses. Because even though he is a sexist pig, he is my only brother and I am not going to lose another one again. Mito yelled much to the confusion of all but Naruto and Hinata. The former was smiling at that. Hinata didn't back down either, which made the blonde smile even more until he passed the verdict. Okay then. All I have to say to you all is that you, Naruto dragged it to get them on edge. Pass. Team 7 was no W confused with the expectation of Hinata. But, Keiji was stuttering and Naruto laughed at the sight. Until Mito noticed that their parents had vanished like an illusion that was cancelled. I had to get you 2 and Hinata in ninjas, and what better way than to set the circumstances so that you will bring out your best qualities, some you never knew you had. It may seem that it never happened. But you stood up for each other despite on how you hate on another. That is what a team is. There is no room for anything between teammates that can hinder their progress. You work with each other, back each other up. You are there for any teammate in need or trouble, and finally, pride or fear of trouble should never cause you to abandon your teammates. We have lost too many teams to greed ND pride already, so we don't need for it to happen again. Team 7 was speechless after that speech while Naruto was untying Keiji from the log. Now everyone will hope that those words will get to the twins and make them see the error of their ways, but ninjas are not wish-granting genies, and if they were, I personally doubt that wish to change a person's personality will be granted. We all will just have to be patient. Good things always happen when we actually do. So for a few months, training his team was only enjoyable when it was just his Hinata he was teaching, and they also went on Atesh while the twins were busy boasting on what they had learned to their parents. Yurina was even playing and listening to the hijinks of Team 8 with Hanabi tells her since Naruto had taught them to her as Hinata's younger sister. It was very lovely to see that Hanabi now had a playmate of her own age. Of course we can never leave out the rest of how Team 8 went along. Mito was so vain. Only bringing her makeup to missions to the point where that is the only thing she ever does when Naruto brings them outside the village for simple escort missions. On the other hand, she is also very bossy even to the client who always had to listen to Naruto taking the blame and apologizing for the behavior. The Hokage did nothing to stop this disgrace since he always told Naruto that Mito was the image of a prefect child. Then there is Keiji, All he ever did was show off and get into danger so he can convince Hinata to forget about her love, and he always went after any other girls nearby Hativer in Konoha and any other village they visit on their missions. Of course, he was always rejected by the women who always knew better, so Keiji could only go after his fangirls, the last type of people he personally will go to when he had nowhere else to go. That is the definition of a playboy, and Keiji played it out very well. It was sickling. But right now, there were no missions. Just Naruto reporting to the Hokage's office in the Hokage Tower. Minato just wasn't happy with one of his jonin for some reason. Naruto Uzumaki, can you explain that in your report that you have been exclusively training a single student while leaving the rest of your team in the dust? Sir, you were the one who wanted Hinata-chan to catch up, and do you know how many times I asked your only children to help her out, and instead they only wanted to have their way with her? That is not teamwork. To take advantage of teammates. You can help all of us by suggesting yet another way to do this. Naruto saw it despite the increasing pressure at every word he spoke in the presence of the Hokage. I just don't why you hate my children, as they did nothing to deserve this. They are good children who will do such things. Minato and his wife were completely clueless about the behavior of the twins since they never saw the real look on them that everyone does. Yes, they will. Hokage-sama. Can you also expl? Aim that I found a girl in the bush about to freeze to death claiming to be kicked your clan up till you kicked her out only because the twins told you. Some Hokage you are. Naruto said, changing the subject in Minato's eyes. I have no idea what you are talking about because my clan only has me, Kushina-chan, and our two only children. Minato was still ridiculously stubborn about all this. Back to the point. It is either that you will stop showing favoritism in your team or you will be demoted and your team will be disbanded. Then who will train the twins when I do get demoted? You were he one who said that if I was going to be the Jonin sensei of this year, I get to stay with Hinata-chan, but instead you got us involved with this strict rule, and worse, you gave us the twins, the two that hate Hinata more than anything. Don't you have any consideration for your own genin? Naruto said boldly, and Minato got even angrier. How dare you say such things? You were the one who fell for it, so you will have to pay the price. Minato threatened him, but Naruto was still smirking. Then demote me and get it over with, because I want to go on a date with Hinata-chan. I am sure that now the twins are genin. They will still get training from you all despite how busy you can be. Naruto said, and Minato paused before returning to his seat with a sigh. Fine. Outside of training, you will be allowed to date this Hyuga girl you never stop talking about but anymore, and you are pushing it. Just make sure that the twins are still being trained. Minato yelled after a headache of a decision. And even wrote a paper that verifying it all to give to Naruto. Alright, sir. You won't be complaining anytime soon, but before I take my leave, Naruto said as he began to show his back to the Hokage. I have heard from the twins that Keiji wanted a brother and Mito wanted a sister, and yet they all said they haven't got their wish. That tone told Minato that Naruto wasn't done. When you see them, tell them that they are wrong. You don't need to lie to them anymore. End of chapter 4. Hello everyone. I am still trying my best to make good chapters for my work, so if you are still unhappy, stop complaining and tell what you look for in my stories. I am still trying to adjust to my new class with a much more stern and strict teacher than the rest. I sure hope that I will find the time to work on my stories. Now some of you wanted to know when I will get back to work on JICU. I have decided to give it until March 29th. That is when I will get started on the next chapter, and in the meantime, I will be working on my other stories, so I will not neglect them. I hope that will satisfy you all readers and critics, and have a nice day. Asterisk. Dates and irony and harsh truths ahead. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto. Naruto. Talking. Naruto. Thoughts Naruto. Flashback Naruto. Jutsu. Cracking gaps. Sins of a family. Dates and irony and harsh truths ahead. Previously on Cracking Gaps. Sins of a family. Alright, sir. You won't be complaining anytime soon, but before I take my leave, Naruto said as he began to show his back to the Hokage, I have heard from the twins that Keiji wanted a brother and Mito wanted a sister, and yet they all said they haven't got their wish. That tone told Minato that Naruto wasn't done. When you see them, tell them that they are wrong. You don't need to lie to them anymore. Good evening, Hinata-chan. The said kunoichi, who was wearing a fancy gown instead of her usual sweater while in the field, turned to her right only to see her boyfriend, Jonan. Teacher standing right there looking like an actual god in terms of how handsome he looked in that suit. Hinata soared through the sky after hearing that the Hokage had made an exemption to the rule stating that a teacher cannot date one of their students, just for them. The date went rather well. Naruto was able to arrive on time with Hinata for his reservation at one of the more expensive restaurants found in the village entirely. The food was delicious and their conversations about how they were trying to enjoy their lives of having to deal with the twins brightened up with all the ways to prank them and make it look like an accident. That was pretty much the only thing good about the twins was how they could bark but not bite. Much later, it was time to leave for home since it had gotten dark. I have had some much fun today tilde. Thank you Naruto-kun tilde. Ever since Naruto had helped reduce her shyness, Hinata had shown a hidden affectionate side that even she didn't know she had. No problem Hinata-chan. Let's just hit the hay and hope for another great date unless the Hokage goes back on his word. Naruto also had fun but he had to blackmail the Hokage, the most powerful and important person in the village, into being allowed to date Hinata. There is no telling when Minato gets too clever for his own good and makes a loophole to get out of all this and prevent Naruto from going out with Hinata forever. Oh Naruto-kun, I am not happy with any of this either. The Hokage lost my respect for lying to us all, but did you really had to tell him about you and Yurina? She had to sue FFER from them and you want her to get involved with the Namikaze clan again. Hinata was also outspoken about all this since she adored Yurina like a second younger sister and a prefect playmate for Hanabi. It will hurt them all to see that Yurina sad and have to go back to the clan that tossed her away like last week's garbage. Naruto said that sooner or later, he will have to tell the twins abo what their parents lied to them about. Hopefully, they will see their mistake and put an end to all this everyday tension. That is, if the Hokage and his wife will make things more difficult instead and like always. Meanwhile, in the home of the Namikaze clan. Why did this have to happen? Minato was in bed early, thinking hard on what one of his best shinobi said to him about the twins. Abu. How his son has a brother and daughter having a sister. Minato always thought that the twins had everything they can ask for in the village and for days to come. He made sure of it, but was he that ignorant of what they really wanted from the bottom of their hearts? Why didn't they tell him that at all? Did Minato and his wife really thought more of the village than their children? Minato Koi. The Hokage was disturbed from his troublesome thoughts by the same beautiful woman that he fell for and married. Are you okay? The Anbu told me that you haven't arrived at the office this afternoon. And this is where you have been all this time. Minato sighed. He knew that Kushina still wanted the best for her husband. Don't make her worry. Sorry Kushina-chan, I just don't feel like paperwork. I already had a headache from Naruto already. Kushina knew about all this too, but she seriously thought that Minato had thought this over a long time ago. She just stripped to more comfortable wear and joined her husband in bed while cuddling in with him. Just relax Minato Koi, I am sure that with you in charge things will go well. Minato just sighed and shook his head that Kushina failed. Notice, he had heard nasty rumors that his wife acted like a complete fangirl in the presence of her husband. This could make her ignorant of everything else around her for the sake of seeing herself the wife to the most handsome man in the world. Thanks, but I never thought that the twins will not trust me anymore. I can't seem to be able to deny what Naruto told me about the twins wanting siblings of the same gender. Just how did Naruto know that if he wanted nothing to do with us? That was enough to knock some more sense into Kushina, and she looked down as a result. She did want a son and daughter to play with, but there was this thing in the back of her head that was a desire to see a big and responsible son for his cute and younger sister, but it was impossible for the twins, so what was all that? Something seems to be wrong as the harder this couple tried to make sense of it, there was a trail of strange ink trailing down their necks. They just don't notice or the strange glow eye. And the ink as it receded back up to the back of their heads as the pair of parents fell asleep. Later that next day, Team 8 were told that they were going to have a special test to improve their skills. The twins wanted nothing more than to ridicule both Hinata and Naruto because they still harbor their spoiled nature, even Mito, who seemed to be well on her way to become a much better person. Anyways, the team arrived on time where Naruto was waiting with a timer for some reason. And then, without warning, Naruto disappeared, along with his team's headbands. The twins noticed it and panicked. Still, Hinata tried to get their attention but realized something. She couldn't hear herself speak. Hey, speak up, Nibaka. I can't hear you. Hinata then saw that Mito was yelling at Keiji, who acted like he suddenly wore a blindfold. Why can't I get his thing off my eyes so I can see your ugly face to pound Mito aim? Mito and Hinata were confused as Keiji's yes were in reality open, but there was not pupil in them. Just all white. There was real chaos, but then a timer was heard and yet they weren't aware when a pair of hand grabbed them all and took them to a row of 3 logs where Keiji and Mito were tied to while Hinata just sat on of them. Hey, let us go, and why is everyone all quiet? Mito yelled as she tried to get freed from the ropes. Yeah, let us go, wherever you are. Keiji yelled too, like he was in fact blinded, but Mito just wasn't convinced. What do you mean, Nibaka? Sensei Tem is right in front of us. Mito yelled back, and the two went back to arguing while Hinata was trying to figure out why she couldn't speak until all 3 genin felt something buzz in their heads. I am afraid that I can't do that, students. This is only necessary in order for you to understand this better for both me and Hinata. It was Naruto, and he was talking with telepathy. Ever since Hokage-sama had tricked me into training you two when he promised that I will be training a team with Hinata-chan. I devoted myself to learn everything I can under just 2 years. It was hard work, and you should know that if you want to be as great as your parents, they never did have pleasures that you are taking for granted. But what is going on here? Why can't I even heard myself speak or anything else? Mito yelled and Naruto smirked. What do you think of my Fushi no Nenten Genjutsu? I personally came up with it. That sparked realization in the genin's heads, so Naruto continued. Based on the philosophy of the 3 wise monkeys, one shouldn't hear evil, one should and see evil, and one shouldn't speak evil. Naruto then turned to Keiji. You always wanted to stare and ogle at my girlfriend, but now you can't look at any other girl with lust. Then Naruto turned to Mito. You always were tired of listening to your idiotic twin brother, but now you can never listen to anyone. Finally, Naruto looked at Hinata with a remorseful expression. And you were always shish. Why to get your point across, and now you can't even speak from your heart. I am sorry, Hinata-chan. Alright. Enough with this mushy stuff. Teachers aren't even allowed to be with their students. You sure are stupid to fall for that. Keiji had to ruin the moment, and he got what is coming when Hinata suddenly struck him on the head and Mito screamed into his ear as punishment. While we will ignore and you will remember to mind your own business, Kei-chan. The girls were trying to hide their giggling, or in Hinata's case, the movements of it. This genjutsu was made in order to help train since on a team. They are doomed when one can't keep secrets to themselves. Naruto looked at Keiji. One cannot listen to others until they get killed for recklessness or being rebellious. Naruto had glanced at Mito, who was beginning to look bad for this, and one can't speak out until an ambush finishes the team off before they could even see them coming. That is to be the harsh twist of irony that comes with the ninja job, and I hope that me training you like this will help you become even better people. Damn you. Why did you have to be our teacher? We had better ones back before the academy. Keiji just won't shut up about all this. Hey, even I lose my temper. No, you didn't. They hated you too, Keiji and Mito. The twins felt like a shiver down their backs. They all felt like the entire academy loved them like everyone else in the village, but to find out that they were actually hated really shook them to the core. Their parents told them every single day that they were heroes, and no one hates heroes. They only wanted to teach kids who want to become shinobi to be ready for all the blood and gore that comes with the job, but you two treated them all like trash. You made your bet. Ters feel unneeded, and especially where they want to be the most. That is not what heroes do. Surprising for the twins, not one of them even retorted, but Naruto and Hinata saw that the twins had tears in their eyes. Something that neither the blonde nor the Hyuga had ever saw in the heirs. We know. Keiji said that with complete sadness in his tone. Just tell us why our parents never told us and why they told us to act like stupid brats. They said that it was okay to do it, and we punished if we acted otherwise. Now Naruto and Hinata were surprised and shocked at this. They never knew about this at all. There was no reason for parents to punish their children if they were not acting bratty and spoiled. It made no sense at all, and no one noticed that the ropes on the twins had loosed up, letting the former captives go, but they still didn't react to it. Don't worry. Naruto was using his mouth this time, and it seemed to be because the genjutsu was left. Keiji saw his teacher wit. A look of understanding rather than pity. Mito hear his worried voice, and Hinata could just whisper smoothing words to the twins. They tried to control your view of the world, but now you are ninjas. You make the choice to see the world as you like. Keiji and Mito didn't feel like saying anything. If they can't trust their teacher, then who can they trust anymore? Just remember that what separates us from being craved into stone. That stone never changes, we do. Stone just crumbles, but we don't. We endure what is thrown at us, and we evolve to face it again, only stronger and better than before. We always change to fit the changes in our lives. Naruto wisely said to the twins. They may have been headaches, but they were still his students. If you feel like making your own choices, then do it. You are ninjas, and that is one of the things ninjas do best. The twin just didn't. As that inspiring speech had ended, Keiji embraced Naruto while Mito embraced Hinata. Just tell us how to change. Keiji muttered through a hiccup. Yeah, we want to have friends and we want to change into better people, but they won't tell us how. Mito finished that helped Hinata and Naruto connect the twins were just two poor kids modeled into spoiled brats on fear and desire to make their ignorant parents look at them. In short, they were neglected just like the siblings they don't know existed. But that is all about to change, and Naruto will see to that it does of die trying. Chapter 5. Hello everyone. I am still trying my best to make good chapters for my work, so if you are still unhappy, then stop complaining and tell what you look for in my stories. I am sure you have picked this up from somewhere. Minato and Kushina didn't neglect their oldest and youngest on purpose, and something else had caused this. Complain all you want. I am just too soft to keep them clueless and ruthless about it all. Translations. Fushi no Nenten. Twists of irony. Time to meet the new family. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto. Naruto. Talking. Naruto. Thoughts Naruto. Flashback Naruto. Jutsu. Cracking gaps. Sins of a family. Time to meet the new family. Previously on Cracking Gaps. Sins of a family. The twin just did the unthinkable. As soon as that inspiring speech had ended, Keiji embraced Naruto while Mito embraced Hinata. Just tell us how to change. Keiji muttered through a hiccup. Yeah, we want to have friends and we want to change into better people, but they won't tell us how. Mito finished that helped Hinata and Naruto connect the dots. The twins were just two poor kids modeled into spoiled brats on fear and desire to make their ignorant parents look at them. In short, they were neglected just like the siblings they don't know existed. But that is all about to change, and Naruto will see to that it does of die trying. And so, a few months had passed like a leaf in the morning wind. The twins and Hinata sure came a long way under Naruto's leadership. Hinata did the most, as she was pretty much at Naruto's level of skill, while the twins could not be compared to anyone but themselves, and that was fine with them. All that therapy and exposure to the dark side of a shinobi life was unorthodox but effective anyway. After the basics of tree walking and water walking to improve chakra control, they went to the more moderate stuff. This included learning more advanced jutsu, each centering on the basic 5 elements that make up nature that a shinobi is capable of interacting with as well using it in battle. But energy wasn't existing just for warfare. They can do more than battle and fight. They can protect, and they can alter the surroundings to solve problems and remove any obstacles. For fire, to be able to burn away anything that stands in your way. To cause heat for the cold and provide light to the dark. For water, to be able to wash anything that will blind your vision. To supply all life in the world. To provide a home for those who can't breathe the air. For air, to be able to cut down anything that comes to cause you harm. To spread the seeds of beginnings. To cause weather that will affect the environment. To create storms to vanquish your foes. For lightning, to be able to turn your blunders to dust. To power lights and create commotions. To move at speeds rivaling that of pure light. For earth, to be able to take anything with pure strength. To manipulate the qualities of stone and gravel and rock. To create from the very surroundings. Those are how these 5 elements maintain their own part of nature. When they combine and form new elements, then any form of life can survive. These new forces of nature can work in the same way as the basic ones. They are just too much to list in one go. Despite how complicated it is to understand all this, the way to discover what to train with was actually quite easy once Naruto had finally allowed his team to try out one day. When he gave them pieces of paper, like he's doing now. What are these for, sensei? Keiji asked. Training was always what he loved, but after seeing how the smarty pants, he calls them, fight, let's just say it was enough to interest him. They are chakra paper. They are made from a very rare tree whose bark make it well known because depending on the element a shinobi can use the best, the bark will respond to it. Naruto answered. How? For example, Naruto just said, and he took one for himself, and while it was lodged in the 2 fingers he uses the most, it got sliced in half with the 2 pieces burning off and wrinkled. That was ONLY3 of the results that can happen to the paper. When it got cut in half, it meant that my first and primary element is wind. The one that burst into flames meant fire, and the other that wrinkled meant lightning. Wow. But what about the other 2? Mito shouted until she got serious again, and Naruto chuckled. Of course. When the paper becomes soggy, then it means water, and when the paper rumbles like rocks or dirt, then it means earth. Naruto finished, and the genin all nodded. So they focused their raw chakra into the paper on the blonde's instructions. Hinata's damped and crumbled. Water and earth. Keiji's wrinkled. Lightning. Mito's damped as well. Water too. So it was clear on how to train them. For Hinata, the Suiden. Mizurappa for offense, and the Doden. Doroku Geishi for defense. For Keiji, the Raiden. Raiju Suga for both offense and supplementary. And for Mito, Suiro no Jutsu for both defense and supplementary. They all took to their jutsu with great skill and enthusiasm. Naruto promised to train them further once they beat him in a battle, 3-on-1 with those jutsu they just learned. This got them so excited, they couldn't sleep, so they practiced until they couldn't get off the ground, and so far, they have yet achieved their goal. Naruto doesn't hold back even on his girlfriend. That was just fine when you find yourself as an instructor dating one of his students. And that was format for the past few weeks until they mastered their new jutsu and the art of the ninja fighting field. Are you sure about this, sensei? Keiji asked in a nervous tone. It took weeks of hated glares to cool his ego down, and now he had turned into a confident but modest boy as well as a worrywart. Meeting Hinata-san's younger sister and your own younger sister. They may not want to see us. You always told us that you wanted an older brother and a younger sister. If you want that wish to come true, then you need to trust us on this. Since we shinobi die so early, you need all the friends in ranks as you can. Especially with those who look up to you as heroes and want to be like you. Naruto said in his teacher-type tone. Right, sensei. Mito had long known that it was useless to argue with a teacher like Naruto ever since they first opened up to both him and his student girlfriend. They have just arrived at Naruto's home and Hinata's second home, and now they were entering through the door. Inside, Hanabi and Yurina were playing in the living room happily along until they noticed the draft from the open door. Hi big brother. They both said to Naruto. Hi big sis. As well as Hinata, while ignoring the distant looks on their guest. The girls were just focused on the fact that Naruto and Hinata were home early. Until Yurina happened to see them and hide behind Naruto. Even after this time, she still was afraid of the royal twins. Then Hanabi also noticed them too. Why are they here? They hurt Yurina ne-chan. I understand Hanabi-chan, but if they do hurt anyone else in this house, I will see to them as their sensei. Naruto said, which caused the girls to gasp. They never knew who was else in the team that Naruto was teaching. They just giggled innocently at their big brother. Blushing when he explained that one of his students was also his girlfriend, they were told that it was rule that teachers and students shouldn't date. The girls dead Naruto for breaking rules like a bad bear until it is dinner time, so they won't stay long. Naruto assured the girls and they left the living room to play in one of the spare rooms where Naruto places the toys that he gets from the girls. The twins just sighed at the sight of the girls avoiding them and fleeing from their presence. Now take a sit at the table, we have a lot to discuss. Later that day, closer to dinner time. Hello Keiji and Mito. How was your day? Kushina asked despite not facing them as she washed the dishes. The twins just ignored her as usual now. They were not stupid. They saw that despite their presence clear to their parents, the Hokage and his wife acted like they were a childless couple living their lives. It was just fine. We got to learn about elemental ninjutsu. Keiji started. Yeah, Naruto-sensei promised us some of those ninjutsu once we mastered water walking. Mito finished with a small half-lie. It was undeniable that Naruto did promise them like that. It was just that he also asked the twins to keep the fact they are practicing the elements from the parents. It was because the Hokage and his wife could pretty much separate them again on. See, they find out how far they all had gotten under his teachings. The twins didn't want to even imagine being taken from their sensei and his girlfriend who was a great teammate to them. Oh, okay then. Dinner will be ready in an hour once I get this dishes clean and leaving them to dry. I just wish that Naruto will hurry up because I have been hearing from Minato-kun that the other teams are more ahead than your team is. Kushina said and didn't notice the sad grins on their faces. It turned out that Kushina will believe anything the twins will say, no doubt about it, that was one of the factors to Naruto's bad history with her and her husband. Now the twins are feeling guiltier about it than before. During dinner, it was all no different. Neither one of the twins will even as much as talk to their parents. What is wrong, babies? You don't look very happy and you barely touched your food. Kushina finally took her eyes from her plate and placed them on the twins and finally noticed that they were indeed not very happy about something. Mom, please tell us the truth. We have other siblings besides ourselves, right? Mito begged of Kushina and Keiji joined. Please mom. Please be honest. Now this has gotten even the attention of the Hokage himself. I keep telling you, my children. You are the only kids we ever had and that is all we can ask for. Kushina said, but Keiji suddenly slammed his fist on the table. Ignoring how it hurts. I told you to stop lying. Why are you still not telling us the truth? Keiji got up from his seat and shook the table, scattering the food and leaving a mess everywhere. Do you really not take our word seriously? Just what are we to you? Young man, you will not talk to your mother that way. If you can't accept her answer, then maybe you should go to your room. Minato yelled as he won't let anyone disobey or backtalk in front of his wife, not even his own children. Then why are you still lying to us? We are not stupid anymore. We know that we have a big brother. Why else did you raise us to bully Naruto if he was a stranger to us all? Keep him in our home if he was a stranger. Let us bully and hurt him if he was a stranger. Why? Keiji shouted and until he was hit hard on the cheek. By Kushina. How dare you question our parenting? If you don't like how we raise our children, then you have no right to remain in our clan. Kushina then covered her mouth when she realized what she had said and it had gone too far. So that is it, huh? Keiji got up even with the slap mark clear as day, red in his flesh. If we do something, even a little something or become a little something, then we are nothing to you. Nothing but trash to be thrown away on cleaning day. In this case it was that day years ago, and if you want your heirs then don't make today that same day. Naruto-sensei was right about you all along. I hate you. Keiji ranted and then ran up to his bedroom that he shared with his twin. Speaking of which, Mito IGN ordered her parents begging for forgiveness and went up to the same room, leaving the Hokage and his wife to stay in the dining room among the mess they made, literally. It was the end of the rope for the twins. Hot water for the parents and the moment of truth for everyone that is involved, whatever they wanted to or not. All we can do is hope there is very little bloodshed when the climax comes around the corner uninvited. End of chapter 6. Sorry it is so short. I had to make it before I leave to watch the fireworks. By the time I come home, it will late at night and I will not have the energy to keep writing. Asterisk. Translations. Sweden. Miserapa. Water release. Wild water wave Doden. Doroku Geishi. Earth release. Earth shore return. Raiden. Raiju Suga. Lightning release. Lightning beast tracking Fang. Suiro no Jutsu. Art of the water prison. Blood and reality flooding the waves. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto. Naruto. Talking. Naruto. Thoughts Naruto. Flashback Naruto. Jutsu. Cracking gaps. Sins of a family, blood and reality flooding the waves. Previously on Cracking Gaps. Sins of a family. Later that day, closer to dinner time. Hello Keiji and Mito. How was your day? Who? Sheena asked despite not facing them as she washed the dishes. The twins just ignored her as usual now. They were not stupid. They saw that despite their presence clear to their parents, the Hokage and his wife acted like they were a childless couple living their lives. It was just fine. We got to learn about elemental ninjutsu. Keiji started. Yeah, Naruto-sensei promised us some of those ninjutsu once we mastered water walking. Mito finished with a small half-lie. It was undeniable that Naruto did promise them like that. It was just that he also asked the twins to keep the fact they are practicing the elements from the parents. It was because the Hokage and his wife could pretty much separate them again once they find out how far they all had gotten under his teachings. The twins didn't want to even imagine being taken from their sensei and his girlfriend who was a great teammate to them. Oh, okay then. Dinner will be ready in an hour once I get this dishes clean and leaving them to dry. I just wish that Naruto will hurry up because I have been hearing from Minato-kun that the other teams are more ahead than your team is. Kushina said and didn't notice the sad grins on their faces. It turned out that Kushina will believe anything the twins will say, no doubt about it. That was one of the factors to Naruto's bad history with her and her husband. Now the twins are feeling guiltier about it than before. During dinner, it was all no different. Neither one of the twins will even as much as talk to their parents. What is wrong, babies? You don't look very happy and you barely touched your food. Kushina finally took her eyes from her plate and placed them on the twins and finally noticed that they were indeed not very happy about something. Mom, please tell us the truth. We have other siblings besides ourselves, right? Mito begged of Kushina and Keiji joined. Please, Mom. Please be honest. Now this has gotten even the attention of the Hokage himself. I keep telling you, my children. You are the only kids we ever had and that is all we can ask for. Kushina said, but Keiji suddenly slammed his fist on the table, ignoring how it hurts. I told you to stop lying. Why are you still not telling us the truth? Keiji got up from his seat and shook the table, scattering the food and leaving a mess everywhere. Do you really not take our word seriously? Just what are we to you? Young man, you will not talk to your mother that way. If you can't accept her answer, then maybe you should go to your room. Minato yelled as he won't let anyone disobey or backtalk in front of his wife. Not even his own children. Then why are you still lying to us? We are not stupid anymore. We know that we have a big brother. Why else did you raise us to bully Naruto if he w? As a stranger in our home if he was a stranger? Let us bully and hurt him if he was a stranger. Why? Keiji shouted and until he was hit hard on the cheek. By Kushina. How dare you question our parenting? If you don't like how we raise our children, then you have no right to remain in our clan. Kushina then covered her mouth when she realized what she had said and it had gone too far. So that is it, huh? Keiji got up even with the slap mark clear as day, red in his flesh. If we don't do something, even a little something or become a little something, then we are nothing to you. Nothing but trash to be thrown away on cleaning day. In this case it was that day years ago, and if you want your heirs then don't make today that same day. Naruto-sensei was right about you all along. I hate you. Keiji ranted and then ran up to his bedroom that he shared with his twin. Speaking of which, Mito ignored her parents begging for forgiveness and went up to the same room, leaving the Hokage and Hai's wife to stay in the dining room among the mess they made, literally. It was it, the end of the rope for the twins, hot water for the parents and the moment of truth for everyone that is involved, whatever they wanted to or not. All we can do is hope there is very little bloodshed when the climax comes around the corner uninvited. You told your own parent you hate them? Naruto asked while at the team's favorite place to go between training and missions. But Keiji and Mito just weren't in the mood for either. They were feeling a little guilty for yelling at their parents. They were the only family they have. No uncles, no aunts. No cousins or even any siblings other than each other, or do they? Yes, Naruto-sensei. We just couldn't take it anymore. Keiji said in a low voice, the complete opposite of the loud and obnoxious boy that he was in the academy. This must hit harder than it looks. Yes, we wanted just one thing and yet our parents just give us toys, flowers and all the training in the world. They made us accept them instead of wanting a brother or a sister. They just wanted us to be spoiled. Mito said, ignoring the tears falling down her cheeks. She just felt like a girl. who saw her favorite doll take apart only to find out that her parents stole it and left the debit on her. Hinata hugged Mito when it was clear that the latter was on the verge of crying. It took a while, but starting a few days ago, Hinata had finally gotten to be good friends with Mito Namikaze. It seemed that Naruto's efforts, including that illusion he cast over them, to tune their behavior down a lot of levels, had finally shown some results. Keiji just looked at his only sister and forgot about the blind pride he showed in the academy to hug her too. It was a relief to see twins who hate everyone, including each other, finally get along and even show some work in getting onto everyone's good sides after their former history of alienating the academy students and the other adults throughout the village. Listen guys, Naruto said after a long and pregnant silence, I don't want you to think that you should average each other from what the Hokage and his wife had did to us all. It's no different than going against everything you ever worked for, all for some stupid desire to rid yourself of feelings you are too afraid to face on your own. That is the difference than an Avengers. And those who take revenge for themselves. We are not afraid. Keiji said into Naruto's face. We are not weak. We will do this. We will pull through. Just you see. Mito felt like something in her chest was warming up and she felt like she was flying in the sky as if she suddenly turned into a bird. Naruto-sensei. You really are a miracle worker. I want you for an older brother, and Keiji-ni-san, you desire him as the same. Mito thought as she steeled her nerves and stood up from weeping to face Naruto and anything else that comes to bring her down. What no one noticed was a shooting street AR that was so bright that it was able to be spotted by the forest creatures even though the sun was at its brightest that day. Maybe someone up there really did have a change of heart, if only Evrio Nay down below will be patient enough to allow the chance of redemption show itself around that faraway corner. No change arrives by itself. After a couple more months of training in D-rank chores. And that is why we like to go on our first C rank. It is about time we give my team so outdoor experience. Naruto said while in the office of the Hokage at the Hokage's tower. And for what reason? Do you think that my children are ready for this? You are trending on thin ice here, Naruto. Minato said in a stern tone. Hey, we have done over 200 of these stupid chores. We all are bored of it. Keiji had gotten his loud personally back, but he instead used it when simple clam talking had gotten anywhere in any conversation. We need to get out of the village before we all get mad from it all. Why can't you just stop worrying about us and let us become real shinobi? Mito took her turn yelling at their father, who sighed very hard. Fine. Send in the next client, Tsunami-san. Minato found it hard to admit, even to the face of his own wife, that he was wrapped around Mito's little finger. He just can't help it since Mito is like his little princess. When the door opened, Team 7 saw their latest client and the one for their first C-rank mission. Tsunami is a gray-haired, bespectacled man with a large beard and dark eyes. He wore a sleeveless V-neck shirt with an obi, pants and a pair of sandals. He also carried a towel around his neck and wore a pointed hat on his head. This are the shinobi I asked for. They are nothing but a bunch of little kids. But that guy looks promising and that girl has a great fig. He stopped when a kunai just barely missed him and instead shattered his bottle of sake he had on hand. We may be kids but we are still shinobi. If the Hokage won't tolerate such poor examples for your age then I will. Tsunami-san, Naruto said with his hand outward and his eyes covered in black. That made him the culprit who nearly scared Tsunami so badly. He was wet in the space between his legs. Right. Why will J just H have T to D do? Tsunami said, stuttering almost as bad as Hinata when she is blushing a rose red and when she was embarrassed. Team 7 snickered at his misery and misfortune. They love their teacher. He makes them laugh and have a good time no matter what it seems. Later, Team 7 went on their way with Tsunami in hand and went in the direction of the client's home, Nami no Kuni. It was located on the border of Hai no Kuni and Mizu no Kuni. According to Tsunami, this country has no shinobi like the main shinobi lands. They don't even have samurai. They are just a freestyle trading hub for the other countries complete with expert bridge builders and fishermen. But while Team 7 and Tsunami were walking down the paved path, Naruto noticed something that only an amateur genjutsu user can make. There were puddles on the path despite it being a rather dry week and far away from any other water source. But if they think that they can fool Naruto, then so be it. Sensei. Team 7 shouted out when they saw two brothers emerge as if out of nowhere and butchered their sensei right in front of their eyes. One down. One of them said. He had shoulder length, wild dark brown hair and dark eyes. He wears a rebreather that covers the lower half of his face and a large, clawed, poisonous gon lay on his right arm, which had a chain coming out of it that had the other end attached to his brother's own gauntlet. He wore a camouflage suit with bandages around his waist, dark-colored, knee-length sandals and a ragged black cape. His forehead protector had a single horn on it. 4 more to go. The other sneered along as if they were twins, conjoined in mind. He had shoulder length, wild dark brown hair and dark eyes. He wears a rebreather that covers the lower half of his face and a large, clawed, poisonous gauntlet on his left arm, which had a chain coming the other end attached to his brother's own gauntlet. He wore a camouflage suit with bandages around his waist, dark-colored, knee-length sandals and several pouches around his waist. His forehead protector had 2 horns on it. They all thought that Team 7 was just going to drop dead and throw away Tsunami like that. They were wrong when they turned to face their new targets. That was when Keiji had shown some speed from Raiden training and struck the first one with enough momentum to send him flying. Raiden. Raiju Suga. Keiji was not going to let his prey get away and brought the first assassin down with a surge of lightning. Gozu. You bastard. Drop dead. The second assassin shouted and just barely recovered from that sudden attack on his partner just to charge at Keiji. Suiro no Jutsu. The assassin had stopped dead hard against a dome of water, strengthened by raw chakra surging through. That impact and recoil had caused the assassin to twitch and shake in his place, the perfect chance for a sneak attack. Doden. Doroku Geishi. The assassin just stood in his place even after the solid ground he was standing on had suddenly lifted. Like pages from a book. He couldn't help himself when the slough of dirt had caused him to crash hard into the ground behind him with the chunk of earth landing right on him. That was enough to knock him out, just like with his partner that he called Gozu. Team Sei. Ven then took them both and found a good tree to tie them with rope. But what about your dead sensei? Tsunami was frozen in fear about all this but was wondering why Team 7 could do this so Kazu ally until he followed their thumbs pointing to, instead of flesh and bone, chunks of wood lying on the ground. It was like a log had come out of nowhere and was given a poor chopping job. What did we tell you, Tsunami-san? We Konoha shinobi are more than capable of protecting you. Tsunami then saw Naruto just walk out of the woods, like nothing had happened and he was just hiding instead. After getting his desired hits from his worried team, Naruto faced Tsunami somehow fully healed. Now please explain why the Oni Kyodai will waste their time and risk getting caught just to try and kill you. They are chunin level missing shinobi and they are not part of a simple escort C rank mission. Tsunami then had to take the staring of Team 7 who joined their sense in order to further enhance their glares. They too wanted answers. This is more like a B rank escort mission. Tsunami then confessed that he has these missing nin after him because of a man hiring them, Gato of Gato Inc. He is one of the world's wealthiest men and owned a very productive enterprise over smaller businesses. Tsunami's village just had to be Gato's favorite place to suck dry as if a weed in a garden. That was why Una was only able to afford a C rank mission in order to protect him. Being a bridge builder, if he finished his latest project then Gato's holdover Nami no Kuni will die. But Gato was more than greedy. He was clever and knew of the threat Tsunami posed to his rule. That is the basis of why an old man had assassins on his head. Tsunami then begged for the mission to go on because he has no money left to save his town. Ultimately, Naruto had ended the old man's begging for mercy and forgiveness by saying he has a good guy complex stronger than he was. But his team knew that was just an excuse. To be the good guy and forget the rules to help a country that just happened to be on their borders. And so, they took a boat ride until they had to walk on land once again. But when Keiji got scolded for striking a rabbit, Naruto realized that action actually was a signal never to be found. Duck. He directed his team and client to hit the dirt and just in time for a large object to move in the eye. Like a fast-paced boomerang that was embedded in one of the trees. Ah. I wanted a little more blood. You raised your team too good Konoha. A voice had pierced the air and even made the natural Ms. T so thick that it was nearly hard to see. Despite all that, Naruto kept his cool and saw the one person who tried to kill his team clearly. Zabuza Momochi. A rank missing nin from Kurigakure. Form. R member of the Kiri no Shinobigatana Shichinen Shu. The Kurigakure no Kijin. Naruto said, and once his team got a good look, they were nearly scared out of their heads. Zabuza was a tall and noticeably muscular man with pale skin. Short spiky black hair, brown eyes, and small eyebrows. He was normally seen wearing bandages like a mask over the bottom half of his face. Under his mask, he had a relatively narrow jawline and jagged teeth, a trait he shared with his fellow swordsmen. He wore his forehead protector sideways on his head, and prior to his defection from Kurigakure, donned the village's Anbu uniform and flak jacket. After his defection, and during his first appearance, he was seen shirtless, with his chest only covered by a belt to which he attached his kubikiribocho, wearing aggie pants with the striped pattern typical of Kurigakure and mimetic wrist warmers extending up to his elbows, with matching leg warmers. And one of the things that made the genin wary of Zabuza was the kubikiribocho itself. The blade has two cutouts, a circle close to the top and a semicircular one nearer the handle that aptly fit the sword's purpose of decapitation. The latter notch allows a strap to be wrapped around the weapon, making it easier for the user to carry. It seems that my reputation precedes me even after how I was run out of my home for trying to save it. Don't you dare try to say there is a better way than I did in hopes to save my village. Zabuza said, until he shouted like he wanted to beat what Team 7 was going to say next. Anyway, I get to face the infamous Twisted Eye of Konoha. The one Jonin who set the new record as the youngest Jonin, and your skill in ninjutsu and other shit are just dandy, but one time, one of your genjutsu actually killed someone on its own. I am scared. That should be sarcastic, but Zabuza might say that way by accident. He really meant it because once he started shaking, he kept that up. Team, this will hit harder than when I got you guys together. If I fall, never forget what I have trained you and try to get Tazuna to safety. Naruto said, that is what shinobi really do. Naruto said like he wanted his team to abandon him for the sake of the village. But something else happened, and it was something that was going to be craved into the hearts like the picture on a stone tablet. Hi sensei. They instead steeled their glaze and their chakra so much that it was leaking out a near solid glow. It was like Zabuza's killer intent, and Kurigakure no jutsu couldn't bring them down. What a team. At the Hokage Tower in Konoha. What are you saying, Hokage-sama? Mighty Guy, one of Konoha's jonin that specializes in taijutsu, asked while freaking everyone out. Guy is a tall and well-built man with high cheekbones, thick eyebrows and black hair cut in a bowl style. Guy wears a green jumpsuit, orange striped leg warmers and the standard Konoha flak jacket. His forehead protector is on a red cloth and is worn around his waist, like a belt. His hair also had the shape of his signature bowl style, though a bit longer and shaggier, framing the side of his face. As for freaking everyone for asking a question like everyone else, you see, that mighty Guy was the loudest man in Konoha. It ripped everyone's earbuds to listen to him rant and yell about the flames of youth all day, non-stop. But that all changed for the better when Naruto became Jonin and was acquainted with Guy. Let's just say that it took only a few minutes for Naruto to trick Guy into speaking a lot calmer and to threaten him into becoming sterile and mute if it ever happened it again. Who knew that a boy 3 times younger than mighty Guy could be so sadist and yet a savior to everyone's ears? But all that was merely over half a year ago, and after hearing Guy's ranting for years was a hard habit to get over. Back to the meeting now, but I thought that when you are children to Naruto-kun, there won't be a problem. I know Guy, but we have discussed just last night and we were told that the C rank mission has turned into an A rank. We need Team 7 back and as soon as possible. That is why I am giving Team 9 this job to bring my children back and give them a real C rank mission. Minato said, and Guy sighed. Both Jonin were great friends and even thought Guy was an eccentric Jonin. He was able to raise a fully successful team in just 1 year. To do this means that Guy was thinking that Naruto was a poor excuse for a teacher to allow all this to happen. If only this was easier for everyone involved, then the world will be happier. End of chapter 7. Thanks for the wait. I am still trying to adjust to my new schedule. I even have to miss out on a barbecue party and to attend all my classes. What a life. The thigs my fryin'. DS plan that my busy schedule only proved to get in the way. Don't you feel like your school is only out to ruin your fun? And to be honest, I was not counting on making another chapter in this story until you all demanded it. So I hope that working all week had paid off. Asterisk. Translations. Nami no Kuni. Wave Village High no Kuni. Land of Fire Mizu no Kuni. Land of Water. Raiden. Raiju Suga. Leiden. Ing Release. Lightning Beast Tracking Fang. Suiro no Jutsu. Art of the Water Prison. Doden. Doroku Geishi. Earth Release. Earthshore Return Oni Kyodai. Demon Brothers. Kurigakure. Hidden Mist Village. Kiri no Shinobigatana Shichinen Shu 7 Ninja Swordsman of the Mist. Kurigakure no Kijin. Demon of the Mist Kubikiribocho Decapitating Carving Knife Kurigakure no Jutsu. Hiding in the Mist Technique. How humble the arrogant can become. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto. Naruto. Talking. Naruto. Thoughts Naruto. Flashback Naruto. Jutsu. Cracking gaps. Sins of a family. How humble the arrogant can become. Previously on Cracking Gaps. Sins of a family. And so, they took a boat ride until they had to walk on land once again. But when Keiji got scolded for striking a rabbit, Naruto realized that action actually was a signal never to be found. Duck. He directed his team and client to hit the dirt and just in time for a large object to move in the air like a fast-paced boomerang that was embedded in one of the trees. Ah. I wanted a little more blood. You raised your team too good Konoha. A voice had pierced the air and even made the natural mist so thick that it was nearly hard to see. Despite all that, Naruto kept his cool and saw the one person who tried to kill his team clearly. Zabuza Momochi. A rank missing nin from Kurigakure. Former member of the Kiri no Shinobigatana Shichinen Shu. The Kurigakure no Kijin. Naruto said, and once his team got a good look, they were nearly scared out of their heads. Zabuza was a tall and noticeably muscular man with pale skin, short spiky black hair, brown eyes, and small eyebrows. He was normally seen wearing bandages like a mask over the bottom half of his face. Under his mask, he had a relatively narrow jawline and jagged teeth. A trait he shared with his fellow swordsmen. He wore his forehead protector sideways on his head, and prior to his defection from Kurigakure, donned the village's Anbu uniform and flak jacket. After his defection, and during his first appearance, he was seen shirtless, with his chest only covered by a belt to which he attached his kubikiribocho, wearing baggy pants with the striped pattern. Typical of Kurigakure, and mimetic wrist warmers extending up to his elbows, with matching leg warmers. And one of the things that made the genin wary of Zabuza was the kubikiribocho itself. The blade has two cutouts. A circle close to the top and a semicircular one nearer the handle that aptly fit the sword's purpose of decapitation. The latter notch allows a strap to be wrapped around the weapon, making it easier for the user to carry. It seems that my reputation precedes me even after how I was run out of my home for trying to save it. Don't you dare try to say there is a better way than I did in hopes to save my village. Zabuza said, until he shouted like he wanted to beat what Team 7 was going to say next. Anyway, I get to face the infamous Twisted Eye of Konoha. The one Joe nin who set the new record as the youngest jonin, and your skill in ninjutsu and other shit are just dandy, but one time, one of your genjutsu actually killed someone on its own. I am scared tilde. That show. Uld be sarcastic, but Zabuza might say that way by accident. He really meant it because once he started shaking, he kept that up. Team, this will hit harder than when I got you guys together. If I fall, never forget what I have trained you and try to get Tazuna to safety. Naruto said, that is what shinobi really do. Naruto said like he wanted his team to abandon him for the sake of the village. But something else happened, and it was something that was going to be craved into the hearts like the picture on a stone tablet. Hi sensei. They instead steeled their glaze and their chakra so much that it was leaking out a near solid glow. It was like Zabuza's killer intent, and Kurigakure no Jutsu couldn't bring them down. What a team. At the Hokage Tower in Konoha. What are you saying, Hokage-sama? Mighty guy. one of Konoha's Jonin that specializes in taijutsu, asked while freaking everyone out. Guy is a tall and well-built man with high cheekbones, thick eyebrows and black haircut in a bowl style. Guy wears a green jumpsuit, orange striped leg warmers and the standard Konoha flak jacket. His forehead protector is on a red cloth and is worn around his waist, like a belt. His ha-ir also had the shape of his signature bowl style, though a bit longer and shaggier, framing the side of his face. As for freaking everyone for asking a question like everyone else, you see that mighty Guy was the loudest man in Konoha. It ripped everyone's earbuds to listen to him rant and yell about the flames of youth, all day, non-stop. But that all changed for the better when Naruto became Jonin and was acquainted with Guy. Let's just say that it took only a few minutes for Naruto to trick Guy into speaking a lot calmer and to threaten him into becoming sterile and mute if it ever happened it again. Who knew that a boy 3 times younger than mighty Guy could be so sadist and yet a savior to everyone's ears? But all that was merely over half a year ago, and after hearing Guy's ranting for years was a hard habit to get over. Back to the meeting now, but I thought that when you assigned your youthful children to Naruto-kun, there won't be a problem. I know Guy, but we have discussed just last night and we were told that the C rank mission has turned into an A rank. We need Team 7 back and as soon as possible. That is why I am giving Team 9 this job, to bring my children back and give them a real C rank mission. Minato said, and Guy sighed. Both Jonin were great friends and even thought Guy was an eccentric Jonin. He was able to raise a fully successful team in just 1 year. To do this means that Guy was thinking that Naruto was a poor excuse for a teacher to allow all this to happen. If only this was easier for everyone involved, then the world will be happier. Quote. So why the sensei of team is called the Twisted Eye anyways, Guy sensei? Tenten of Team 9 had to ask. She was a woman that has black hair and steel gray eyes. She wears her hair in Chinese style. Buns on either side of her head with short fringe bangs falling over her forehead protector, which she wears in the traditional manner. Tenten wears a pink sleeveless kipao style blouse with red sleeve trimmings and yellow fastening buttons, as well as dark green pants, a pouch adjusted to her thigh, and standard blue ninja sandals. Her appearance is a reference to the Chinese culture of a growing girl. Tenten is training with her weapons in hopes of becoming a weapons master, a female one at that, to prove that woman can be as good shinobi as any man. That is why she idolizes Tsunade of the Kono Ha Senin, who became the world's strongest and best medical shinobi. Yeah, Guy sensei. I had gotten that nickname ever since he broke the record as the youngest Jonin in our village's history. Rock Lee, also of Team 9, shouted in response to that first question. He even helped me with my problem before I was assigned to you, Guy sensei. Lee was a man who possesses very thick eyebrows and large, rounded black eyes with prominent lower eyelashes. After joining Might Guy's team, his appearance changed considerably to emulate his idol and sensei. His hair is now cut and styled into a bowl cut style like Guy. And he also began wearing the same attire, consisting of a green jumpsuit, orange leg warmers, and a red forehead protector worn as a belt. The only difference in his attire were the bandages he regularly wears around his hands and wrists, which also cover a set of stitches on his left hand, a trait that was due to his rigorous taijutsu training. Lee also was a man who proved to have no talent in ninjutsu or genjutsu whatsoever because of a birth defect that prevented him from supposedly modeling chakra into jutsu, but Naruto knew better. The defect only prevented Lee from releasing the chakra from his body, and it is still being generated. The blonde taught him how to still use chakra in Lee's taijutsu by using it to enhance his attributes and increase his strength, speed and agility. That was how Lee heard of Naruto's nickname. It is because Naruto-san is not only a prodigy in ninjutsu but also genjutsu. His illusions take on many forms and directly attacks the senses and even the living brain. What is more, Naruto-san even took an interest in general autonomy, which includes human. That is how he knows to use his chakra for his illusions. Neji, the final member of Team 9, answered. It was no surprise, since he used to think that only those born in clans were the only ones worthy of becoming prodigies, but Naruto had proved him wrong. As a result, Neji foolishly tried to challenge the blonde Jonin but lost to Naruto's illusions, which had hindered Neji's ability to fight or even use his chakra. That was how fearsome Neji learned that Naruto truly was. Neji was a man that had fair skin and long black hair. When his Byakugan, his eye-based bloodline power, was not active, he has featureless white eyes. Neji wore a khaki shirt, a dull blue shirt beneath that, and mesh armor beneath that. He wore dark brown shorts, blue shinobi sandals, and wrapped bandages around his right arm, chest, and right leg. He tied his hair back in a loose ponytail tied a few inches above the end. He wore a black forehead protector, under which a smaller headband with two straps that framed around his head. Despite being outdone and beaten from explaining to Tenten, Guy was still proud of Neji. It turned out that being utterly defeated by Naruto had humbled Neji to a margin that the former was starting to act alike, more modest and respectful to his other teammates and the rest of his peers. Exactly, Neji. That is why he is called the Twisted Eye, because his genjutsu ranged from not only his hands, but also his eyes. I once heard that Naruto even cast a genjutsu from his right eye, and that shinobi who happened to Naruto's prey had confessed to everything despite being known as a hard-minded shinobi who got his own reputation from resisting mind-walking techniques and even the truth serum. That was when Naruto-san had gotten his nickname. Guy had finished his lecture when he realized that they were right in Wave Country, but there was no battle. Instead, there was something out of a war zone, with trees and the earth looking like an earthquake had passed through, and the event he nearby lake was acting stormy. It was something that not even Guy had ever seen until Sensei. I see Team 7 and they are at a humble house several meters in that direction. And I can see civilians in that home, Neji said with his Byakugan activated. That told them that they had missed the fight between Naruto and the one thing that made the Hokage send them out of their way in the first place. Okay then team, let's go and see if Naruto-san can fill us in on what is going on. Guy instructed and his team nodded. But they just couldn't put this aside. What could have happened between Naruto and whatever convinced their Hokage to send here to the country of Wave? After a few minutes, they finally came across a humble house that seemed to be that of a fisherman, since the sound of moving water could be heard on the other side from facing the front door. Nevertheless, Tenten walked up and knocked on the door. After another couple of minutes, someone came to the door and opened it to reveal a very young and attractive woman. She was a very well-endowed figure with black hair and blue eyes. She was dressed in a similar model to that of a housewife. She wore simple clothes complete with an apron, and her hair was freely swaying in the wind. She still smiled at the sight of the shinobi team. "May I help you?" she said in a tone that only a hard-working mother can muster. "Yes, madam. Is this the house of Tsunami the bridge builder? Our village told us to find another shinobi team here," Guy said in a more mature and respectful voice, one that he personally used when addressing clients or otherwise civilians from outside the borders of Konoha. That's my father, and yes, he is here with a shinobi team. Their leader is talking to my father while his students are outside training. She said, "My name is Tsunami, please come in." Team 9 thanked Tsunami for the warm welcome and entered the house to find Naruto in something of a living room with the client in question. When Team 9 entered the living room, Naruto noticed that and greeted them. "Hello Guy. If you and your team are here, then I can guess why," the blonde Jonin said to the confusion of Tsunami. "What do you mean? Are you going to abandon the mission after all?" Tsunami asked in a voice that begged for a no. "Not at all, Tsunami-san. It is another matter. They are here to make sure that 2 of my students return back to our village instead of staying here," Naruto said, and Team 9 nodded in a guilty way that made Tsunami grow red. "Why should the shinobi I paid with all the money I have left have to leave before the bridge is built? I need someone to protect me while I finished my masterpiece that is going to save my country." Tsunami blew up in Team 9's face and got them to flinch in guilt because he knew what he was talking about, and Team 9 also knew that. "Sorry Tsunami-san, but we have our orders." Guy tried to settle the client down until another door opened, which suddenly erased the thick atmosphere. "We are done, sensei. 100 push-ups, 200 red sit-ups and 100 laps around the yard. All in just around 2 hours," Keiji said, which explained how his breath intake was sharp and that he and his clothes were covered in dirt. The same or Mito and Hinata, who just collapsed on some vacant seats while the latter found some space in Naruto's lap. "Can we please take them off so that we can take a bath? Please tilde." Team 9 was shocked to see Keiji, the Hokage's supposed spoiled son, politely asked of something, and even Mito joined him. You may while I will handle Hinata's bathing, okay? Naruto said, and his remaining students saw the tone in his voice. I guess there is nothing a man can do to be slightly overprotective of their girls. Just not in the margin of telling everyone she sees to scram or such. Oh okay sensei. Keiji said with his tired tone, making his voice sound like that of a beaten puppy that is too sweet to hold any grudges. He and Mito then rolled down the sleeves of their dirty jackets and trousers to reveal some kind of bracelet that had some familiar markings on. The two heirs then touched each of these markings, which caused some kind of unlocking sound. Team 9 then saw the two of them getting back up and stretched their arms and legs to cause a very loud cracking sound that happens when you pop the bubbles around your knuckles. While Team 9 were confused on this, it didn't take long for Guy to smile and realize what was going on. Naruto, you are STL no you as. What better way to train anyone in taijutsu? I haven't found a better one yet, Guy, and by the looks of the faces on your students, they haven't gotten this special aid in their training. Why is that? Naruto said until he glared at the fellow Jonin once he said that last statement. Guy suddenly lost his good mood and looked down in shame. Naruto-san. Tenten wanted to break the ice in form of the uncomfortable atmosphere. Just Naruto. Tenten. I am not that old. The blonde smirked and Tenten just sighed. Whatever. Just as Guy-sensei sit down. Because if he couldn't teach you all taijutsu, then that is like dirt on his new shirt. It is embarrassing. Naruto answered before going into his sack while Tenten went on. But he did teach us taijutsu. Just look at Lee. Naruto just sighed and went on, focusing on finding what he wanted to find. I am not going to look at Lee. I am going to look at the entire Team 9 in terms of taijutsu. Have any of you trained in the field as hard as Lee or even Guy like he did as a genin? Don't you know anything about Guy's history as a shinobi? Naruto asked, and when he didn't get an answer immediately, he left it as a no. Whatever. I need to make sure that no one is far away or far behind while I am still a Konoha-jonin. Here they are. Naruto before taking out a single scroll. While Team 9 wondering what he meant, Naruto opened the scroll to reveal the kanji for weights, and one for taijutsu, directly beneath. Using his hand to send chakra through the kanji fuinjutsu, Team 9 saw that the contents were very similar bracelets to the ones that Team 7 had on. Team 9 were then creeped out by the expression on Naruto's face as he lifted them up to the same level as his head. That look could only be described as sadist fun. A week had passed since Team 9 had arrived, and they seemed to have forgotten that they needed to just pick up the Hokage's heirs and return them back to the village. Instead, Team 9 were caught up in what they could only moan and groan as, this is torture. Birds flew in flocks, fish evaded fishermen's hooks. Small creatures suddenly decided to find a new home, one that is further away from that racket. I am telling you that this is nothing but child abuse. I can't even feel my legs. Tenten, on the ground with bruises on her skin and dirt on her clothes, complained. But she wasn't alone. Not far away from her resting place were the rest of Team 9 and the entire Team 7. And they all were in no better form than Tenten herself. Please, Tenten-san, don't say another word. Keiji said, straining to the pain throughout his body and the aching of every single muscle under his skin. Tenten, however, didn't get why he did ask of that. Oh, you think I am just annoying and a whining brat like you were? Tenten yelled in Keiji's direction and only got the male heir to look the other way. It really hurt him, like all the times he had to remember the hard way that his ways with women weren't as close to romantic than he originally thought before he was assigned with his twin sister to Naruto's Team 7. Tenten-san. What we mean is that if Naruto-sensei heard us complain, then he will force every single one of us to go to bed at night with the weights increased, and that is without any dinner. Sensei is that type of jonin and instructor. Funny to hear Mito come to Keiji's aid, since the two weren't at the best of ends even though they were both parts of the pair until they first became genin. It happened every time we did wine during the last 3 months. Tenten-san. That caused everyone in Team 9 to shudder, like a cold wind came out of nowhere and caused quite the breeze under the muddy clothes. Just how hard was it with Naruto's training that had caused two of the most spoiled kids imaginable to become the exact opposite? Now they are completely humble, to a fault. Never even tried to make themselves look superior ever since Team 9 arrived where they were in the country of Wave. It was scary to think about it all. Just what horrors and harsh training Naruto forced his team to go through and do all this in just 3 months. End of chapter 8. I felt like since I have been having success in one place and failure in another, it is time to get back to the big stuff. Hope it is still good because I have been feeling like I've been struggling to balance. Asterisk. The massacre above waves. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto. Naruto. Talking. Naruto. Thoughts Naruto. Flashback Naruto. Jutsu. Cracking gaps. Sins of a family. The massacre above waves. Previously on Cracking Gaps. Sins of a family. A week had passed since Team 9 had arrived and they seemed to Avenue forgotten that they needed to just pick up the Hokage's heirs and return them back to the village. Instead, Team 9 were caught up in what they could only moan and groan as, this is torture. Birds flew in flocks. Fish evaded fishermen's hooks and small creatures suddenly decided to find a new home, one that is further away from that racket. I am telling you that this is nothing but child abuse. I can't even feel my legs. Tenten, on the ground with bruises on her skin and dirt on her clothes, complained. But she wasn't alone. Not far away from her resting place were the rest of Team 9 and the entire Team 7. And they all were in no better form than Tenten herself. Please Tenten-san, don't say another word. Keiji said, straining to the pain throughout his body and the aching of every single muscle under his skin. Tenten, however, didn't get why he did ask of that. Oh, you think I am just annoying and a whining brat like you were? Tenten yelled in Keiji's direction. And only got the male heir to look the other way. That really hurt him, like all the times he had to remember the hard way that his ways with women weren't as close to romantic than he originally thought. Before he was assigned with his twin sister to Naruto's Team 7. Tenten-san, what we mean is that if Naruto-sensei heard us complain, then he will force every single one of us to go to bed at GHT with the weights increased, and that is without any dinner. Sensei is that type of jonin and instructor. Funny to hear Mito come to Keiji's aid since the two weren't at the best of ends even though they were both parts of the pair until they first became genin. It happened every time we did wine during the last 3 months. Tenten-san. That caused everyone in Team 9 to shudder, like a LD wind came out of nowhere and caused quite the breeze under the muddy clothes. Just how hard was it with Naruto's training that had caused 2 of the most spoiled kids imaginable to become the exact opposite? Now they are completely humble, to a fault, never even tried to make themselves look superior ever since Team 9 arrived where they were in the country of Wave. It was scary to think about it all. Just what horrors and harsh training Naruto forced his team to go through and do all this in just 3 months. I still think that it is unyouthful, the way you treat not only your genin but my own mighty guy. Supposed to be the loudest shinobi in the village that can still ambush his enemies, spoke to Naruto eating his ramen despite the tone and glare meaning disappointment. The village has been breathing down my neck to make sure that Team 7 is the strongest genin team in the entire village and that even your own team will be no match for mine guy. Naruto said in a deadpan tone before taking a folder from who knows where and sent in Guy's way. It is all there, read it. Guy did and then sighed after finishing. There is even Hokage-sama's youthful signature, so I can't deny it. Sending the folder back in the same way as Naruto did, the blonde took it back and no one saw that folder for the rest of the time they spent here in Wave. So what now, Naruto-kun? What will happen if Team 7 does outmatch even Team 9? Hinata asked a good question. Once you are at the top, what other thing can you do other than try to stay at the top? It is almost that time of year again, and I am aiming to NTO danger for the sake of a last resort or anything. Naruto said in an encrypted tone that shinobi teachers use because they are trained to speak secrets in riddles and half answers. To keep the enemies guessing instead of asking. And if I hear that you got drunk or got laid before that time, it is 3 times the weight and 1/3 the number of meals for a week. Understand? Naruto said while facing his infamous stern glare not only at Team 7 but Team 9 as well. Just what kind of man is this guy? Team 9 thought at unison even though they had no idea they did, but Team 7 nodded furiously. Once again, the former sees just how Naruto means via the latter reaction. It was all undeniable. You know that you will die of a cold if you keep sleeping like that out of here. Keiji was out during some late-night training following an incident regarding the client's grandson, Inari. During a dinner after training, Inari came down with some kind of poor excuse for a tough attitude and only insulted the Konoha shinobi, but when he had to accuse them all of not knowing what suffering was and they were just cold-hearted jerks all the way to even calling Mito a bitch and a whore. That caused Keiji to snap and strike at Inari, but Naruto prevented that from happening, scolding Keiji for not controlling his own temper. Keiji had no idea if Inari got off easy because he was the grandson of the client or got scolded too by Naruto since the male twin from Konoha had been outside since. But now, it was early in the morning and Keiji realized had he trained himself to the ground and started a nap without him knowing the entire time. As soon as he heard those words in a voice that was like from that of an angel, Keiji finally opened his eyes. "Are you an angel?" Keiji said in a tired tone. Sleeping against a tree's base and bark after exhaustion can do that to even the most hardened of all shinobi. Keiji still said that his new friend had a blush on her face. "I am afraid not." Quote. "Then how are you so beautiful if you are not an angel? Just who are you anyways?" Keiji said before trying to move and get more comfortable. "I am Keiji Uzumaki Namikaze by the way." At least, Keiji remembered all the lessons in manners that Naruto had beaten into his head along with the rest of the tortuous training. "Ah, son of Konoha no Kiroi Senko and his wife. I am honored and my name is Haku." Haku had long black hair, pale skin and large, dark brown eyes, a slender frame. She wore a green haori with white trimmings, and around her waist a brow sash with a fringe trail wrapped around twice. "So Haku, what are you doing out here?" Keiji said, trying to be civil instead of flirtatious like he used to. "I am a doctor and was running low on some herbs that I need to heal a sick friend. Luckily, I found some nearby so I took a morning walk to gather them until he found this place and you just sleeping there." Haku explained and pointed an open palm to some wild herbs that somehow survived the destruction of when Keiji laid waste to this clearing in order to release some pent-up feelings. "Of course, considering what is left. My bad." Keiji nervous chuckled. "Here, let me help." Haku giggled as Keiji was able to pick as many herbs as she could, which made the job half as bad and move twice as fast. "Thank you. I can definitely make plenty of medicine from all this," Haku said before taking the basket from the ground and started to head into the direction from which she came. "And in case you are wondering, I am a guy." "What? But your hair, your perfume and even your voice is like a girl," Keiji shouted in protest, and Haku just shrugged and went on until he heard the sound of clothing ripping and saw his clothes fall to the ground, causing him to fall to the ground in a scream with arms around the chest. Then Haku was pushed to the ground with Keiji on top. "I wasn't done. It is rude to ignore someone trying to talk to you." Haku struggled, but the position made it very awkward and hard to call on any pint of strength to get up. "And now, why are you wearing clothes made for girls if you are a guy? Why did you model your hair in a way that is more suitable for kunoichi since you are shinobi yourself? Finally, why did you scream with your chest bare? I have plenty of proof that I am a guy myself." Keiji was glad that Naruto taught him how to use leverage and positions to hold and even a professional wrestler into the ground during the training sessions. Okay, I am a girl." Haku gave up after going rough. The options present 5 times already, there was no way out but talking. "Good, now that is settled then you can explain those herbs." Keiji continued and gave both his and Haku's attention the basket of herbs that fell from the ladder when she lowered her guard. Naruto sensei taught us the basics of survival and showed us those type of herbs. They are used for medicine but only when the patient in question is suffering heavy wounds and exhaustion instead of simply being sick. Like Zabuza. Keiji saw that Haku was twitching and smirked that he was getting to her. "That's right. I am in cahoots with Zabuza, so that makes us enemies, so are you going to kill me?" Haku braced for a response and any pain to come, but she didn't expect this. "Why kill you? That won't help anyone and you didn't do anything to me or my team. You are just a girl who follows the man who wants my client dead." Keiji stated. "I used to think that all enemies of mine deserve to die, but that was another thing. That Naruto sensei had bashed me in that I am wrong. No one deserves to die and you don't either. But Haku tried to protest when she felt like Keiji leaving her back so she finally could get back up. But Haku nearly forgot that she had no shirt on and only panties when she used her arms to jump from the ground, flashing herself all for Keiji to witness. Hey! Haku noticed a few seconds too late and saw that Keiji had a slight nosebleed by the time she used her arms again, but this time to cover her panties too. What you staring at? A shameless girl who would care less about modesty if it meant to be spared. That is what I am staring at. Nice taste in panties. Though. Keiji smirked. Something from his blind fascination with girls that has yet to leave. Naruto just simply said T-boys are supposed to be interested in girls at any age and vice versa is the reason he didn't bother. After all, why would you try to fix something when it isn't broken? And no. Haku was surprised Obi argued back and couldn't deny what this boy was calling her. Here, take this and go or I might have to capture you again and this time for Naruto-sensei. Unless you want to delay helping Zabuza. Keiji said with a blanket that also came out of nowhere, but Haku didn't care when she grabbed it and covered her near naked body. Please don't tell anyone about this. Zabuza will kill you after killing me first. Haku said, suddenly like a shy girl compared to how confident she was ever since Keiji woke up to see her looking down on him. I can't keep that promise because Naruto-sensei always seem to find it out anyways, and who knows if he will take it the wrong way. What is worst, tell my parents as soon as we get home. Keiji said in an honest tone that didn't have a shred of lying or self-centered thinking. But Haku wasn't able to answer and didn't say a word. And neither did Keiji until it got dark. What happened next was to be between only the two of them. Haku. Keiji muttered from his sleeping bag. Trying to grab at something out for his reach for some reason. Haku. Where are you? Keiji then realized that he was all alone in his sleeping bag that seemed to have obliviously be modified to fit two people of Keiji's age. Come to think of it, Keiji didn't see anyone in the room. Where is everyone? Leave my mother alone. Keiji then heard and recognized that voice as Inari. The same one that he struck because Inari insulted his twin sister. Hurrying to get his clothes back on and his equipment together, Keiji hoped that he could still try to handle Facade Warrior. G was for naught when Keiji finally came down to see that a couple of bandit had been bound and Naruto had already saved the day. Speaking of whom, Naruto turned from rubbing Inari's head to face Keiji. Nice to see you are finally up. You did come back to the house late at night, Keiji. I didn't teach you to that, I hope. Keiji knew the tone. Naruto was not pleased at all as of this very moment. Well. No, but, Keiji couldn't come up with a good story, but Naruto just grabbed him by the hand, rather tightly. Inari, gather up the villagers the best you can because they need to be there when this tyranny is over. Naruto said and disappeared before seeing Inari nodding and hurrying towards the village despite his mother shouting out for him. When Naruto and Keiji reappeared, it was at he bridge that Tsunami was going to build in order to free the village since they have to rely on Gato's company to meet their needs. That was how Gato had forced the people to bow to him, and that was why he is treating them like dirt and getting with it scot-free. And as for the bridge now, it was a mess. Inside the mist, sounds of metal and screams were to be heard and voices too. Naruto knew one of them and she was in trouble. But unlike Keiji, he just won't barge in to help her. Not after the hard work that Hinata had undergone for a few years to protect herself. So for now, Keiji, try to find your sister and Hinata along with Team 9. I need to go and help Guy. Naruto ordered, and he wisely used another one of his many and specific tones, one that meant no arguments. Keiji didn't even try and hurried into the mist in order to track down where the voices were coming from while Naruto did the same. And both of them had found what they were looking for, but where they were found, exactly, was nothing pretty. Guys. Keiji could yell out if he didn't get a crash course in how a shinobi never yells when an ambush chance is available, bandits yell. But the entire Team 9 were there and they were trying to break something like a dome made completely out of strange mirrors that looked like they were made out of ice, but they weren't melting, even though it was summertime. Keiji, where were you? Tenten demanded the best way she could under the circumstances herself. We were ambushed when Tsunami just had to say that he still need to work on his bridge even after all his bridge builders quit out of fear. And then we were ambushed by Zabuza along with the same hunter Nin that saved him a week ago. Hinata-chan told us, and so did your sister. Keiji flinched at the slight distaste of Tenten as soon as she spoke the word sister, when it came to him personally, and it was all centering on Mito for sure. Some people sure know how to hold a grudge. But he forgot all about that. He saw just who they were talking about, indeed the same figure a week ago, and was controlling the mirrors. Then came something that set Keiji off. That same hunter had appeared out of a mirror T. Had both Mito and Hinata were facing their backs, that sneak attack could kill any of them. Hinata-san. Keiji let loose all those emotions, and something else happened. When everyone was drawn to the yell, Hinata found herself outside the mirror ice dome, and inside, Mito was surprised to see her brother by her and blocking an attempted sneak attack by matching kunai. I told you that the Kawarimi no Jutsu was the easiest for me. Now I can even do this with the help of Naruto-sensei. Keiji said surprisingly well while holding the hunter nin at a stalemate with his kunai. Then Keiji broke the stalemate and started to fight the hunter nin in close dueling, given their choice of weapons being many times smaller than the average sword. Mito was surprised herself that Keiji had an unusual talent for such a simple technique that saved both her life and Hinata's. She never even knew that her brother was actually quite good with a small bladed weapon, since Mito never listened to a word of her twin brother as soon as they started their training with their parents, always ran it off as exaggerated boasting, over imagination and empty words. Mito never even gave Keiji a minute of her time to see it for herself. What a mess, and they are twin brother and sister. But then, as soon as she broke her stupor, Mito heard these words. Haku-chan. Why? Everyone turned to see a familiar face, at least to Keiji, that is. Why did you still want to do this? You will just get killed. I'm sorry, but Zabuza-sama is still my master. I told him plenty of times that I will die for the man that I treasure more in the world. Haku responded, and it was like she and Keiji were old lovers who found themselves on the other side of the law to each other. So I guess that I really made myself look like a fool to trust you. To try and make a new friend. Or even consider a girlfriend, ever in my life. Keiji suddenly started to talk like a downer and went on and on. About how he was too a pathetic boy. T is only good for dying. Until he was slapped on the face. It doesn't mean any of that at all. Haku shouted at Keiji, and despite that, the mist still contained that outburst. You are my friend. If not, then why did you bring me back to the house of my enemies? To make me feel warmer, safer, more secure, and more welcomed. More than I ever felt in all my life. Haku then started to tear up for everyone to witness. I truly didn't want you to be involved. I just didn't want you to die, but how can I even try to escape the path I gave my life to stay walking on? Then Haku threw away her kunai and caused the ice around her Keiji and Mito to melt, but only the latter girl reacted to that. Keiji just ignored all that and hugged Haku. If I am going to die, then I want to see all my friends and new ones making their own paths to walk on. No one should follow a man all their life unless they want to be nothing but a doll to control. Please promise me that before I get killed, okay? In the moment Keiji was having, everyone never said a word, and it was thanks to Hinata secretly blocking out any sound with her own genjutsu talents. All they needed to do is see the male heir of the Konoha village finally become a real man. And that was clear when Haku hugged Keiji back, clean and without any backstabbing movement at all. Thanks, Keiji. I guess that it was past time that I started to do what I wanted to do. I am a big girl after all. Haku started to giggle, and strangely, everyone commented in their thoughts on how it made Haku look even cuter. Then came something that broke even Hinata's soundproof genjutsu. Gato. Gato. Zabuza shouting as his mist had lifted up thanks to 2 arrows in his arms, obviously not from Guy or Naruto. They may had been fighting this rogue Shino. But they both would never do such a dishonorable act, given that Zabuza wanted a fair rematch. Hello Zabuza. The baby demon of the mist. Everyone then saw a repulsive midget in a business suit. With a crane in one hand and the other in a cast. Behind him was nothing short of an army armed to the teeth in armor and weapons. I paid you even double to get the job done, and you still failed me. I decided that money wasn't going to solve the problem that is you, so I gave money to more competed mercenaries. Remember? Gato then turned his head to his army, the first one to kill Zabuza or even one of those Konoha shinobi will get 10 times their promised money. But you can do what you want with the girls. Got it. Got it, boss. Every single mercenary in Gado's army proclaimed. And they started to move forward, but they soon found themselves unable to compete that first step. What is wrong with you all? Gado started to yell, ignoring what is really going on. Something that his enemies have a front row seat to witness. What is wrong is that you have ordered the greatest sin known to us shinobi, Tycoon Gado. That poor man then felt like his body was slowly and painfully easing away, but Gado still wanted to see who was talking him down like the proud coward he is. There, in full view, was Naruto Uzumaki. Now, for the Sage and its people you were sucking dry like a weed in a beautiful garden. But also for Haku and Zabuza that you have lied to, I will kill you, Gado. There was pure malice and the desire to kill in that voice, even a blind man will see it. And Gado sure did. Protect me. Stop him. Gado then hurried behind his army the fastest he could with the help of his cane. The mercenaries hurried to make sure they will still get paid, and just in time. When Naruto took out a kunai with the intent to stab Gado in the ugly and rotten heart that businessman had in his chest. Of course, there was this thing about Naruto that shouldn't have been seen given his reputation. Two of them had used their weapons to block the kunai and hurried to seize Naruto, but instead their hands had phased right through the blonde, like they were witnessing a mirage outside a desert. Then the sound of flesh being pierced and a man screaming in fear and pain. Everyone just had to see what was going on, and they got their wish. On the other side of the army of mercenaries was Gado for sure. He somehow made it even with his cane and cast, but that wasn't the surprising part. It was that he had a kunai and someone's hand going right through the section of chest that contained his heart. Just as Naruto moved in to undergo. What the hell? How did the brat get behind us? Hey, now none of us are going to get paid. Kill him. One of the mercenaries shouted, and TTY soon they all turned towards Naruto, who was killing his sleeve of Gado's blood with the dead man's clothes. Yeah, then we will keep all the girls for ourselves. But Naruto's calm and devil may see. Our attitude to this development had snapped once he heard that proclaim, and after that, sick laughter from the army of mercenaries. Now Naruto was not going to be the same for the rest of the day. You are such horrible people. Naruto stared the charging army with a glare that seemed to make the blonde look like the devil. Die. As soon as he said that single word, the first set of mercenaries to reach Naruto had died. It was like they were crushed by some kind of unseen force, and the remains were scattered all over the bridge, into the water and on the approaching mercenaries, but something had prevented even a single blood splat on Naruto himself. This didn't stop the charging killers, of course, but this did. A set of over 100 blades, floating around Naruto himself. And with just a flick of a finger or two into their direction was all it took for the blonde to order the strange blades move in, to kill you all. And it all happened in an instant. Swords sliced and diced. Spears pierced and stabbed. And daggers shredded to the bone. And then there wasn't any mercenary left to be called human anymore. Just a large pile of blood and gore on the bridge. His audience were mostly in shock at the sight. Guy was both worried about Naruto exposing not only Team 7 but also Team 9 to such horrors of fellow humans being chopped up in such brutality, and also getting a little sick from the stench and sight himself. Lee couldn't even peep. Neji tried to empty his mind of the blood that brought back his own bad memories. Tenten tried to contain something disgusting that is tempting her to let out and on the bridge. As for Team 7, they seemed to be slightly doing better. Keiji was wondering if this was what his father had to see, and what is worst, caused during the third Shinobi War, while Mito tried to hide her eyes with the help of her brother's shoulder, and finally, Hinata had to see this kind of thing herself, and being Naruto's girlfriend and student at the same time had gave her the right to know everything about being a shinobi. Naruto doesn't leave anything out. But Naruto was still feeling a little sadist and went to the railing of the bridge and whistled in an eerie tone. Then came the sound of a large group of things swimming through the water that surrounded the wave village. Hello boys, hungry? Naruto said in a casual tone, even though he is talking to a school of sharks. And yet they all nodded like well-trained puppies, and their loose tongues that are hanging from their mouths made them look kind of cute, then fierce. Then dig in. Everyone. He soon saw that Naruto had indirectly cast off a pile of flesh into the waters where the school of sharks were just waiting in anticipation. Once the meat pile had finally got into the water, the shark wasted no time in having their own fill. But then Guy saw something familiar about the meat and blood that stained the water. There was a human-shaped arm with the clothing of the mercenaries that Naruto had slain off. And when everyone saw it too, their disturbing and uncomfortable pain had returned when they thought they forgotten it, but this time the negative feelings were twice as strong. Jew. Saint, what had caused Naruto to be such a sadist, homicidal maniac, and yet a much respected man to all men? But there was this little thing tugging at the minds of the twins, like they saw their father in Naruto, and the army was no longer normal and greedy mercenaries but shinobi, wearing brown uniforms and headbands with the symbol for a simple rock. They had no idea why they were seeing this, but time will give them their answer. Whatever, they will accept it or not. After the nightmare finally ended. You sure you want to come as Haku-chan? Naruto asked the young lady. This will be a big shock. After those years on the run, and it will be really difficult to erase nearly a lifetime of following a rogue shinobi. Yes, I am sure. Haku stated while grasping Keiji's arm like a lifeline during a hurricane. And are you going to take responsibility, Keiji? You have just caused a girl to fall for you and won't let you go. Naruto turned to one of his students. I will. Keiji was still nervous about all this. After all, Naruto's harsh training had allowed him to see that women are far more complex, and just one mistake can really ruin your chances of ever being around that same woman ever again. Then you better, because your mother will demand to know everything about your relationship so she can embarrass you about it. Unless you want to do otherwise. Naruto said, and Keiji nodded. Embarrassment is nothing compared to how Kushina punishes her children for leaving her out of any potential children-in-law and also any possible grandchildren to spoil. Hey. All three of them turn to see Mito along with the rest of the Konoha shinobi on the bridge out of wave. We are about to leave and stop pressuring Keiji, he will be fine. The said boy was glad to make things up with his twin sister, and it felt rather good to have someone that close to count on. Besides, I like Haku and I will like someone to call my sister. Mito said, not knowing of the secret that Naruto and Hinata are aware of, but said nothing. They didn't even notice the sad and regretful expressions both of them had. We're coming, Mito. Naruto said in a sour tone that somehow was missed by all but Hinata. Grasped his hand to at least cheer him up, that he is not alone on lying to the twins about having no big brother or little sister. We just need to do one last thing. Only Hinata heard that and no. Dead but no else, because it was a surprise, a present if you call it, and it was all for the twins. End of chapter 9. Thanks for reminding me to make an update. It is tough trying to keep more than RTY stories in check, but since I have so many ideas, it is my own fault. I will be hearing back though. And about Naruto's abilities shown on the bridge. I had this idea of having Naruto gain a master over wind and energy shape manipulation in order to create objects out of pure wind that is hardened by his chakra so he can use them in combat. And with him using weapons by the flick of a hand was I inspired by the actions of Fairy King Harlequin from the Seven Deadly Sins manga and anime with his scared spear. You should check it out on Netflix streaming once you sign up. And for those who have read another one of my work, I know that I repeated the same interrogation of Haku that Naruto of my story made, but I cooed to think of something else. Really. Hopefully that will clear things up. Another thing. I guess that I gave the show to Keiji for most of this chapter. And I even gave the boy a girlfriend. I must be more forgiving and soft-hearted than I thought. And that is all I can explain here in the author's note. Have a good day. Asterisk. Translations. Konoha no Kiroi Senko Konoha's Yellow Flash. Kawarimi no Jutsu. Body replacement technique, substitution technique. Welcome to both sides of the family. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto. Naruto. Talking. Naruto. Thoughts Naruto. Flashback Naruto. Jutsu. Cracking gaps. Sins of a family. Welcome to both sides of the family. Previously on Cracking Gaps. Sins of a family. After the nightmare finally ended. You sure you want to come as Haku-chan? Naruto asked the young lady. This will be a big shock after those years on the run. And it will be really difficult to erase nearly a lifetime of following a rogue shinobi. Yes, I am sure. Haku stated while grasping Keiji's arm like a lifeline during a hurricane. And are you going to take responsibility, Keiji? You have just caused a girl to fall for you and won't let you go. Naruto turned to one of his students. I will. Keiji was still nervous about all this. After all, Naruto's harsh training had allowed him to see that women are far more complex and just one mistake can really ruin your chances of ever being around that same woman ever again. Then you better back. Oz, your mother will demand to know everything about your relationship so she can embarrass you about it. Unless you want to do otherwise. Naruto said and Keiji nodded. Embarrassment is nothing compared to how Kushina punishes her children for leaving her out of any potential children-in-law and also any possible grandchildren to spoil. Hey. All three of them turned to see Mito along with the rest of the Konoha shinobi on the bridge out of wave. We are about to leave and stop pressuring Keiji, he will be fine. The said boy was glad to make things up with his twin sister and it felt good to have someone that close to count on. Besides, I like Haku and I will like someone to call my sister. Mito said, not knowing of the secret that Naruto and Hinata are aware of, but said nothing. They didn't even notice the sad and regretful expressions both of them had. We're coming, Mito. Naruto said in a sour tone that somehow was missed by all but Hinata, who grasped his hand to at least cheer him up. That he is not alone on lying to the twins about having no big brother or little sister. We just need to do one last thing. Only Hinata heard that and nodded, but no else because it was a surprise. A present if you call it, and it was all for the twins. Kushina-chan, can you please give Haku-san a break and some air while you are at it? Minato sighed along with everyone else in his office at the sight of Haku being in a bear trap of an embrace by the wife of the current Hokage, who just smiled like a fox and squealed the whole time. I can't help it, Minato coy. Haku-chan is just so cute. The scarlet-haired woman was like a little girl with her first kitten or something. I can't wait to have her for a daughter-in-law. Then you can wait until our only son ties the knot. Minato said and flinched at glances from both Keiji and Naruto for reasons that the Hokage knows and doesn't respectfully. I think Haku-san wants to at least breathe. And just like that, the tension that was in the room and directed at the Hokage had changed course and settled on how blue Haku looked in Kushina's innocent and ignorant bear hug. Sorry about that. I guess that there is some of a teenage girl in me. Kushina tried to apologize, but Haku only focused on getting some air in her lungs and away from another bear hug from the Hokage's wife. Anyways, I am sorry that I can't add you to any genin team since we had already set the team-ups a few months ago. Haku nodded. That was one of the things that Naruto had went on with detail on the way home from Wave. You can just make ourself at home here in the village and enter the academy for next year's teams, or you can skip it all and sign up for work already. I hear that you are a combat medic, right? Yes, sir. Haku nodded, hoping it was good enough in front of Konoha's Yellow Flash, a Hokage that is supposed to be even greater than his predecessor, Hiruzen Sarutobi, or the professor of Konoha. What is more, Hiruzen was even called the God of Shinobi, after the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and that is if you include the mythical Six Paths Sage. Then all I ask if you are interested in working at our hospital, or I can add you to our medic team. Minato picked up where he left off, and seeing that he had got Haku's attention, he continued to explain. They are not only trained to fix and heal but to defend themselves in combat and battle. I am sure you will fit right in, since I got from both Naruto-kun and Gai-san that your skills are of high chunin, almost low jonin. Minato ignored how Naruto flinched at how the Hokage addressed him so casually and effectively, like Minato thinks he is on good relations with his youngest jonin. I will try it after I find myself a place to live, sir. And all I ask is that you will not mind if I date your son. I know that I can be asking too much, and Haku said and stopped immediately when Minato raised his hand for a pause. It is no problem at all, and I'm Saint warn you that even before my son hit puberty, every civilian clan had bombarded me with both requests and demands that their children to be arranged to marry any one of them. That was something T made the entire Team 7 raise an eyebrow in slight surprise, while Team 9 was indifferent, as well as Haku. My point is that I can't guarantee your safety for the rage of their children and the clan heads when they hear about this new development. Kushina-chan and I have seen the worst to happen to people like you, so please be a little careful when you are both with my son and when you are alone. Thanks for the approval and warning, sir. I will try my best not to disappoint any of you. Haku shouted out like a shy kid finally finding his voice. But she could have done it softer and less loud because her outburst had gotten her loose from Keiji's arm and in Kushina's bear hug again. Mom. Keiji yelled with disbelief while everyone somehow found it amusing enough to laugh at the scene. And after a good couple of months since the wave mission, so where exactly are we going, Kei-chan? Haku asked while clutching the arm of her embarrassed boyfriend. It took a couple of dates but they were able to get into a relationship that the Hokage himself approves of and they had been on numerous dates since. She just won't let up the affection and the cute nickname that Haku got from Ito, but Keiji just won't ever get angry at his girlfriend. After all, Naruto made sure that Keiji will have more patience that will come in handy once the latter becomes a clan head. Naruto-sensei saw it that he wanted the residents at his house other than Hinata-san to meet you too. He will hate to have Hinata-san's little sister and his own to not know about you. Keiji said and Haku squealed, so. Me what like his mother back in the office doing the papers. Are any of them cute? I am sure Haku-chan but Mito may have a better opinion for you since you are a girl like her. Keiji said and seed for any bash on the head for any accidental sexist remark. But instead, Mito just smiled. I am afraid Keiji ni-kun is right, Haku-chan. She said, which got their attention and Keiji to let go a breath he unknowing kept in. If he did answer your question as a boy then it will be hard for you to understand. There are just these things that we girls can only tell each other while boys have no way of knowing. Haku then sighed and nodded. Okay Mito-chan, then tell me if they are cute. Haku then had her sparkling eyes again while causing Keiji to toss and spin at her ignorant behavior, much of an overexcited girlfriend. They sure are. Mito started to have that smile interested and Keiji even more irritated. He knew just what is going to happen next. They love to play and read books all day. Oh tilde. And they love to eat the ramen that Naruto-sensei makes on occasion. I practically fainted when they both got noodles on their nose from eating their ramen without the chopsticks tilde. To practically started out a girl's gossip that was going so fast and loud that Keiji couldn't make out what they were saying anymore. Of course, he had to take a big risk for any man in his lifetime. Break up the gossip between two or more girls. What? They all yelled and poor Keiji, he couldn't even say a word but point towards the house he was standing in front of along with his twin sister and new girlfriend. Hoping that they will get the silent message for sure. Oh. So this is where Naruto-san lives with his girlfriend and younger sister? Haku asked and the twins nodded. And Hanabi. She visits so much that we had people actually asking if she lived here too. Keiji said. Now let's go in. Keiji then knocked on the door, not caring if it was locked or not. The last Tim. He barged through a door and into someone's house. There were a horde of rogue shinobi in waiting specifically for his blood as Minato's son. Let's just say that knocking is the result of both a RNED fear and yet another lesion that Naruto had gave over the past months. After a minute or two, the door opened and the one who did greeted Keiji a lot like this. Keiji-san. Mito-san. Hello Hanabi-chan. Keiji side-hugged Hanabi who embraced him like a big brother or at least a good friend who happens to be a few years older. Is sensei and your older sister home? Sure tilde. They are helping you. Rina with her homework and I got mine done first so I can welcome you in. Hanabi answered, a lot like girls her age. Come one. Keiji chuckled while Mito giggled at the sight as they let themselves and Haku into Naruto's house. So are you Haku? I keep hearing about you from Naruto-ni-san and Hinata-ne-chan. That is my name. Haku answered, and you really are cute. Hanabi giggled as she is too innocent to be embarrassed. Or otherwise she thinks that Haku is just playing and doesn't actually mean it. So where is Yurina? I want to meet her too. She is possibility in our bedroom. We have a bed to sleep in there so Naruto-ni-san let us share it when I come over tilde. Hanabi answered while Keiji and Mito were busy finding the kitchen for a snack. They were a little hungry after tea. Had last mission that had to happen at noon so the twins ate lunch a little earlier than usual. Thankfully for Keiji, it was simple D rank so he didn't have to worry about keeping Haku waiting for T's moment to come and visit the twisted eye of Konoha and his own family at home. Wait here while I go get her. Haku found a chair to sit in while the twins were working on some instant ramen for Ir snack when they found more than enough to use more than 2 safely, meaning that they could take up to 5 cans without running becoming terribly low on them. After a short while, the ramen for F5 were really for the table and the twins found a serving board to carry it all there. Here she is. Hanabi's voice echoed throughout the house and the twins and Haku saw Naruto along with Hinata. Yurina approached the dining table that suddenly got big enough for the 10 chairs that were already in position. Yurina, this is Haku. The one that Naruto ni-san and Hinata ne-san told the two of us about. One thing that Haku had noticed about Yurina was that while Hinata was bold and loud, the former was the complete opposite of the latter. Regardless, Yurina approached Haku and took in a huge breath. Nice to meet you Haku-san. Naruto ni-san and Hinata ne-san said that you are KKG-san's girl, right? That will be right, Yurina-chan. Of course, if that bothers you, Ina then violently shook her head negative, which got Haku to smile. I did hear from K-kun that you are one of the sweetest little girls he knows other than his sister, Hanabi-chan, and even me. Haku said, and Yurina then brightened up. It was an honor that seemed impossible for the male heir to the Hokage's clan to consider young girls as beautiful and sweet like his own twin sister and, only recently, his girlfriend. Thank you Haku-san. Yurina said with a slightly less shy tone that got Haku to pick her up and hug her. Not as strong as Kushina did her on Haku's first day in Konoha, of course. And this time, the young and cute girl found herself relaxed and warm around Haku, which is ironic since Haku's personality and prowess was the complete opposite. But Haku didn't care, she loved to be a big sister at last. And while everyone was busy getting to know each other even more, Haku noticed that Naruto and Hinata had distant looks on their faces. They didn't look happy at all. And Haku didn't want such unknown unhappiness to spread and ruin a good get-together like this one. Is something the matter? Haku asked while approaching the two, and when they both turned into her direction, Naruto and Hinata sighed. Yes Haku. There is, and we must ask to bring you to somewhere private. Haku titled her head in confusion before shrugging and followed the couple to one of the bedrooms. Reserved for any guest or more residents. It was dusted every week to make sure that it is the cleanest as it can until used. Haku just got comfortable on the bed while Naruto placed some kind of seal on the door and walls before joining Hinata, who was standing up in front of Haku. So what's up? Is it something sad? Haku started the conversation and the couple just looked at each other before nodding. It is a secret Haku. A secret that keeps growing as times passes untold, until it is too much even for the two of us. That is why we are going to share with you. Naruto said, and while Haku felt excited to have the honor of learning something that was shared between only the twisted eye of Konoha and his girlfriend closest student. I am listening and I will have my lips sealed. I swear. Haku said, hoping to prove that she will not let Naruto or Hinata down with a secret like this. We know you will, but it will involve both the Namikaze Uzumaki clan and our own little family here in Naruto's house. So it will be difficult to accept. Hinata said, and Haku was at the edge of her seat to finally hear it. As you know, and isn't a lie, that Yurina is my younger sister, Haku nodded. Blushing at how polite and yet cute girl whose shyness had only made her look twice as much. But she is also the twins' younger sister. That was the icebreaker, and that was exactly how Haku felt. She is. Haku stammered, remembering on how Hinata warned her that this might be a little difficult to swallow. Then why hasn't KKK-kun told me that? Why did he lie to me? Haku started to get the wrong impression, and the couple had stopped her by sitting on both sides of the poor girl. Keiji-kun didn't lie to you Haku. It is just that the Hokage and his wife foolishly thought that lying to the twins about no older or younger siblings will make them the prefect heirs. Naruto said, and Haku managed to calm down her racing heart. We know that they will love to have them veer since they finally showed some humility during one of Naruto-kun's training exercises. Hinata added, Keiji-san wanted a brother while Mito wanted her own sister. They didn't care if they are older or younger. They both wanted a sibling of their own gender to hang out with, but their parents refused to tell them the truth. So, if Yurina is the younger sister to the twins, then how is K-kun going to have a brother? Haku asked, but before she could rant on. He does Haku-chan. Naruto said, and Haku then faced him. How do you know? You were looking at him. Haku then gasped as she tried to take all this in. So what happened? Why did you leave the family of the Hokage? Why isn't Yurina-chan with them if you two are their siblings? Haku had to ask and noticed that the atmosphere thin the guest room had gotten depressing. Anto breathed in a large body of water, at the very bottom. You weren't happy with them. Actually, I was, Naruto said. Haku then said nothing and waited for more of the story. I was actually happy in my family as the only child until I turned 5. Several months beforehand, I learned from my former parents that Kushina-san was pregnant, with twins. I was told that I can finally become a big brother. Haku noticed that Naruto was distant again, must be when he looks so far into the past, metaphorically. Haku then felt behind her was Hinata grasping her boyfriend's hand. Anyways, I was the happiest boy in the village, possibly the world. I was going to have such adorable siblings to play with, to read my favorite stories to even help my former parents tuck them into bed. I wanted to be the best big brother I could, and to me, it meant helping my mother as well. Haku smiled. In one of the most tragic and hardened shinobi of Konoha was a man who retained the same kindness and thoughtful personality from his days as a child. But when it was time for the twins to finally arrive, something happened. Something that we never seen ahead of time. And something that none of us wanted to happen. Haku had took in a sharp breath at the sudden change in tone. While Kushina-san was giving birth, my former parents and some trusted aide were attacked by an intruder using a power never seen before, to act like a ghost that enter and exit anything without a hitch. And this intruder wanted the Hokage and his wife dead for reasons I never found out. All I knew was that he was a person who was nigh dead to world and asked of me to help him see it again. I never seen hide or hair of him ever since. Haku somehow felt sympathetic with Naruto. To the point of understanding that pain from experiencing it firsthand. But that night wasn't over. Not when it was now clear why the intruder went after the Hokage and his wife. To unleash a saint of incredible power that was controlled into attacking the village. The Kyuubi. Haku gasped. She always thought that the Kyuubi no Yoko was just a myth, a fairy tale just like the creator of the shinobi world. And since it was too powerful for any non-living container, it had to be sealed again and into a living creature. But the Hokage had other plans and split the Kyuubi in half and sealed the pieces into the twins. No way. Haku was not understanding any of this. But why? Why the twins? Why my K-kun? Haku. Naruto said in a stern tone that he had adapted into being a Jonin teacher. That was reserved for the twin children of the Hokage. The Kyuubi is a beast that is made out of pure chakra, pure energy that is all bounded into a physical form by a conscious. And for the Kyuubi as a whole to destroy a village. Imagine the power honed by a shinobi. That was what my father had in mind when he changed the twins, my younger sister and brother, forever. He probably wanted to make that the twins will be the prefect heirs by being stronger than me. And that was difficult because he knew that I was a prodigy in the works. I already competed tree walking and water walking in 2 weeks. By the time the Kyuubi attacked the village. But how? No child at the age of 5 can do such a thing. Haku shouted, ignoring when Naruto said the title, Father, with much venom. I wasn't the first Haku. Prodigies like Itachi Uchiha, Kakashi Hatake and even the Hokage himself had proved to have more talent than myself at a much younger age. Naruto said, and Haku said no more, to try and listen to the rest of the story. Anyways, I was disgusted with my family when they forced the twins from me for another 5 years as I tried to prove that I can help. But they always ignored me. And when I learned that they were going to steal my birthright, using their neglect of my training as an excuse to call me weak. After that, I never even wanted to see the clan of the Hokage again and instead moved on with my life. With some help, of course. Naruto smiled at Hinata, who giggled and showed her blush rather than try to hide it like when she was much younger. But when I became a Jonin at the age of 15, I found myself wanting to get involved with the clan again when I first found Yurina, beaten to a pulp, covered by the elements and left to be forgotten in the shadows. Haku then finally noticed that she had been crying for a short while, starting somewhere in the middle of the story. When she said that she was abused by the Hokage and his family and treated like a stranger, a mistake, an accident, a punching bag of a children that the Hokage didn't want as one of his children. Naruto said with his free hand in a fist so tight, his knuckles were turning white. And there were even some blood around his fingertips. I didn't want any of that to happen, and because I ignored the clan, I didn't see another innocent child forced to live a life a lot like mine, even worse. I couldn't forgive myself for it, and that is why I changed my mind when I was told to take my love as a student but the twins as well. And the rest is history. Silence filled the room as Naruto was done with the story of his life. Hinata shifted so that she will be hugging her boyfriend from behind when it was clear that even holding hands wasn't enough. Hinata tried her entire body as comfort from the touch. Meanwhile, Haku just sat there, crying the whole time. She couldn't decide if she still loves Keiji or resent him. But all that will be answered when the seals on the walls and door of the room had lowered, and in came the very boy that Haku was debating internally on. Haku-chan, he said, still in his new modest tone. Now you know more about me, do you still want to try at it? If we need to split, then I will be okay too. I will move on just like sensei. We all move on. Keiji then got tackled by Haku instead of a slap like he was bracing for. K-kun. Keiji wasn't the least bit embarrassed at Haku's cute little nickname for the time being. How can I hate you when it was your father that turned you and Mito-chan into monsters? Keiji didn't see that oming but wanted to hear more before responding. How could a father do that to his own children? How? Haku-chan. Keiji started to say, let's make a promise. Haku looked up to see what Keiji had in mind, and so did Naruto and Hinata, who were still sitting on the bed. Let's promise never to care about anything before family, before people's feelings, before what is truly important to us all. I will give it all to carry it out, so will you do the same? Keiji's answer was a searing kiss on his lips from an overwhelmed Haku, her face now covered in tears of conflicting and swirling emotions. Of course. I will promise on my life and blood. I swear. Keiji just smiled for the rest of the day. He then turned to his teacher and the latter's girlfriend with a look that seemed to say, thanks for everything. End of chapter 10. Thanks for the support, and I really appreciate all the faves and follows. This is one chapter that I am making after the wave arc and before the chunin exam arc. I want to show some drama and interactions between two distinct and yet blood-tied families, handle a new addition to both. Haku is going to have more on her plate than she thought as Keiji's girlfriend and possible bride. She might even want to get deeply involved in order to bring the two families back together, but it is not going to be easy or pretty. Especially with some nasty secrets to share with the public about Konoha's perfect family. Asterisk. Time for the exams of death to begin. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto. Naruto. Talking. Naruto. Thoughts Naruto. Flashback Naruto. Jutsu. Cracking gaps. Sins of a family. Time for the exams of death to begin. Previously on Cracking Gaps. Sins of a family. No way. Haku was not understanding any of this. But why? Why the twins? Why my K-kun? Haku. Naruto said in a stern tone that he had adapted into being a jonin teacher that was reserved for the twin children of the Hokage. The Kyuubi is a beast that is made out of pure chakra, Re-energy TTO, a physical form by a conscious. And for the Kyuubi as a whole to destroy a village, imagine the power honed by a shinobi. That was what my father had in mind when he changed the twins, my younger sister and brother, forever. He probably wanted to make sure that the twins will be the prefect heirs by being stronger than me. And that was difficult because he knew that I was a prodigy in the works. I already competed tree walking and water walking in 2 weeks, by the time the Kyuubi attacked the village. But how? No child at the age of 5 can do such a thing. Haku shouted, ignoring when Naruto said the title, father, with much venom. I wasn't the first Haku. Prodigies like Itachi Uchiha, Kakashi Hatake, and even the Hokage himself had proved to have more talent than myself at a much younger age. Naruto said, and Haku said no more, to try and listen to the rest of the story. Anyways, I was disgusted with my family when they forced the twins from me for another 5 years as I tried to prove that I can help. But they always ignored me, and when I learned that they were going to steal my birthright, using their neglect of my training as an excuse to call me weak. After that, I never even wanted to see the clan of the Hokage again and instead moved on with my life. With some help, of course. Naruto smiled at Hinata, who giggled and showed her blush rather and try to hide it like when she was much younger. But when I became a jonin at the age of 15, I found myself wanting to get involved with the clan again when I first found Yurina, beaten to a pulp, covered by the elements and left to be forgotten in the shadows. Haku then finally noticed that she had been crying for a short while, starting somewhere in the middle of the story. When she said that she was abused by the Hokage and his family and treated like a stranger, a mistake, an accident, a punching bag of a children that the Hokage didn't want as one of his children. Naruto said with his free hand in a fist so tight. His knuckles were turning white and there were even some blood around his fingertips. I didn't want any of that to happen, and because I ignored the clan, I didn't see another innocent child forced to live a life a lot like mine, even worse. I couldn't forgive myself for it, and that is why I changed my mind when I was told to take my love as a student but the twins as well. And the rest is history. Silence filled the room as soon as Naruto was done with the story of his life. Hinata shifted so that she will be hugging her boyfriend from behind when it was clear that even holding hands wasn't enough. Hinata tried her entire body as comfort from the touch. Meanwhile, Haku just sat there, crying the whole time. She couldn't decide if she still loves Keiji or resent him. But all that will be answered when the seals on the walls and door of the room had lowered and in came the very boy that Haku was debating internally on. Haku-chan, he said, still in his new modest tone. Now you know more about me, do you still want to try at it? If we need to split, then I will be okay too. I will move on just like sensei. We all move on. Keiji then got tackled by Haku instead of a slap like he was bracing for. K-kun. Keiji wasn't the least bit embarrassed at Haku's cute little nickname for the time being. How can I hate you when it was your father turned you and Mito-chan into monsters? Keiji didn't see that coming but wanted to hear more before responding. How could a father do that to his own children? How? Haku-chan. Keiji started to say, let's make a promise. Haku looked up to see what Keiji had in mind, and so did Naruto and Hinata, who were still sitting on the bed. Let's promise never to care about anything before family, before people's feelings, before what is truly important to us all. I will give it all to carry it out, so will you do the same? Keiji's answer was a searing kiss on his lips from an overwhelmed Haku. Her face now covered in tears of conflicting and swirling emotions. Of course. I will promise on my life and blood. I swear. Keiji just smiled for the rest of the day. He then turned to his and the latter's girlfriend with a look that seemed to say, thanks for everything. Well, Haku-chan, Keiji said, first thing that morning. It is that time of year at last. Wish us luck. Keiji sighed to his girlfriend while the remainder of his team waited patiently with him on that same bridge. Naruto had just gave them big news that was either great or grave. They were admitted into this year's chunin exams. I know Kei-chan. And I know you and your team will just fine. After all, who gave us all the advice that got us this far? Haku responded and whispered the last sentence in private, and Keiji shivered that his girlfriend was bold enough to breathe literally down his neck. But before Keiji could even respond, Haku seared it all with yet another kiss on the lips. Ah, I need to get myself a boyfriend. Mito thought to herself, I missing on all the action. Mito took all this like a kid who was watching her big brother work and wanted to do what he does for a living. Okay, Haku-chan. I think you need to break it up before Keiji faints. That is the last thing I want to happen today. Naruto said sternly, and Haku had to suddenly break for a need of oxygen that she was using her willpower to ignore. But a sudden hit of ki had completely shattered it all. Thankfully, Keiji was still in the conscious world and only sighed in sadness that this intimate moment between him and his girl had to be broken due to duty calls. Keiji just never even imagined that the phrase, duty calls, will hurt so much. Keiji still wanted something to remember, so he just did one of his practiced techniques. A kiss that was brief but didn't hold back. This one had practically stole all the strength Haku had in her legs, and Keiji gave her a good boost to get on her way back to work while he joined his team. I am proud for you, Keiji. The said heir looked up to the blonde jonin. Most will try to do this in secret and without their girls knowing, fearing that they will only be heartbroken if we men died on the field. I guess that I am not like most sensei. Keiji simply said, and Naruto nodded. And there is nothing wrong with being unique. It helps us become our own people. Naru. To answered and placed his hand on Keiji's shoulder. Come one, let's go and make our village proud, of you and your team. Yes sensei. Yes Naruto-kun. With that said, everything seemed to have fizzled out with only one thing on either of their minds. Of when Team 8 first heard of the chunin exams and finally met Genin team from a foreign village. And how they nearly died on that encounter. Moments ago. I wonder what sensei wants us to do today. Mito asked as she and her team were walking throughout the village because they were asked to meet up with Naruto in a good full hour. They needed to kill some time waiting. I just hope it isn't something big because I am feeling like having yet another date with Haku-chan. Not since our last one was a week ago. Keiji added his own 2 cents and got an excited girl of snow to grasp his arm. I hope not either tilde. I just can't wait any longer for our next date. Haku cheered out, still a little acting out of character. After all, she w. as cold as her ice on the battlefield and tried to kill herself for a rogue shinobi. Whatever. And please tell me you noticed it too. Hinata said and her team flinched a little. For someone that was usually kind and caring. She could have a sharp edge at some times. And the twin heirs looked back to see that they were being followed by someone who needed a lot more work on their disgusting skills. After all, they tried to hide with a cardboard box painted a lot like a rock. You can come out now Konohamaru Sarutobi. You need work. Keiji said but didn't wait for anything else to happen and instead kicked the box into a nearby trash can. That same trash can fell over to spill its original contents along with the box flipping over to reveal a trio of kids. NDS with Moegi and Udon from the academy. Now Keiji recognized them and explained to his girlfriend on how the 3 kids were attending the academy and they met during one of their D-rank missions in the past few months. Konohamaru has short spiky brown hair, black eyes, and a small chip in his tooth. When Team 8 first met him, Konohamaru wore a gray helmet with a hole at the top for his hair to stick out of. Now he is wearing a pair of goggles that Naruto had given him at the time the D rank ended. On top of all that, it seemed that Konohamaru wore his blue scarf all his life, according to his clan and classmates. Udon has short brown hair and dark eyes. He is characterized by the drip of snot always seen hanging from his nose and his circular glasses. He wore a simple blue shirt which zipped up the middle, a pair of brown pants, sandals and a pair of goggles to represent his membership in what they call themselves as the Konohamaru Ninja Squad. And Moegi, like the rest of the members of the Konohamaru Ninja Squad, wore goggles just like the ones that Naruto gave to her friends. She has orange hair tied up, with red elastics, into 2 very large pigtails. She also has a perpetual blush. And finally, she wears a red tank top over a pink t-shirt layered at the bottom. Her pants are gray and she wears the traditional ninja sandals. That's amazing. You saw through my brilliant disguise. Konohamaru forgot about being found out and took it as a sigh of good skill, from Mito. Nothing too hard for my rival. Yes, Mito had reluctantly gotten a rivalry with Konohamaru Sarutobi, the direct grandson of Hiruzen Sarutobi aka the 3rd Hokage of Konoha. Mito couldn't even find any words to retort and just sighed. But Konohamaru was still filled with excitement and had to vent it out on her brother. And who is this cutie? Is she your girlfriend? Konohamaru was still a young kid with a blunt and innocent demeanor. She is my girlfriend, Maru. Keiji said with Haku pressed against him. Of course not too much as Haku will only enjoy her man being possessive so much until it reaches the border of overprotectiveness. And no one can stand an overprotective spouse or anyone else related for that matter. Sorry big brother. Konohamaru said as he knew that Uzumaki glare anywhere. He just doesn't yet how Naruto and Keiji can have it all the same despite not even being related. Excuse me. The entire Team 8 plus Haku and the Konohamaru Ninja Squad turned to see some unfamiliar faces. My brothers and I are trying to find our way around the village. And we will like to hear anything on Konoha from anyone local. Sorry but we don't know your names. I am Hinata Hyuga. This is Haku, the trio of students from the academy following us and my teammates, Keiji and Mito Namikaze. Hinata initiated and started the introduction. And this had caused this strange trio to gasp in disbelief. The twin heirs of the Yondaime Hokage. 2 of them cried out while the 3rd member of the trio just glared at the twins. And now we told you our names, how about you? Keiji said, and the team was brief and to the point. I am Tamari. Tamari was a young girl with teal eyes and sandy blonde hair, which is gathered into 4 consecutive ponytails. Tamari's outfit consists of a single light purple-colored, off-the-shoulders garment that extended to halfway down her thighs, with a scarlet sash tied around her waist. In addition to incorporating fishnet worn over her shoulders and legs, specifically on her right calf and her left thigh, she also wore her black forehead protector around her neck. I am Konkuro, Tamari's sister. Konkuro wore a black, baggy, full-body suit with a red and yellow circle on the front. He also wears a black hood which covered his head completely, and had cat-like ears. And his forehead protector on his forehead. And his face was covered in some kind of makeup, it's war paint. The third one said nothing, so he was introduced as both Tamari's and Kankuro's brother, Gaara. Gaara has fair skin, green eyes, and short red hair. He has no distinctive pupils or eyebrows, the latter of which others sometimes make fun of. He's had tanuki-like black rings around his eyes his whole life. Gaara wears a black bodysuit with an open neck, t-shirt-like sleeves, and almost full-length leggings. With this, he wears a white cloth over his right shoulder and the left side of his hips. He has a wide leather band from his left shoulder to his right hip with which he carries around a giant gourd and around which he wraps his forehead protector. No. To be rude, but how come you were in our village? We were not told that genin from the other villages were visiting. Keiji said, and the trio smirked in their own way. They were indeed genin from their home village of Sunagaku, within the neighboring Wind Country. It was just going well until Konohamaru had to let his mouth run blunt again. What is wrong with your eyes? And what is with that tattoo for love on your forehead? Are you some kind of freak? That didn't sit well at all with Gaara, and when everyone felt like the air had suddenly gotten heavier, they failed to notice Gaara grasp. In his head and his forehead veins were showing. It was like Gaara had suddenly gotten a massive headache. And thing that everyone missed was the twins glowing blood red and were growling at Gaara. That will be enough out of you, Suna genin. But then the air had gotten normal again when everyone heard that voice just perfectly. It was Naruto, and he had somehow settled down the key within the atmosphere. I won't be having you 3 breaking my students before the both of you compete in the exams. Not even on Hiruzen-sama's only grandson. The 3 Suna genin flinched, including Gaara, at the glacé of Naruto's eyes, and backed off as the Jonin inspected his students and the other children for any damage that was done before he arrived. Thankfully, none of them had anything serious or hint daring of their capabilities in the shinobi practice. And another thing. Naruto then sensed that the genin from Suna had tried to leave before they get into any more trouble with the infamous Twisted Eye of Konoha. But it was not to be. I managed to stop your brother from killing in our village, but if you let this happen again and during the exams, when I can't be there to stop it, I will make sure that you will be punished severely. Naruto then unleashed his own ki that had made the last burst seem tame, and that goes double since one of my students happens to be my girlfriend, irreplaceable and precious. Let's just see how well you understand both of them. And just like that, Team 8 and their fellow Konoha residents hadn't seen hair or hide of the Suna team since. But that was going to change once the exams start. And all will see just how the foreign genin will take Naruto's warning. Also, this will show just who well Team 8 of Konoha will do without Naruto around. After all, he was the sole one responsible for their success and their skill level. Only fate will tell, and only time will tell when it will be revealed. With that determination in mind and the past at the back of their heads, Team 8 were at the building said on their entry cards. That meant that the start of the exams are somewhere on the 3rd floor, all according to the cards. But once they found the first set of stairs and made up the second, they came across a most curious sight. Please, let us in. We are running out of time and we need to be inside to take the chunin exams. It was Tenten. But why is she wasting her time with a bunch of guards on only the 2nd floor? Keiji looked at his sister, who nodded back. Please. MMPH. Tenten was interrupted when Mito had clasped her in the mouth and pulled her away with the rest of Team 8 following them both. Later. Guys. What was the big idea? I was just trying to get into the exam room. Tenten proclaimed when Mito finally released her hand from the former's mouth. What we were doing was to return the favor after you helped us in Wave Tenten. You fell for Somet for the exam's start. To start weeding out those that have the greatest chance of dying. Keiji told Tenten as they all walked up the stairs. Because if you couldn't even see through a simple disguise and a simple illusion, then you won't be able to adapt to the rest of the exams and surely perish. Try to prove you and your team, wherever they are, that you are our seniors. Tenten. The girl with panda ear-shaped and sized hair buns spoke no more and look Ed down that she almost humiliated her team. What a way to make a first impression to the other teams besides Konoha's teammate. And they found Lee and Neji ahead of Tenten because they also saw THR. Ow the trick, but Tenten stayed behind because she didn't want to believe them. Now that was double on Tenten's disgrace. Thankfully, it was their own dirty little secret, so Tenten wouldn't have to admit it to anyone else. But now they are on the real third floor and in front of the real door to the first part of the exams. There was still a lot of time to kill. And it was hard to pick up conversation since the corridor is filled with some thick and heavy ki. It was still slightly weighting down compared to Naruto's, of course. But there was this one good thing about it: they finally met their former classmates, and from the look of things, they were coming along very well themselves, although Team 8 had the rights to brag because they were indeed slightly ahead than the rest. Of course. The awkward silence afterwards didn't last long, thankfully. It only took a loud poof, and a large smoke cloud appearing from within the center of the corridor. Then a massive and intimidating man appeared. With his scars and expression that promised pain. Hello to you all, maggots. I hope you haven't relaxed yet, because I will kill you before you will get the chance before the day is over. Now, move into the room and take any seat as you please, as long as you are nowhere near your teammates. If you are, then I will kill you. The man said with ki matching that of Naruto's, but only Team A. T and Team 9 as well as the team from Suna, who was also present, knew that. Nevertheless, all the genin teams entered the room to find it similar to an academy room, only slightly bigger and with Hunin officers facing away from the walls and windows. Following the man's instructions, everyone finally managed to thin out among the crowds. Good. You might actually pass and survive if you knew this good behavior, but make no mistakes, because I will know, there is no way out if you make one. The massive man moved to the same position as an instructor facing his class. My name is Ibiki Morino. I am the head of the Konoha Torture and Interrogation Force. I have been asked by our Hokage to look after you maggots for this, the first part of the chunin exams. The man announced and signaled Ed to one of his chunin, who started to pass a sheet of paper from the pile that he carried into the room. And this is it, a sheet with 9 questions for you to fill out, with an entire hour as your time limit. But there is a 10th question that is no on there. I will be announcing it personally once the hour is up. Ibiki then paused for some dramatic flair. But remember, as you are filling out your sheets, if you fail the final question, then you will automatically fail along with your team, even if your teammates passed. You all have the weight of your team on your shoulders, so if you take it softly, then you will fail. Ibiki glared at them all once again and smirked to see a few were sweating and a few were on the verge of fainting. Now then, maggots, we will now begin to try and kill you in order to make any real maggots into shinobi. And for the rest of your posers, you will die. Ibiki said with a glint in his eye as the doors close. For the rest of the exams, no way to leave now. Welcome to the chunin exams. End of chapter 11. Things sure are slow this month, so I better pick up the pace before I become one of those 3-toed sloths from Zootopia. And I don't even want to be the one named Flash, either. You ought to see them yourself on YouTube, under Zootopia Sloth Scene. It's funny. Tell me what you think of it. Asterisk. Translations. Sunagaker. Hidden Sand Village. To cheat or not to cheat. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto. Naruto. Talking. Naruto. Thoughts Naruto. Flashback Naruto. Jutsu. Cracking gaps. Sins of a family. To cheat or not to cheat. How to pass an chunin exam. Previously on Cracking Gaps. Sins of a Family. My name is Ibiki Morino. I am the head of the Konoha Torture and Interrogation Force. I have been asked by our Hokage to look after you maggots for this, the first part of the chunin exams. The man announced and signaled to one of his chunin, who started to pass a sheet of paper from the pile that he carried into the room. And this is it. A sheet with 9 questions for you to fill out, with an entire hour as your time limit. But there is a 10th question that is no on there. I will be announcing it personally once the hour is up. Ibiki then paused for some dramatic flair. But remember, as you are filling out your sheets, if you fail the final question, then you will automatically fail along with your team even if your teammates passed. You all have the weight of your team on your shoulders, so if you take it softly then you will fail. Ibiki glared at them all once again and smirked to see a few were sweating and a few were on the verge of fainting. Now then, maggots. We will now begin to try and kill you in order to make any real maggots into shinobi. And for the rest of your posers, you will die. Ibiki said with a glint in his eye as the doors close. For the rest of the exams, no way to leave now. Welcome to the chunin exams. Now once you all received your copy, here are the rules. Ibiki said once his chunin assistants finished distributing exam papers to every genin in the room. First, you all have an hour to answer the questions. Once it is over, then it will be time for the final question. We will discuss that later. The genin didn't know what to think, so they all said nothing. Second, you can't be even 2 seats away from your teammates. So, move your asses, you maggots. Ibiki list. Eden glared at a good amount of genin who fall under that category. Third, you are not to talk to anyone on your sides, in front or behind you. If you do, then you and your team will fail. Fourth, if you are caught cheating 5 times, you and your team will fail. Team 7 was baffled to hear such a rule. In the academy, they saw that when a student was caught cheating once, he failed before turning in his exam paper. There is definitely a hidden message in those words. Team 7 shot each other a look for only half a second to let themselves know that they were thinking in similar mindsets. It is time to use this. That was no voice to be made by the mouth of a living being, no, these were thoughts. Team 7 were going to help each other out using a technique similar to teleplay. Exactly like the one Naruto did on them during a training exercise weeks ago. The Seimaru Kyori no Jutsu 1. The name was a long one, but I summarize what it does. It wasn't a jutsu to enhance the body, use the elements, or even summon battle creatures. It was a genjutsu, a style of ninjutsu that focuses on attacking the senses and minds of others. To list off how this one works, Keiji can only see the test papers that his sister and Hinata can see. Mito can only hear the shifting of movements in the air around her teammates, and Hinata can't speak her voice, preventing anyone from trying to get her to spill her beans. A prefect technique for Team 7 to use that binds the rules and allows them to cheat without being caught. After all, there isn't a rule against using ninjutsu, why woe? ULD the proctors be on the lookout for genin using techniques to cheat. But then came the wrecking ball, which causes everyone's spirits to begin to sink. Lastly, if any of you fail the final question, then neither you or your team will ever take the chunin exams ever again. What? You can't do that. Shut the exam room. Naruto was resting on the sofa and shaking his head in amusement. Ibiki will never change. And he just can't help himself since the great Hokage finally gave him the role that the old scar face wanted for years. The other Jonin were there too and noticed that Naruto's tone shifted from nostalgia to anger and then back to carefree. One of them walked up with the stance and nervousness of a shy little girl. Excuse me. Mr. Naruto. Her name is Kurenai Yuhi, a Noichi who aspired to take the example of infamous shinobi such as Mighty Guy and, of course, Naruto. Her dream to be recognized by the world as a master of genjutsu, unstoppable and able to take down armies with only a single glance if possible. Naruto turned and stared at Kurenai, making her a little more nervous, but she waited for his word. You are the latest addition to the Jonin ranks, Kurenai, am I wrong? The woman Jonin shook her head, excited that he knew her name. Naruto is practically her idol. Then I am sorry for that grumbling about our leader, I just can't stand him. It's not that. Kurenai was surprised to hear herself yell, and in front of Naruto. Sorry. Naruto stopped her, and instead of an offended look, he had the expression of a patience and level-headedness. This got Kurenai to take in a deep breath and start again. It's just that I heard about your skill in illusions topples your talent for every other ninjutsu. I am trying to become a genjutsu specialist. That's so. Kurenai nodded and Naruto chuckled. I almost thought that illusions were going to be my weakest style. You can only imagine the surprise and excitement I felt once I accidental Why learned how someone like me can use genjutsu? After the exams, I can show you an example if you are willing to watch and learn. Kurenai looked like she was glow and brighten up like a light bulb. Thank you. Thank you. Kurenai lost all her shyness and was bold enough to give Naruto a bear hug and a deep kiss on the cheek. No problem. Now can you give us some space, before your boyfriends make a scene? Naruto teased Kurenai, who hastily backed off and then glared at all the other jonin in the lounge. Never mind then. Naruto has seriously been out of the jonin action while training his team and hanging out with Hinata on dates. Dude, you just got the Ice Queen of Konoha to hug you and kiss you and that is all you have to say. One of the bewildered jonin shouted in disbelief. Naruto just shrugged. I thought that I got a new friend in Kurenai, not an Ice Queen. The blonde said causally, although I can see that Kurenai is beautiful. Enough. Letting that hang, Naruto smirked and the other jonin gawked to see Kurenai blush at his words. Thanks. So, Kurenai had, for the second time that day, lost her confidence in her voice. Naruto just walked up and gently grasped her on the shoulder. We still have the chunin exams that our student waited weeks for, so how about during the second exam we can meet up for another friendly chat? Naruto was seriously melting Kurenai's heart with only words and a smile. When she nodded, cool. We can talk now since the hour is still not up. Oh okay. And so, an hour had passed. Alright you worms. Pencils down and hands off the papers. Ibiki shouted at the top of his voice again, making most of the genin cringe. They had hoped to never hear such a bellow again in this lives. And only for an hour they were granted silence as the why struggled with the questions on the exam. Seriously, they weren't even explained in the academy. It is time for the final question. Everyone steeled their nerves, especially those who were unsure about the first 9 questions. Maybe if they fail the final one, they will fail the entire chunin exams. But first, are you willing to hear it? Ibiki then said, which got everyone caught off guard. If you do take it and fail, then you and your team will fail. If you are chicken and want to leave, then go ahead, but both you and your team have to go and never take the exams again. The only way to pass this first exam is to answer the final question correctly. What are you going to do? Ibiki waited and was smiling to see a couple of teams chickening out and left with their heads looking down. But still a majority of the genin teams were still in their seats, feeling the heavy pressure on them. And Team 7 tried to figure out what to do about this until their eyes brightened up. Do your worse. I am not leaving. Keiji shouted, getting up and slamming his hands on his desk. I will take it head on and not look back. That is what cowards do. Everyone except his team looked at him like Keiji turned into a madman. And if your team fails, I am sure that a fucking maggot, a pile of shit, will remember the rules. Ibiki focused his attention on Keiji but still saw no fear in the eyes of the Hokage's son. Of course we know the rules. That is why we are do it anyways. Mito got up and spoke clearly and confidently too, making Ibiki turn from Keiji. We are a team, why should we ruin their futures to save our own hides? We are maggots, remember. We don't care if we will be genin forever. Hinata finally took her turn and soon, everyone started to feel the atmosphere starting to crumble. We will achieve our dreams and we will do it because we are shinobi. We can take what you throw at us. Bring it on. Team 7 shouted at Ibiki together and stared him down, daring the scarred man to do the worst he could. Pretty soon, every other genin refused to budge from their seats and stared down Ibiki as well. Soon, the proctor had his eyes darken and said, so be it. And sink. You refused to run to spare your life. Ibiki dragged on and then showed a smile. Pass. That was anticlimactic if there ever was another example of the term. But that was broken by ranting and protesting from most of the genin who felt cheated since they were led to believe it was something of a horrible tough question. Shut up and listen. Ibiki silenced the crowd and explained that the purpose of the first part to the chunin exams were to be an experience of trying to cheat and gather info even in a locked room with plenty of eyes and ears. That final question was simply a situation in which a team is faced with either info under the threat of death or flee, failing the mission. But when everyone was going to say how much they understood, something flew through the window. It was like a bundle of clothing that was about to reveal itself in the room until the sounds of sharp objects flying through the air and embed themselves in the fabric. To those who called it, the bundle was stuck to the wall by a couple of kunais that were thrown by Team 7, since they were the ones still standing and they had their hands in a throwing position. To see whoever was in the bundle was cracking up the crowd. When a woman fell out like potatoes out of their sack made everyone laugh at the sight. Alright, who the hell messed up my entrance? Maybe it won't be ruined if you actually arrived on cue. You are too early, and is the banner really necessary? Ibiki said with amusement mixed with a touch of disbelief for the pouting, childish woman. You could just have appeared like we commonly do, Anko. I like to take everyone by surprise and see their faces. You just stick to the boring way, scar face. Ibiki just couldn't believe that he was taking to a child of a woman who was sticking her tongue at him. But that was Anko Mitarashi, in all her glory. Anko has light brown, pupil-less eyes. Her black hair is styled in a short, spiky, fanned ponytail. She usually wears a fitted mesh bodysuit that covers her from her neck down to her thighs. Over this she typically wears a tan overcoat with a purple inseam and a pocket on each side, a dark orange mini skirt, a dark blue belt, and pale gray shin guards. In addition to the typical forehead protector, she also wears a small pendant that looks like a snake fang and a wrist watch. Most of the genin felt hot under the sea. Aller to see such a young and well-proportioned woman wear clothing with and little effort to be fully covered. Meanwhile, the girls were hoping to have such a figure in order to get more attention from the boys. One of them in particular, Hinata, felt like she was being threatened. This woman had the measurements in her league but much more mature and bold enough to let everyone see them. What if her boyfriend gets tempted by her? And while Hinata was having negative thoughts, Anko counted the remaining genin. 72 brats. That's 24 teams. You serious lost your touch, old man? Anko shouted in an attempt to humiliate her superior for laughing at her along with the other genin and chunin. I actually feel good about this, Anko, because look at those three. Ibiki directed everyone's attention to Team 7. Those brats had broken my atmosphere before you did and got everyone to stay and pass the final question. And they were trained by the blonde Naruto. Ibiki had spoken, and then showed an uncharacteristic look of pity and regret, almost like, sorry to do this to you. Oh tilde. Anko coed worse than an overaffected mother at Team 7. They are Naru-kun's kids, eh? Anko chirped with a grin that threatened to peel her face off. He did ask me about that favor I owe him. The second exam is going to be so much fun tilde. End of chapter 12. Well, that contest conference that I went to with a neighbor was fun. I still have a test to study for. I am glad to get this chapter finally done. Tell me what you think about having Naruto a teacher, a lover, a big brother, and lately, a role model. If you were offended with me making Kurenai a fangirl, then I apologize. I simply wished to make Kurenai a character who looks up to her fellow jonin and have a goal to surpass him. I think that this edition could help Naruto make more connections and relationship bridges. Let me know how you really think of the chapter. It is definitely not the best one I made for this story. Asterisk 1. This personally created jutsu has a mouthful of a name. The words I used translate into to come to one's senses in one's mind. The Fox and the Snake in the Forest. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto. Naruto. Talking. Naruto. Thoughts Naruto. Flashback Naruto. Jutsu. Author's note. Hello everyone. I read the reviews you left and saw a lot of variety, most were rather harsh. I understand that you expect a lot and you want to see the Hokage finally get a clue to what is going on in his family. I can't make any promises, so please bear with me. In this chapter, I am letting Naruto let go and show his full power against the Snake Sennin. Afterwards, the Hokage will try to find out the mistakes he made. You probably want the plot to thicken, so I will do my best. But I can't make any promises at this point. Cracking gaps. Sins of a family. The Fox and the Snake in the Forest of Death. Previously on Cracking Gaps. Sins of a Family. And while Hinata was having negative thoughts, Anko counted the remaining genin. 72 brats. That's 24 teams. You serious lost your touch, old man? Anko shouted in an attempt to humiliate her superior for laughing at her along with the other genin and chunin. I actually feel good about this, Anko, because look at those three. Ibiki directed everyone's attention to Team 7. Those brats had broken my atmosphere before you Did and got everyone to stay and pass the final question. And they were trained by the blonde. Naruto. Ibiki had spoken and then showed an uncharacteristic look of pity and regret, almost like, sorry to do this to you. Oh tilde. Enko coed worse than an overaffected mother at Team 7. They are Naru-kun's kids Enko chirped with a grin that threatened to peel her face off. He did ask me about that favor I owe him. The second exam is going to be so much fun tilde. Welcome brats, to the hell that is the second part of the chunin. Exams. Enko Mitarashi announced in front of a large forest T was surrounded by thick and tall fences, all of them had signs such as danger and stay out. It has been a couple of hours since the first part of the chunin exams ended. The Hokage decreed that every genin that passed the written part to have that amount of time to get their nerves together and triple check their gear. I present, Training Ground 44. AKA, the Forest of Death. Enko G. Rin to see that the many groups of genin were indeed intimidated by the sight of the training ground. Normally we forbidden anyone under the rank of Jonin to enter, but Hokage-sama has chosen this to be the second part of this year's chunin exams. What the hell are we supposed to do? One of the remaining genin asked rather rashly, but Enko didn't budge from her spot and just grinned even more. Yeah, listen up because I am not explaining this twice. Enko shrugged it off and then came to the chunin, like Ibiki's own squad. They were carrying a large map which seemed to be one of the entire forest. It showed that the training ground was circular and with a radius of half a mile. Then there was the picture of a tower right in the center of the map. See that? That is one of the Okage's towers and that is your destination. We just walk over to the tower. That's it. Another one of the genin asked and Enko just shook her head, grinning just as badly. No, getting to the tower is the easy part. But if you and your team arrive empty-handed, then you will be disqualified from the rest of the exams. Enko said, and there were protests. Shut up and listen. Enko had to shout to get their attention. Look here. Two more of the chunin helping Enko out came. But this time, each one had their arms carrying a large pile of scrolls. These are what you need to deliver to the tower in order to pass the second exam. Taking one from each chunin's arms, Enko showed that one of the scrolls had the kanji for earth, while the other had one for heaven. This earth scroll and even scroll are the only things you and your team need to pass. I am giving one of these to each team, so you will have to find the other scroll to complete the pair. Once you do, keep them and head over to the tower. You all have 5 days the most to do it. But what about our meals? We will starve in there. Choji just had to let his big mouth loose, this time. If you are, then you fail right before you are allowed to go in. Enko retorted. One last thing, you all need to fill out these. Enko motioned to more chunin that were handing out forms of some kind to each genin. Once you do show them to the gatekeepers, then you will be allowed to enter the forest in any fashion you so desire. Enko then moved her head around, as if something was missing. Now where are the stars of the show, children of the Hokage? Even Naru-kun is late. And I apologize for holding you up. That voice had taken most of the crowd off guard when there was a flash of light. And then Team 7 in all their glory appeared. But they looked rather tense and displeased. Don't tell me you are taking after Hitaki. I hate that in a man you know. Enko was about to scold Team 7 until she saw Naruto hand over a scroll, completely different from the ones she just displayed. It was red compared to the white scrolls for the exam, and the kanji on it said, Fire Shadow. What's that? Orders from the Hokage. Urgent and at the last minute. Bad enough was that I had to drag out my team once old Scarface let them out. Naruto said, and Enko took the scroll, reading it from an angle that prevented anyone from peeking over her shoulder. Once she was done, she sighed in disbelief. Fine Naru-kun. Go ahead and have fun. Enko said without even a single clue to what the Hokage wanted of her to do. But Team 7 knew what for sure. After all, they were there, like Naruto said before he vanished in the same flash as before. Flashback begins. What were you thinking? Team 7 knew from the moment the hallway shook at the volume of that woman's shriek, behind that door they faced, that this was going to be torture of a session with the Hokage. Too bad that they entered when Kushina was going to go on. Why did you sick Ibiki on Tiholdren? We did just fine, Ka-san. The twins said in prefect unison, in an effort to make themselves and their team noticed. And can we get this over with? We need to get to training ground 44 in an hour or we will get kicked out. Instead of an answer, Kushina turned to the already pale Minato once again. And you are sending them into that fucking forest. I think that you have lost your mind. Naruto coughed to get the Hokage and his wife's attention. I can assure you both, that my team is more than ready for this part of the exam. After how they passed the first. You should have more faith in my students. Naruto said and Minato laughed nervously. Yes Naruto-kun, I do and that is why I have made these choices on the exams. Minato said and had to turn his eyes back on his wife. Still staring at him with intent to maim. But as Keiji and Mito are my blood children, imagine the scandal if even one of them is hurt as much as a bruise. That is why me and Kushina-chan wanted to see you under such short notice. That tone still is the same. Why can't you see that you have more children than just the twins? Naruto thought to himself. Quote, I understand the concern and that is why I think that this is a waste of time. You allowed me to harm you children since it was necessary for shinobi training. Why are you concerned this time? Is it because we have the children of the cage in the exams? The blonde queried, which got their attention for sure. Yes Naruto-kun. Minato said after a moment that felt like a painful eternity. After how Hiruzen's grandson, Konohamaru, nearly started a scandal on its own, the cage demanded that I show a better example. And that means for me to see to it that the children of the cage are unharmed and out of danger. So that is why you are getting a mouthful out of Kushina-sama, Hokage-sama. Minato sighed to hear such casual talk from his children. This was what almost made him regret achieving his dream of succeeding Hiruzen as Hokage. His wife especially, it hurt to be called that by her own children, the ones that she personally gave birth to. Yes and more than that. Minato replied and gave a familiar scroll with the kanji of his title written on it to Naruto. Just give it to Anko-san and do what it says once you read it. Naruto said nothing and just opened the scroll only once. Scanning the words within seconds, taking in what the Hokage wants him to, Naruto nodded and sealed the scroll back tight. And can we have some time with the twins? Naruto said nothing and neither did anyone else. 5 minutes. Then we need to get back to the chunin exams. You can't have this favoritism going on a second longer than you already have, Hokage. Sama. Naruto then gently tugged at his student girlfriend, leading Hinata out of the room to settle at the door. So, what the hell do you bastards to want to tell us? To go back to your stuffy compound and be the family you thought we were. Keiji spoke disrespectfully and this time, Mito was silent. She was going to take any sides to this argument. Minato and Kushina looked at each other, no longer an angry wife staring down her timid husband. But they looked more like a pair of parents who were troubled about their children. Flashback ends. Sorry about the delay, brats. It is just that our brave, great Lee Der has gotten intel to his ears about someone trying to infiltrate these exams. Anko announced and knocked Team 7 off of memory lane. Now, according to the rules, we should cancel them right now. But Hokage-sama has his hands tied with the cage demanding the exams to go on. This was getting the genin worried. The only type of shinobi brave, foolhardy or worse, able to sneak into one of the great 5 villages undetected is one on par with the most powerful jonins. The very thought was sending shivers down their spines. So, for the sake of maintain peace between Konohagakure and Sunagakure, we have dispatched your jonin instructors as well as most of the other jonin into the forest. They will not interfere for the second part of the exams. Instead they will be searching for this intruder in the best way they can. So, if you see one then don't bother asking one of them for advice. That is the latest rule. Asking one of the jonin for anything during the second part will get you and your team disqualified. Now the genin felt like they were in the same atmosphere as back in that room with the scarred man. So many rules, the threat of disqualification or death above their heads and the uncertainty of how to pass is back in one package. It took a few minutes for them to go over the rules and submitted the pieces of paper to the chunin guards. Now they will have to charge head first, looking for their own to steal from, in the forest of death. So what's the plan? It can't be the straightforward approach to the tower. We cannot count on the other teams trying that. Not even 1. Keiji said as he and his team were jumping from branch to branch, trying to get a head start. Wait. Why is the wind? Mito pointed out, and when she and her team looked back to the direction of the wind, they felt like a wall had hit them. This sent them off of the tree branches they were standing on and into the air. But despite the intense winds, Team 7 was able to hold on together and land on the ground without being separated. Ah, I had hoped that the futon Datapa wind release great breakthrough would have sent you flying like bugs in the wind. Team 7 then heard the voice of a woman. But more like a seductiveness. Soon enough, out from the trees, came one of the creepier genin from the start of the second part of the exams, with a cloak over most of her features. A large straw hat and a voice like of a snake's. Oh well, I get to help myself to the wonderfully soft flesh of your bodies and your delicious blood anyways. Team 7 had gotten onto their stances but then felt something. It was like their hearts and souls were weighted down harshly. Ah tilde. The little bugs are feeling brave today tilde. But no bug can defeat a snake before it eats them tilde. Remember that before you die tilde. That genin gave out a disgusting aura around her entire body outline. It was green with fear, intimidation and bloodlust. Team 7 had felt the same thing a mouse must have before being eaten by a snake. They can't defeat this threat. Meanwhile, Naruto was surveying his own portion of the forest. Of course, there were the giant animals and insects trying to eat him alive. But they only made his job a little more stressful and gave Naruto more delays than anyone will ever wish for in their lives. But what really ruined his day was when he had the feeling that someone was behind him and ate him whole. Futon Wangetsu Kazakiri, wind release, crescent wind cutter. Naruto shouted out of reflex and saw, to his disgust, that this giant snake came and tried to eat him. Naruto was about to move on and tried to forget about living that down until the snake corpse burst into smoke. An animal summons. Who would let loose something like that in the forest of death? Especially during the second part of the chunin exams. Naruto took the chance on a branch to think about it. He didn't have much since there were only 2 recorded summoners of the Snake Summons clan. But Anko will never try something like that. That means, oh no. Naruto started to panic and sure enough, heard the sounds of his team attacked. Naruto hurried over to the source of the screams. Futon Wangetsu Kazakiri. Naruto shouted once he arrived where the signatures of his team were centered, in a clearing that they were visible from. He saw the same thing about the genin at his team did but acted more accordingly, attacking instead of surrendering. You have a lot of nerve even coming to our land, traitor to Konoha. Team 7 was relieved to see their instructor and boyfriend in Hinata's case. They moved away from the genin and to the safe side of Naruto while the intruder just giggled in a sour way. I could have sworn that my summoned had distracted you for the twisted eye of Konoha. Are you Naruto-kun? So what, snake scum? A sadist, gay, pedophile like you has no right to be cutty with me. Naruto was seriously freaking his disciples out. They didn't know just who this intruder is and their teacher is acting like they were mortal enemies. Hey, you like foxes as much as me so you must be fox scum. The woman said that made the entire Team 7 cell growl. And you call me the pedophile when you date one of your students. Because I don't harass them or treat them like lab rats. Let me guess, you are here because Kabuto's kunai finally got too blunt. I guess that you have finally lost you touch, shivered up prune. Naruto was about to blow up until he came up with a good retort that got his disciples to laugh. But what made the snake-like woman to growl was Naruto's extra touch. She hears not only the genin laughing but everyone in the whole forest. You may be the youngest jonin in shinobi history, you might be the one to tra in the children of the Hokage but you are still a sprout for me to eat up. And I might just have your girl for a side salad once I am done with you. The woman shouted and extended her arm. Sane Jashu, hidden shadow snake hands. Futon Hakiri Tuken, wind release, leaf cutter blades. From the sleeve of the enraged snake woman came about a dozen snakes with fangs ready to strike Naruto. The blonde, of course, came up with a counterattack and sliced the snakes as if they were sushi. Futon Genmitsu Senbon, wind release, disillusionment needles. Naruto breathed in next and spit out a storm of nigh invisible Senbon needles at the snake woman. Habitate. Using her other sleeve, she summoned another dozen snakes to swirl around the front of her body as a shield. And while the snakes took most of them, she felt nicks on her legs, arms and on one of her cheeks. Doden. Dodai Tateru Kishu, Earth Release. Base title Ambush. Then, as if it was sheets of paper, the forest ground shot off and moved to strike Naruto. Especially those at his feet. And yet, while the genin had to move to dodge some, not one of the dirt titles even scratched the blonde. You are losing that aim of yours. Told ya that you make an old crone. The woman ignored Naruto and checked the small cuts on her body. There, she saw that they're lined with a venom that attacks the victims. Aim, balance and concentration. That would explain why she is seeing double vision. She growled before doing what will give the genin nightmares for days. Under the shade of the trees she was hiding in, the woman made Lee K a molting snake and shed her own skin. But what came out of her enlarged and dislocated mouth was not a woman. It was someone else entirely, which got Team 7 scared out of their wits and Naruto to scowl before grinning maliciously. So you have made some progress. Now you are less of a man and more a snake now. Aren't ya? Hokage reject number 1. That man, that creature, that monster, nearly Roa. Read like a provoked bear to a trespasser. If you don't shut up now, you will see how much of a snake I can be. That voice was definitely not a woman but that of a tyrant's, a warlord's and a degraded serial killer. All as deep as a man's tone can be. Ah tilde. Naruto still had the mocking grin and talked in the same tone that this man used on his team not a while ago. Did I hit a soft spot? I did. And know that snakes are more tender than helpless newborn when I bring up the truth. Shut up. The man finally snapped but kept his cool, Kuchio's no jutsu, summoning technique. The snake man, still unnamed, created some kind of grid on the ground that created a large puff of smoke. Out of it came more giant snakes, one of them was underneath the man's feet. And as such, it rose and lifted the snake man into the light in the clearing. The man's most striking characteristic is his snake-like appearance. He has very pale skin, golden eyes with silted pupils, purple markings around his eyes and fang-like teeth. He also has pronounced cheekbones and straight waist-length black hair with some locks covering and framing his face or to his shoulders. He was wearing plain gray garbs with a black polo and pants underneath. A thick purple rope belt tied in a large knot behind his back, blue tomo-shaped earrings, and shinobi sandals with bandages around his calves. Guys, run. Naruto N said to his team without even facing them. I can only delay him for much longer, but now you have to run. Now. Team 7 knew that their teacher meant business and they moved when they felt something else, pure bloodlust. Directed at each of them. Team 7 then moved out of the way of the giant snakes that didn't even bother with Naruto. No doubt that they won't try to even get near their master's prey. And Naruto couldn't even lift a finger to stop the snakes that chased after his team. All the blonde could do now is to face the snake man, the traitor to Konoha and the infamous snake sage. Elsewhere in the forest, Team 7 had a place to hide from the snakes. But a hollow tree might be a good hiding place, it won't keep out snakes the size of houses for long. It was only a matter of time before the bark gives in and the snakes will finally dine in on their prey. Help. Keiji spoke while hugging his sister and Hinata together, as far from the fangs biting at the hollow tree. His team could feel his fear. It was exactly what they were feeling. They were surrounded, helpless and without their teacher to help them against such monsters. Help us. Kurama. That was to be he thoughts of Keiji and Mito before they felt a surge of energy. It filled every inch of their bodies, almost like they were being covered from head to toe in power. It was also bright, repelling the giant snakes from the tree. But the twins kept their concentration through the pleasurable feeling and sent this energy high into the air like a large flare. And while this was happening, Minato and Kushina were awaiting anxiously, in secret of course, for their children to arrive. They were hoping that it won't take too long. After all, they finally got the name of the intruder and it was the name of a man that they both hoped to never find their children. Then all of a sudden, there was the feeling of fear. A feeling of tension and fear. A feeling that someone close was in grave danger. Hen Minato and Kushina reacted to the sensation, their own senses had told them that it came from within the forest. They trusted their instincts since they developed them during their years of training in the shinobi arts. They were even saved on many occasions by trusting their gut feelings. That chakra. Minato. Kushina panicked. She was picking up a maelstrom of emotions and dark energy. And all of it came from that tornado of orange light that was shooting out of the forest. That's its chakra, but I don't feel rage from it but fear. Like it is calling for help. Minato shouted. This isn't it trying to escape but to trying to summon help to its containers. I never even dreamed of it doing such a thing. Minato shouted like a genius proven wrong about something on all accounts. It was so shocking that the Hokage was holding his head in pain while scratching the back of his neck for a short time. And, to add on this little mystery, Kushina was ignoring her husband's headache and scratched her neck in the back as well. But they both did this for only a few seconds and never noticed it. Never mind that, Minato-kun, we need to get there. Naruto-kun is strong, but who knows long he can last against him. Against Orochimaru. There was no need for words anymore, so they hurried towards that spot in the forest in blurs. They were moving so fast that trails of leaves from the tree branches tracing their movements. Every step left a burn mark on the tree bark, a branch was chipped off and the trees were slightly uprooted from the earth at their bases. You better not have stolen our children from us, Kyuubi demon. Minato and Kushina thought as they approached closer and closer to what they thought to be a traitor about to kill their children, acting them sitting ducks. Instead, this will be when answers are given to those who deserve them, but there is always a twist to the truth. It is all on how they are going to take the truth that is going to shape their futures. End of chapter 13. Thanks for the support and criticism. I knew that you won't love that last chapter and I sure didn't. Not just because it was shorter than the average but because I felt like I was reusing plot points and haven't twinkled with them enough. Please tell me what you think about this one. A little CC, constructive criticism, will be nice to ask once in a while, please. Asterisk. A glimpse of hope or distrust. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto. Naruto. Talking. Naruto. Thoughts Naruto. Flashback Naruto. Jutsu. Cracking gaps. Sins of a family, a glimpse of hope or distrust. Previously on Cracking Gaps. Sins of a family. Help us. Kurama. That was to be the thoughts of Keiji and Mito before they felt a surge of energy. It filled every inch of their bodies, almost like they were being covered from head to toe in power. It was also bright, repelling the giant snakes from the tree. But the twins kept their concentration through the pleasurable feeling and sent this energy high into the air like a large flare. And while this was happening, Minato and Kushina were awaiting anxiously, in secret of course, for their children to arrive. They were hoping that it won't take too long. After all, they finally got the name of the intruder, and it was the name of a man that they both hoped to never find their children. Then all of a sudden, there was the feeling of fear. A feeling of tension and fear. A feeling that someone close was in grave danger. When Minato and Kushina reacted to the sensation, their honed senses had told them that it came from within the forest. They trusted their instincts since they developed them during their years of training in the shinobi arts. They were even saved on many occasions by trusting their gut feelings. That chakra. Minato. Kushina panicked. She was picking up a maelstrom of emotions and dark energy. And all of it came from that tornado of orange light that was shooting out of the forest. That's its chakra, but I don't feel rage from it but fear. Like it is calling for help. Minato shouted. This isn't it trying to escape but to trying to summon help to its containers. I never even dreamed of it doing such a thing. Minato shouted like a genius proven wrong about something on all accounts. It was so shocking that the Hokage was holding his head in pain while scratching the back of his neck for a short time. And, to add on this little mystery, Kushina was ignoring her husband's headache and scratched her neck in the back as well. But they both did this for only a few seconds and never noticed it. Never mind that, Minato-kun, we need to get there. Naruto-kun is strong, but who knows long he can last against him. Against Orochimaru. There was no need for words anymore, so they hurried towards that spot in the forest in blurs. They were moving so fast that trails of leaves from the tree branches tracing their movements. Every step left a burn mark on the tree bark, a branch was chipped off and the trees were idly uprooted from the earth at their bases. You better not have stolen our children from us, Kyuubi demon. Minato and Kushina thought as they approached closer and closer to what they thought to be a traitor about to kill their children, while a demon was making them sitting ducks. Instead, this will be when answers are given to those who deserve them, but there is always a twist to the truth. It is all on how they are going to take the truth that is going to shape their futures. To see and try to describe the scene is to witness a bloody battle and stare into the red earth and burnt carnage. All of it in a clearing with a giant snake corpse and two men. A blonde and a pale snake face, both looking at each other while panting and scowling. These men are mortal enemies and nothing below the intent to kill each other ever escapes their eyes. For a Jonin, you sure are a fly hard to swat. I heard on how you were duped into graduating without your previous girlfriend, trusting a dumb blonde of Akage's words. I thought you were as sharp as you look, Naruto-kun. Orochimaru felt pain everywhere, even when he was chuckling at the bruised blonde right in front of him. You have oh right to chuckle on how you were about to be Akage until you blew it. I guess that those words you said to the old man about your team were lies, like the ones to said to your allies, your slaves and even to yourself. No Kage of ours will be that pathetic. Naruto felt like rubbing his jaw while retorting, he could sure use a scratch for an inch on his nose too. Pathetic, eh? Orochimaru tried to shout, only to feel one of his ribs poking his heart in a painful way. This caused him to accidentally place his hand there. It took what felt like hours and seconds for the old snake face to not ice this act of weakness, and growled at Naruto, daring the blonde to even smirk. Yes, I am sure that a genius like you will know what the word means. You must use it every time you let that trash bag of a mouth open. Naruto replied anyways with a grin instead. To your slaves about their cooking, your allies about what they have to offer. Maybe even your boyfriend's manhood is pathetic. Maybe even his kissing skills are like your complexion. To hear a slightly louder growl from the snake face was what got Naruto to finally get onto his two legs. Meanwhile, Orochimaru found the giant snake corpse to be a good wall to lay on. Until it vanished at that moment. And no wonder, your lower hold is just as weak tilde. Shut up this instant. Orochimaru shouted with the eyes of a beast, rubbed wrong way and feeling the salt on the wounds. The ground felt very cold at his palms and knees too. You are starting to bore me with this worthless talk. And I don't need to hear anything too. Know that your team is done for. And a waste since I went through all this trouble for a simple gift to give. Actually, it is your talk that is worthless. The two men jolted up and turned to a certain direction. And their reactions were nothing like happiness, relief, fear or even anger. Orochimaru just growled louder, the empty stomach of a bear with eyes of frustration and resentfulness. Meanwhile, Naruto wasn't any happier but didn't make a peep. Hello Hokage-sama. Fancy seeing you and Kushina-sama in this trash pit. Naruto just said with a neutral expression if there ever was one in his tone. He kept it up, even when Orochimaru cursed at him and vanished himself when the Anbu showed up. And guys, it is all clear. Naruto then turned to some untouched patches of the earth, which opened like the drain in a sink filled with water, 3 of them exactly. And out of each of them came a genin, familiar ones. Team 7. I was under the impression, Minato queried until they heard a moan coming Naruto. Holding his head with the signs of a migraine. That they will be in a tree. I am surprised by how easily fooled those giant scale skins were fooled by a couple of clones I sent on the way. Naruto muttered. What a mess this is. Now that the entire forest felt the signal, they will be coming at their own pace. My team has been found out, not what any of us had planned. That was a good point and pretty much summarizes the entire second part of the chunin exams. To survive in harsh conditions, on the run from even fellow shinobi and looking for a prize to keep out the hands of the many enemies in the forest. Well, we can make an exception to the rules. Kushina was about to suggest until Hinata and Mito pulled out an earth and heaven scroll respectively, silencing her. When Minato was also in the dark. After how you gave me those orders to pull my team out of the exams temporarily, I had a gut feeling that something like this can happen. Why do you think that Keiji still let his mouth go with the proctor? Naruto replied and then realized that the same woman had finally showed up. And she stood her up right in front of her friends. You brat. That is why you embarrassed me in front of the other maggots. To steal my scrolls. Minato, Kushina and the Anbu sweat dropped at Anko's rants. But that did solve the mystery as to why Naruto wasn't worried about the scrolls. But the other genin teams. Later. Finally, we're here. Keiji said once Team 7 had found the tower in the forest and set foot inside with both scrolls at last. But what now? It won't hurt to look around since we still have about 5 days left. Mito suggested, so Team 7 did walk down a corridor, noticing that there are no other doors or any more hallways. Just a large room, a giant dead end. With a large picture frame at the top of the wall. It read like so. If you lack in earth, run through the fields of opportunity. If you lack in heaven, expand your horizons. If you lack in both, you are doomed to fail. If you lack in none, there is no problem too great to solve. That is the truth of shinobi. Hiruzen Sarutobi, god of shinobi, the professor, Sandaime Hokage of Konoha. Earth. And heaven. Hinata muttered. Just like on the scrolls they told us to find and bring here. There's got to be something here that we need to figure out. The twins nodded. So let's get to it. It said that we need to run through the fields of opportunity if we didn't have earth. And that we need to expand our horizons if we didn't have heaven. But what does it all mean? Keiji brought up to focus. The proctor did say that if we didn't show up with either scroll or just one, then we fail the second part. Mito added, and she, along with Hinata, brought out the 2 scrolls that Keiji stole before they entered the forest. Naruto sensei even told us that if we tried to open them before entering the forest, then that is a fail too. Maybe it is the scrolls. Hinata spoke up. Maybe this means that we are only allowed to open the scrolls when we are in the tower and with both of them in hand. The twins looked at each other. Maybe we need to open them here in order to pass the exam. It's worth a try since we are not going in trouble for opening them here. Keiji said, and the girls nodded. Team 7 slowly opened the scrolls so that every eye sees what is inside. On both scrolls were some kind of matrix made from ink and with the kanji for person in the center. The twins then gasped, feeling chakra in the ink letters. It was some kind of jutsu on paper. Toss them. The girls did so, and the scrolls started to give off some kind of smoke. Once the scrolls landed on the ground, the matrices in ink had met in a cross formulation. From that new spot, a cloud of smoke enough to cover a full-grown man. Hey guys, I knew that you will solve it in no time at all. Team 7 knew that voice and their faces brighten up as a result. Naruto-kun, sensei. Hinata raced and embraced around the neck with glee while the twins did his waist, like lost children finally reuniting with their older brother. After a short moment, the twins settled down while Hinata got a quick kiss on the lips before jumping down. Thanks. I guess that I have been a good boy lately. Naruto smirked and popped a joke which at least got his team to chuckle a little. Sensei. About the scrolls. Keiji brought up and Naruto nodded. Earth. And heaven. Were more than 2 names we chose to tell the scrolls apart. The fields of opportunity refer to physical prowess of a shinobi to deal out attacks. Take a hit better and can keep chasing your prey for hours. Make sure to keep it in top condition. Those guys in chairs are bad models for that. This time, Team 7 laughed slightly louder. And the part about expanding your horizons refers to the knowledge, cunning and intellect of a shinobi. To figure out the enemy's course of action and plot several steps ahead. Take them by surprise and outwit the sharpest of minds. If you keep that also in top form, you can finally shut the Naruto up during their chess games. Team 7 then fell to the ground in a holler of a group laugh at the ideas that their teacher was filling their heads. What an amusing way to end a trip into a dangerous forest with the most dangerous of predators, as an intruder. And I brought some company who want to see you. A little bonus for excellent work as a team for the entire second part. Naruto smirked to see that his girlfriend and the twins peer in to hear what their teacher has in mind. And the answer came when Naruto placed his hands together. A slightly larger cloud of smoke appeared, right in front of him. It took only a few seconds for Team 7 to see who was inside the cloud of smoke. No way. Keiji spoke loud and true for how he and his team reacted to this surprise. Haku-chan. Yurina-chan. Hanabi-chan. After seeing each of his students chatting with each of the visitors, Naruto had one more thing to announce. I have one more friend I would like you to visit. I am sure that you three know him very well. You two, the twins, are more like him than you think. Team 7 and Guest knew that Naruto loved to be cryptic, it keeps everyone guessing, so they left it at that until a later time. And remember, we still have 4 more days. Once he 6th day start, then you will need to get to a certain room. Don't be late. Naruto knew that his team and the guests got the memo when they left to enjoy the tower, with a farewell given to him. Meanwhile, I need to do some digging. What happened today in the office is definitely making my gut feeling scream for me to do so. Naruto thought to himself before disappearing in a puff of smoke. The morning of the 6th day. With the chunin exam's second part over, every passing genin team were assembled in a room similar to the one with the riddle. But in its place was a large statue of a pair of hands making the tiger hand seal. The most popular of them all. There seemed to be exactly 7 teams left, 5 from Konoha, 1 from Suna and another from Oto, this new shinobi village founded recently. Greetings to all genin who have proven your merit in the first 2 parts of the chunin exams. This third part will be the last, there will no more once this trial has been completed. Anato did his duty announcements and noticed that most of the genin looked battered and rugged, like they were sleeping the nights on rocks and with pine needles as blankets. All I have to say now is, best of luck, you will need it. For we are going to have preliminary match-ups. Minato had seen that most of the genin were now outraged. They were just told that they needed to fight against another one of them. Only a few were able to get to the tower with plenty of time to sleep in a bed and eat real food. Silence. Minato shouted, not noticing that his hand was scratching that same spot. When the second part was going to start. I am sorry that you are not allowed to take a break, but when you are in conflict with enemies, they won't let you have any rest. I figured that the second RT in the Forest of Death would have taught you that. Maybe I should reconsider some of you greenhorns and whiners from ever becoming chunin. Minato shouted at the top of his lungs to silence the crowd and succeeded. Thank you, and I wish to get the third part underway, but there is too many of you. If you all fought to the last genin, it will take all day. And our guests are not that patient to wait an entire day under the hot sun. The preliminary rounds are simply to cut the number of you into half, a much better number. The crowd was still mumbling and moaning but not actually complaining out loud anymore. Now with that in mind, the matchups will be at random and those who lose or come to a draw will have to drop out of the chunin exams and will have try again the next year for the promotion. Still try your best. That is what your villages will want to see. Since there were still no complainants, Minato was about to continue. Excuse me, Hokage-sama. I would like to cough RT explaining the preliminaries, cough please. Everyone turned to see a zombie of a man, with coffin. Hayate. Minato trailed off. Go ahead. This coughing man thanked Minato and headed into the sun gaze to give the genin a better look. Hayate had short brown hair, dark-colored eyes and dark markings under his eyes. Even though he was a young man, he had pronounced lines under his eyes as well. L is an unexplained chronic cough that plagued him. He wore the standard Konoha shinobi outfit complete with a forehead protector that he wore as a bandana, flak jacket and regular shinobi sandals. He also carried a katana with a rectangular hand guard strapped over his back. Like the cough Hokage himself said, cough we need the preliminaries to cough to reduce the number of genin by cough half. Once the matchups are cough done, we will be ready for the final part of the cough chunin exams. Hayate tried his best through his coughing fit. One of them suggested a doctor and a good nap, which somehow got everyone present in the room to laugh at it, including the Hokage. Whatever. The waivers cough you sighed at the entrance to the cough training ground 44 will cough be submitted into this cough machine. Hayate pointed to the top of the wall his back was facing. From the ceiling came a large black board. This will show cough 2 random names. When you see yours, head over to the center of the room to fight your opponent. Anyone wish to quit? Last chance. I wish to quit. Hayate and the Jonin looked over to the crowd and saw a genin from the Konoha teams. It was the other team that had been out of the academy like Team 9, but for much longer. I have used a lot of chakra and I don't think that I can fight at my fullest. I will try again next year. You or Kabuto Yakushi failed the chunin exams throughout the cough elemental nations 7 times. Hayate said and the crowd started to mutter. They knew Kabuto, the one who said that he was the veteran of the chunin exams since he failed but survived 7 of them in a row. But they assumed that Kabuto meant the exams happening in Konoha. But the Four Eyes Genin has been in the exams throughout the elemental nations. Kabuto has onyx eyes and ash-gray hair, which he normally keeps in a ponytail. His most consistent feature are his black-rimmed circular glasses. Kabuto wears a dark purple shirt with a high collar, a white undershirt, and dark purple pants with a white cloth waistband. He wears also dark purple fingerless gloves with armored plates on the back of the hand and a blue forehead protector. If you are, then I am sorry, but we have been given specific orders to allow except you to quit at this point. Hokage's orders. Hayate answered and Kabuto had to make a silent growl. This will be a monkey wrench in his plans. And if there aren't anyone else, then we will begin. And remember, one of you will get a free pass since there is an odd number of you genin. And while Hayate was going to speak more, Team 7 started the same telepathic conversations that they used during the first part of the exams, courtesy of their teacher. For a veteran genin, he was quick to quit. Like he wanted to have that streak of failures when he could have flunked the first 2 parts. Keiji started it off. Chakra exhaustion is such a lame excuse, and any experienced genin would have thought of something with more imagination than that. Mito added, I checked those chakra coils myself, they are not even strained. He was lying about being low on energy. Hinata concluded. He must have a good reason to thwart any chance for the promotion for something else. But more importantly, Keiji then said with his thoughts, did you all notice the seals on the back of their necks? The chakra inside reeks and is enough to rattle a man's nerves. And the Hokage-sama has been scratching that spot for the entire time. Keiji had hoped he was seeing things. But that was not to be once he saw that his sister and Hinata both nodded, with a look of concern and uneasiness on their faces. Just what is going on in this village? End of chapter 14. Thanks for the reviews. I really appreciate it all as an author. So here is more of the drama and mystery of the Namikaze clan. Hope you like it. Asterisk. The preliminary matchups. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto. Naruto. Talking. Naruto. Thoughts Naruto. Flashback Naruto. Jutsu. Cracking gaps. Sins of a family. The preliminary matchups. Displays of power. Previously on Cracking Gaps. Sins of a family. I wish to quit. Hayate and the Jonin looked over to the crowd and saw a genin from the Konoha teams. It was the other team that had been out of the academy like Team 9, but for much longer. I have said a lot of chakra and I don't think that I can fight at my fullest. I will try again next year. You or Kabuto Yakushi failed the chunin exams throughout the elemental nations 7 times. Hayate said and the crowd started to mutter. They knew Kabuto, the one who said that he was the veteran of the chunin exams since he failed but survived 7 of them in a row. But they assumed Kabuto meant the exams happening in Konoha. But the Four Eyes Genin has been in the exams throughout the elemental nations. Kabuto has onyx eyes and ash-gray hair, which he normally keeps in a ponytail. His most consistent feature are his black-rimmed circular glasses. Kabuto wears a dark purple shirt with a high collar, a white undershirt, and dark purple pants with a white cloth waistband. He wears also dark purple fingerless gloves with armored plates on the back of the hand and a blue forehead protector. If you are, then I am sorry, but we have been given specific orders to allow all except you to quit at this point. Hokage's orders. Hayate answered and Kabuto had to make a silent growl. This will be a monkey wrench in his plans. And if there aren't anyone else, then we will begin. And remember, one of you will get a free pass since there is an odd number of you genin. And while Hayate was going to speak more, Team 7 started the same telepathic conversa. Tions that they used during the first part of the exams, courtesy of their teacher. For a veteran genin, he was quick to quit. Like he wanted to have that streak of failures when he could have flunked the first 2 parts. Keiji started it off. Chakra exhaustion is such a lame excuse and any experienced genin would have thought of something with more imagination than that. Mito added. I checked those chakra coils myself. They are not even strained. He was lying about being low on energy. Hinata concluded. He must have a good reason to thwart any chance for the promotion for something else. But more importantly, Keiji then said with his thoughts, did you all notice the seals on the back of their necks? The chakra inside reeks and is enough to rattle a man's nerves. And the Hokage Sama has been scratching that spot for the entire time. Keiji had hoped he was seeing things, but that was not to be once he saw that his sister and Hinata both nodded, with a look of concern and uneasiness on their faces. Just what is going on in this village? If there isn't anyone else then we will begin. Take a look up there. Hayate tried to control his never-ending offing fit to get the genin's attention to a large electronic blackboard that appeared out of the ceiling. That board has every name of the genin that survived the second part of the genin exams. It will choose 2 random names for the preliminary matchups and since there is an odd number of teams, there will be 1 with a freebie into the finals. And while Hayate was saying this, Team 7 turned over to Kabuto, never letting their eyes off of him for a moment. They did see a predictable scowl on that veteran's face that said something like, "If only you let me quit." Now let's see who will be in the first match. I expect each and every one of you to be ready because there isn't a 10-minute delay to get ready. When no one responded, Hayate just got to covering his mouth or someone to turn on the board and run the names through it, making the screen a lot like a slot machine at a casino. It then stopped at 2 names. Tenten versus Kintsuchi. This was to be the first match up. The audience and other genin were about to get exciting. But this match was more anticlimactic than anything. Tenten, as well as the rest of her team, had been in the field of shinobi work for a year longer than any other in Konoha. And Kintsuchi was just arrogant enough to think that her parlor trick will get her a win against a weapon mistress. Kin used moderate skill with senbon that are laced with strings and common poison. Not the type to be lethal but to disable her targets, making them decoordinated and dizzy. That was also what the strings for. A medium to channel her chakra to bells, making a sound that does the exact same thing to whoever is listening to it. But Tenten was still a weapons mistress. And after seeing what Kin tried to her, Tenten quickly came up with a tactic to combat her. Using her nigh infinite supply of weapons to cut the strings and since the bells, Tenten went for the poison that Kin also tried to use. Her attire was feminine but Tenten also incorporated various hidden pads and wrist guards against poison. And the such. The only thing Tenten had to do was to pull Kin towards her via her strings. For being a weapons mistress, Tenten had to be accustomed to all form of weaponry, especially the more heavier ones. She coordinated her physical prowess with the help of her tiak. So that she can use the bulkiest and heaviest of weapons with grace of an acrobat and a dancer. And she reached the point that the average weight of a human being was nothing to her. And when Kin was pulled forward, nearly at the speed of sound, she was helpless to stop Tenten from striking her in the stomach. Or when Tenten used her own poison-laced strings to whip some venom for Kin to taste. The finishing touch was Tenten pulling Kin up by the hair and hitting her hard on the back of the head. Winner of the match. Tenten. Hayate soon appeared to check on Kin's vitals and announce the clear victor. No one was excited to see just how the arrogant and mighty had fallen to real power and skill of a shinobi. So, there were no cheers nor any booing. Just silence and let down aliens who thought that being a shinobi was never going to get boring. Otogakure just lost its first chunin candidate and a lot of respect from Konoha. After that waste of time that was called a battle. The blackboard started up again and then showed another pair of names that set the atmosphere to heavy and serious. Keiji Namikaze versus Sasuke Uchiha. This match could be the one to set the stand. Ard for any and other ones in the preliminaries. The only son of the 4th Hokage against the heir to the Uchiha clan. Both boys were regarded to be prodigies, so they were granted only the best of teachers. The veteran Kakashi Hatake and the rising master Naruto Uzumaki. Are both fighters ready? They both said yes in an excited way, so Hayate raised his hand, swiping it down swiftly. Begin. Kaden. Gokaku no Jutsu, fire release. Fireball technique. Sasuke shouted and sent out a large sphere of flames, right off the bat. But Hayate was able to move out of the way just in time. Sway. Tun. Sujinheki, water release. Water formation wall. Keiji immediately called out that neutralized the fireball. Props goes to that humble guy from the cloud. Keiji thought before moving his hands again. Raiden. Kangekiha, lightning release. Wave of inspiration. The water Keiji was generating soon got mixed in with a surge of electricity. Too bad that, instead of the smell of burning flesh. The scent of a tree on fire soon filled Keiji's nose, so he halted his jutsu combo. Just as he thought, the only thing in his Sujinheki was just a log of burned wood by the lightning. Raiden, lightning release. Sasuke then appeared. I only heard of it, but I never thought to see a Raiden in action. If not, then you haven't seen a lot yet. Keiji then said. But if you now, it is your turn. Sasuke then smirked, promoting Keiji to get tense in his stance. Sasuke then got into one himself, in which his legs were tense, his Sharingan was for all to see, and his left arm was clutched by his opposite hand. Then the sound of thousands of birds was heard. Then lighting came around Sasuke's hand. Chidori, 1,000 birds. Sasuke shouted with the look of arrogance on his face, like he likes he. As the match in the bag with such a deadly technique in the palm of his hand, literally. Chidori. Why would a genin know such a dangerous, double-edged move? Naruto said from up in the stands. I am going to have a little talk with that perverted Cyclops. The other Jonin knew of Naruto's power and his rightful wrath, so they stayed out of his way. On the other side of the stadium stands, Team 7 looked down with the same impression as their teacher, curiosity and disappointment. So, that's the infamous Chidori that they tell us genin about, especially in regards to Hitaki. Mito queried. She had a complex connection to Kakashi. To put it blunt, she was the daughter of the master of the Jonin. And as a result, she was told everything about Kakashi during her times as a spoiled brat of an heir. The attitude might seem to be gone, but their knowledge from the home tutoring will never leave their minds. On the field, Keiji didn't look at all worried. He heard both remarks from his teacher and his twin sister. And Keiji will have to agree on both accounts. So, you have resorted to the Chidori. It is like you think that a hammer can kill your target silently. That assassination technique just makes too much noise. This caused the audience to gasp at the logic in Keiji's remark, and most turned to Kakashi as the bad influence. Especially with that move, which was ironic in both nature of use and purpose. But Sasuke was stubborn since Naruto had last encountered the Uchiha clan. And what do you know about the Chidori? You can't use this powerful move, only the Uchiha. Keiji just chuckled and then nodded to Sasuke's shock. The latter was ready to hear his target argue with him like the others. You're right. I can't. Keiji started. But that is because I prefer not to. Like I said, it makes too much noise and too much light, it gives you gave so badly. Sasuke growled to hear Keiji speak so casually and critically of the Chidori. Instead, I prefer this one. Keiji simply tensed and tightened his right arm. In the palm of his right hand came his own high concentrated lighting that seemed rather more powerful and dense than the Chidori. Noticing the shocked looks of the audience, especially Sasuke, Keiji just smirked. Don't look so surprised, I hear of this technique from my darling father. Through all those lame-ass stories about his favorite student, at least one of them had some merit. And I give all the credit to my teacher, showing me how to use Raiden, lightning release, techniques in general. So, what the hell is that? Sasuke shouted oh, FF, and Keiji chuckled but answered anyways. This was what happened when your Cyclops of a teacher tried to figure out the real potential of the Chidori. And let's just say he accidentally split a lightning bolt in half with this. Keiji said. That is why this is called the Reikiri, lightning cutter. Sasuke used his Sharingan on this technique, almost being blinded by the sheer light and immense chakra building up in Keiji's palm. Whatever. Let's see how well you use the technique when I have the power to use mine right. Sasuke then shouted and charged with his Chidori still burning in his hand and digging into the ground. Towards Keiji. Chidori. Keiji then stiffed, making Sasuke think that his opponent is now scared, but instead the Chidori was blocked perfectly. Sasuke was shocked, for only a bit, and by reflex dodged Keiji's other hand from striking down on him, lest he will be the same as the cracked ground below. Sasuke then kicked Keiji's wrist, with some chakra behind that blow to get free. The Uchiha then roared some kunai and shuriken to throw at Keiji. But that barrage of weapons was expertly dodged, with Keiji moving his head at inhuman speeds. It was fast enough that a human will just rattle their brains or worse, snap something in their necks. Nice. Anyone could see the sarcasm in Keiji's voice. Now it is my turn. Reikiri. Sasuke used his Sharingan to brace for impact, and while Keiji looked slower to his eyes, he was fast enough to take him by surprise. Sasuke even noticed that there was chakra on Keiji's legs as well as faint sparks on his entire body. Whatever the case, the Uchiha was glad to have dodged the attack since the field was fried to Keiji's fist instead of cracking. But Keiji wasn't done, not with a mischievous look on his face. You know that they say, lightning never strikes the same place twice. Keiji said, and Sasuke's senses went viral before he was sent back by a blast similar to the one that Keiji first used. Reikiri. Raidageki Sai repeated lightning strike. Keiji then made the same chopping motion and another explosion of lightning hit near Sasuke. How are you doing this? Sasuke shouted, trying to use his Sharingan on Keiji but was forced to dodge another lightning strike. I don't spill my guts to my enemies, even if they wear the same shinobi symbol. Keiji retorted, keeping up his attacks. That is one the any things me and my team learned from Naruto sensei. We are shinobi, Sasuke. The said Uchiha soon found himself running ragged and with little to no chakra left. Defeat seemed to be just on the horizon. Sasuke then felt the latest of the repeated lightning strikes actually landing some damage on one of his legs. Now with a burnt leg and the nerve fibers within fried, the Uchiha has no way to dodge any more of those lightning strikes. Sasuke tried to fight the pain and the smell of burnt flesh while hearing the sounds of a pair of sandals come his way. Looking up, Sasuke glared to see Keiji looking down on him. The Namikaze air was pretty much unscratched and barely sweating. And with lightning surging through Keiji's arm, Sasuke could only think of what his opponent will do to him unless the Uchiha swallows his pride and I concede. Sasuke shouted out, feeling both the physical and the emotional pain. Uchihas were not supposed to surrender. They must either win or die trying, according to what the clan ideals spoke of. I mean it. I can barely get up to fight and you Namikaze can take on an army. I barely gave you a challenge. I don't know about an army but I will have to agree with that last part. Keiji then answered. Naruto sensei not only trains us in the basics but gives us spars based on different styles from his own years of experience. When he decided to fight all of us as a full trained Uchiha, he used more than ninjutsu and kunai. There was also genjutsu and traps he used. Sasuke gasped. I am sorry if you feel humiliated but perhaps it has been long Saint the time to learn how to fight like an Uchiha from an actual one. Instead, you listen to a lazy, old man with a stolen Sharingan. Keiji added, being a little extra harsh on Kakashi. Our sensei respects your clan Sasuke. Despite what you might think of him, I suggest that you get cleaned up, in both your dress and your act. Your mother can help you if your father won't. Sasuke nodded to Keiji's words and when he saw the latter giving his hand, the Uchiha accepted it. That was when medical shinobi with a stretcher finally showed up to help Sasuke with his dead leg. After Hayate showed up to check the vitals, he allowed Sasuke to be taken away on the stretcher. Winner of the match, Keiji Namikaze. Cheers were finally heard in respect to the power and maturity of the Namikaze heir. He civilians liked this Keiji better than the one that joined the academy more than anything. Naruto deserves a ribbon or something for all his hard work finally paying off. Keiji knew that he and, by associations, Naruto will be getting an earful from the Hokage and his wife. Kakashi will just be there to ask why Keiji had copied one of his moves and invented a derived jutsu from it. People still complain about rights with pretty much anything. Regards, Keiji went up to where his team saved him his spot and they all got back to waiting on the next match. This last one actually had the minimal amount of blood and had more of action to appease the audience, villagers and civilians of Konoha. Now they will be waiting for the next matchup, which was this one. Rock Lee of Konoha versus Gaara of Suna. It was like a horror scene from a thriller movie. Rock Lee shouted of his youth and physical might to be enough to win this match. Too bad that the audience could only agree with the latter. Unfortunately, Gaara was a real master of brutality and lack of mercy with his supernatural control over his sands. Pretty soon, Rock Lee had got his arm and legs caught in the sands, crushed and nearly consumed. This left the sight of blood mixed in with the sands, burned into the minds of all who witnessed this match. Whatever appetite that anyone had was spoiled and many more had to leave, so one will have to see what came out of their mouths. Now, They could only think of what could happen if any of the other genin goes against this monster of the desert. But to a certain team, they add more things to think of rather than fear and disgust. It was not just this matchup but how things are going ever since the preliminaries started. It may have been rather soon, yet Team 7 trust their instincts. They feel the uncertainty through every nerve fiber in their bodies. Something's wrong. Keiji spoke up while in private with his team. Why is that everything the blackboard shifts? It seems to be only names from Konoha. Only the second slot has all the remaining genin names. Keiji had trained further into the ninjutsu surrounding lighting. His reflexes and eyesight was almost as swift as lighting. He already perfected this skill to the point fast-moving objects look like they were slowing down to his eyes. Mito and Hinata looked at each. This might sound crazy but they true. Saint Keiji as much as they trust their teacher and each other. If Keiji noticed something off, it is often worth looking into. Is the Hokage trying to make our village look better by rigging the blackboard? Hinata brought up and the twins thought hard on it. They knew that the Hokage was extra callous that this year's exams are in their home village, but to do something like this, such a thought will be underhanded, even for a shinobi. That may sound wild and far-fetched but it is possible. Mito took her turn at it. Everything about our village is supposed to have happened by the word of the Hokage. That man will definitely have the power to order such a thing. All of a sudden, this tournament doesn't seem to be more fair. But what can we do about it? Hinata asked. Whatever or not this is true or not. We can complain all we want. It will not change the fact that every matchup will include at least a name from our village. It does sound dangerous. We, 3 genin, not even trusting the integrity of our own village. Keiji spoke up again. Naruto-sensei has told us of stories about shinobi that come to distrust his village because of clash of ideals and virtues. They never turn up right. Just officials in the darkness keeping their secret no matter how. Team 7 grew silent as they thought hard on it. Then a fourth voice joined them. That is true, guys. Every single nay of those foolish enough to challenge the unknown lacked one thing. Turning around, they saw their teacher smiling while being grim serious. Apparently, he finished talking with Kakashi about teaching the Chidori to Sasuke. Any complaints he has with Team 7 over Keiji's derived technique from one of his own. They lack the patience to wait until they can find the right evidence to support their distrust. The power to survive their own trying to kill them and to fully understand the picture. And since we are the children of the Hokage, they are expecting one of us to succeed. The yell. Auflahe messenger was starting to be clear. We should wait. Not just for days or weeks, months perhaps. Maybe even years so that we can figure out what is really Konoha. Team 7 took every word to heart and nodded. Who knows? Maybe this will the start of something much bigger in the future to come. But right now, the preliminary matches are far from over. And just when the room couldn't be filled with nervousness, fear and bloodthirst, the blackboard broke the silence with its mechanical humming. And it stopped at the last 2 names to be placed together. Hinata Hyuga versus Neji Hyuga. End of chapter 15. What do you think? Asterisk. The shell is no more, only Hinata. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto. Naruto. Talking. Naruto. Thoughts Naruto. Flashback Naruto. Jutsu. Cracking gaps. Sins of a family. The shell is no more. Only Hinata. Previously on Cracking Gaps. Sins of a family. Team 7 grew silent as they thought hard on it. Then a fourth voice joined them. That is true, guys. Every single one of those foolish enough to challenge the unknown lacked one thing. Turning around, they saw their teacher smiling while being grim serious. Apparently, he finished talking with Kakashi about teaching the Chidori to Sasuke. Any complaints he has with Team 7 over Keiji's derived technique from one of his own. They lack the patience to wait until they can find the right evidence to support their distrust. The power to survive their own trying to kill them and to fully understand the picture. And since we are the children of the Hokage, they are expecting one of us to succeed. The yellow flash. Mito spoke up. The messenger was starting to be clear. We should wait. Not just for days or weeks, months perhaps. Maybe even years so that we can figure out what is really Konoha. Team 7 took every word to heart and nodded. Who knows, maybe this will the start of something much bigger in the future to come. But right now, the preliminary matches are far from over. ND just when the room couldn't be filled with nervousness, fear and bloodthirst, the blackboard broke the silence with its mechanical humming. And it stopped at the last two names to be placed together. Hinata Hyuga versus Neji Hyuga. It would seem that fate has chosen for you to fail before your timely death, princess. Neji spoke cruelly towards his opponent, only for him to hide his anger that Hinata never even batted an eye. All she did was speak a few words with her teammate, especially Naruto. Will both fighters please appear on the battlefield? Hayate shouted, coughing afterwards. And the two Hyugas promptly dropped down from the bleachers. Are you both ready? Yes. Whatever. Hayate nodded, made a quick clear of the throat, Hajime. With that said, with the swipe of his hand, Hayate vanished. And right before, Hake Kusho, 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Hinata shouted, with her eyes already surrounded by bulging veins, and out came from her right palm was a strong gust of wind. Neji was able to move out of the way but felt something claw at his leg, and heard a stone wall receive a crash. Nice reflexes, but you could use more speed, Ni-san. Neji ignored that and had to hide a sneer to see a trench dug on the ground and a web of cracks on the wall where the trench ends. Don't think that with power that you got your hands on will change anything. You are still too weak to rule. That is the best part about us. Hinata responded cryptically. After a brief moment of silence that felt like an eternity, Hinata continued. We all look different, from the smallest to the largest, but all shinobi are born the same, from the womb of a mother, helpless and in need of any care that comes our way. Trying to bore me to death. Truly pathetic. Neji was not going to even his cousin the time of day. Hinata only twitched her lip. I mean that as we are born the same, we are born to succeed. It is just that success is not a one-way road. Hinata finished off where her cousin rudely interrupted. So, while you may have succeeded in your way, I will do it in my own and not yours. There is nothing wrong with our clan's way. It is perfect. Neji was clear. Lee delusional, which was only made worse by his undeniable skill. It is, as the saying goes, adding fuel to the fire. Perfect for what? Hinata asked simply with a big grin on her face. I always want Ed to ask that to people who talk about being perfect. For being invincible. Being a cage. To take over the world. Sounds too boring. For being an innocent harmless princesses, Hinata was enjoying the mockery. Shut up. Neji lost what little patience he had left and went for a palm attack that Hinata deflected. I see that your pathetic loser has gotten you influenced. A pity that you could chosen anyone else who can give you better. Neji halted in his taunting when he felt a strong jab in the stomach followed by a leg sweep and a palm to the cheek, sending him down to the ground in the span of a second. Nice one. Brother. You finally got a rise out of me when you made me look like a runaway whore. Hinata said coldly to her fallen foe. And Naruto-kun has been nothing but the best thing that ever happened to me. And you can't have him. Homo bro tilde. Hinata smirked with a tongue sticking out, almost like a hyena. Neji had no words left either. He just got to his feet with a shiver and yet he still got into the stance of the Juken, gentle fist. Hinata got into a similar stance that promised flexibility and speed as well as strength. This time, Neji didn't sneer at it like always. Hinata then reeled in for another Hake Kusho attack, one that Neji couldn't bring himself to match with, so he went in for a close quarters approach. Hinata blocked that attack with the oath. Her hand just before launching that attack on the ground to Neji's right. The floor was only cracked yet both fighters felt the impact force. Hinata was able to anchor herself while Neji was blown like a piece of paper in the wind. Wow. You must love to be blown away. Hinata was seriously having too much fun and the crowds were snickering at the additional meaning. Too bad for you, I already have been done in by Naruto-kun. Surprisingly, Hinata spoke that with a straight face. She has come a real long way from fainting every 5 minutes. Neji just got back to his feet yet again and charged for his foe. This time with a surprise. When Hinata blocked another frontal thrust, Neji pulled a Hake Kusho right into her stomach. A solid tactic, the only thing wrong was that Hinata was substituted in for the iconic log of wood that took the damage. Then Neji froze, unable to move while seeing the yin-yang icon on the ground with him in the center. To quote someone I know, you are in my view of divination. Hinata spoke out and gave a name that made the Hyuga clan a bit infamous. Hake Hyaku Nuhiso, 8 trigrams, 128 palms. And yet, Neji pulled out something that no one saw coming. Kaden, revolving heaven. And a dome of pure energy took Hinata's consecutive attack head-on. The sight was like a machine gun trying to attack a solid steel dome. Back in the stands, the entire Hyuga clan present were in shock while the other shinobi were curious. Naruto rubbed his chin, deep in thought. That should be the secret technique that was exclusive to the Hyuga clan. The main house, to be precise. It's more likely that this jerk was able to figure it out rather than stealing it. That bit of respect in that sentence was the only thing that the blonde will ever have of his girlfriend's opponent. So why is he hating on Hinata-ne-san? Mito asked Naruto while her twin brother looked down with equal disappointment. She was always so nice. Naruto rubbed her on the head as if a puppy, not that she minded. I know and I am sure that Hinata-chan will appreciate what you both are doing. Naruto told his little twin siblings, who tried their best to contain the praise they were feeling. They were shinobi, not children anymore. But Neji Tem is one of many people who love to pick on what they see to be they are. He is also a coward knows what or who really did the injustice but isn't brave enough to admit it, so he chose the next best thing. The twins knew what their big brother was saying. And all they could do was stare at Neji. A little hoping that they get heat vision and burn holes in the monumental jerk who hated their big sister for such selfish reasons. Back to the match. Hinata stopped her barrage so Neji lowered the dome. You can't look down on me anymore, Hinata-sama. I have mastered a technique that was supposedly only done by the main house. Hinata was not amused, one bit. You don't know me as much as the twins do, Ne-san. You are a shinobi, only a thief will be so arrogant. Hinata retorted and Neji growled. Besides, you can't talk tough since I can see your heavy breathing while I am only annoyed. Shut up. Neji could only say. If you are going to insult me and my injustice then you. Neji stopped in his breath when he felt a palm hitting him in the chest, taking his breath away rather painfully. If you want to know anything about what happened to your father then speak with mine. Hinata whispered in Neji's ear, the latter could only shake in the pain. My father had to choose between the clan, his brother and the war that could happen between us and them. I suggest you get your facts straight. Hinata shouted that last sentence for all to hear, with another hit that sent Neji skidding back a bit. Released from the pain, Neji charged again with the intent to fight to the bitter end. And Hinata parried every strike and dodged when she couldn't. This kept up until Hinata struck the ground with a fierce wind that gave some more distance between the two fighters. It is time. Let me show you what my boyfriend has taught me, and he has come a long way in perfecting it. Hinata positioned her right palm into view and every shinobi present noticed something building up until a spiral of water was seen, which turned into a sphere. The Hokage and his wife couldn't belie what they were seeing, and when they glanced towards their wayward eldest, he sent them a look, one that said, we can talk later. They turned their attention back to the match when, Sweden, Rasengan! Quote. It happened in an instant. Neji felt like a rapid had suddenly hit him in the stomach, while feeling the excess water slicing at his limbs and face. He couldn't anchor himself still and was sent into the wall his back was facing. Yet there was still some impact left to glue Neji to the wall, and the excess water droplets actually weakened the foundation. Portions of the wall above and around fell off, trapping Neji in a pile of stones while his arms and head were still visible. This prompted Hayate to appear. With a quick check, he cleared his scratchy throat to announce that Neji Hyuga is unable to battle. Hinata Hyuga is the winner. After a brief moment, the crowds started to cheer on while the victor left the field to the stands. Once Hinata got to her spot, the twins crowded her with sparkles in their eyes. She knew that they loved the show. And her boyfriend, he gave her a kiss that took away the strength in her legs. Be glad that I love you, or else I will make you sleep on the couch for that last move. Naruto spoke with a smile that was thought to be only done by an angry wife, and Hinata was in the shoes of the husband in trouble. Then again, if you work harder tonight then I may reconsider. That flew over the young'uns' heads, but Hinata got the message and with a heavy blush, she nodded. All the other girls of her age who heard it wished for a boyfriend of their own to offer a good night for their hard work. But they all directed their attention to the giant electronic board. The screen started to turn once again to reveal 2 more names for the next match. Mito Namikaze vs Tamari. End of chapter 16. Hello, and I am afraid that I have been away for a bit too long. I apologize if the fight scenes have lost their flame a little. I am deciding to cut it here just to try to get back into the swing of things. Flamers will be ignored and some CC will be appreciated. Asterisk.